Start again, with eyes wide open now.
This is our calling, our journey. Together we stand. Destiny is ours. Tearing down the walls, landing on the shores. Everyone will know us. We are legends. Let history unfold. 'Cause we're born to win. We were born fighting. We were born to live forever. We are legends. This is our moment, our time, and we will rise up victorious, tearing down the walls, lighting up the dawn. Everyone will know us. We are legends. Let history unfold. 'Cause we're born to win. We were born fighting. We were born to live forever. We are legends. We are legends. 'Cause we're born to win. We were born fighting. We were born to live forever. We are legends.
I'm bulletproof, don't ever lose. Put the evil in the devil and I'm let it loose. I'm an earthquake, make your bones shake. There's no question I'm the king, I always dominate. A force to be reckoned with, better remember it. Look at what I can do, walking all over you. Incredible, it's criminal. I never lose, I'm bulletproof. Best in the game, we all know my name. Can't run now, it's too late. Got winning in my blood, in my DNA. It's destiny, it's fate. Unbreakable, unbeatable, undefeatable. I'm invincible. Unbreakable, unbeatable, undefeatable. I'm invincible. I'm bulletproof, don't ever lose. Put the evil in the devil and I'm let it loose. I'm an earthquake, make your bones shake. There's no question I'm the king, I always dominate. A force to be reckoned with, better remember it. Look at what I can do, walking all over you. Incredible, it's criminal. I never lose, I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. now watch me taking flight. You can't contain me, this is it, your time is up. Passion I can't control. You better tread lightly, thunder and lightning live inside my soul. My strength, it only grows. I bring in the rain, get ready for pain, now watch as I explode. I'm the last one standing. There's power in my blood. Nowhere to go, you're stranded. Now watch me bring the flood. There's no way around it. You know you can't evade it. I got you surrounded. You underestimate it. I'll be the last one standing. There's power in my blood. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. I'll be the last one standing. There's power in my blood. I chase it, create it, born with fire in my bones. I'm fearsome, fearless, bulletproof, invincible. My name in the sky, distance arise, now watch me taking flight. You can't contain me, this is it, your time is up. Passion I can't control. You better tread lightly, thunder and lightning live inside my soul. My strength, it only grows. I bring in the rain, get ready for pain, now watch as I explode. I'll be the last one standing. There's power in my blood. Nowhere to go, you're stranded. Now watch me bring the flood. There's no way around it. You know you can't evade it. I got you surrounded. You underestimate it. I'll be the last one standing. There's power in my blood. Set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. I'll be the last one standing. There's power in my blood.
Here comes tomorrow. We face it now, eyes wide. The tears are over, blinded by the light, eyes wide. We face the morning with broken lies, eyes wide. But we move mountains, fighting for the light, eyes wide. Come alive, come alive from the darkness. Start again with eyes wide open. Come alive into the future. Start again with eyes wide open now.
our calling, our journey. Together we stand. Destiny is ours. Tearing down the walls, landing on the shores. Everyone will know us. We are legends. Let history unfold. 'Cause we're born to win. We were born fighting. We were born to live forever. We are legends. This is our moment, our time, and we will rise up victorious, tearing down the walls, lighting up the dawn. Everyone will know us. We are legends. Let history unfold. 'Cause we're born to win. We were born fighting. We were born to live.
Ada prank yang dilakukan oleh Luxy dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak pertukaran Bigetron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
对手跌咗啦，烏木飛，不得執啦，架啦，喂，你個超數咪跟嗨你。แล้วโดนอีกหนึ่งเป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟร้อยดีอินฟินิตี้
Jatuhkan SMG akan dicari, tembakan telah dilepaskan. Satu jatuh untuk Trinity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 Rebels, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
Survivors, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MY SGPH Season 5. And for today, we'll be witnessing the Qualifier Finals for the Philippines region. My name is Contra, and here alongside me is Sir Cloud.
Hello everyone! Can't wait to kick off the first ever edition for this season for the Qualifier Finals. My goodness, and what a way to start off with. Of course, this is the Philippines Qualifiers, who will be the sole representative of the Philippines.
That's right, out of the 16 teams that have advanced through all the qualifying stages, and now it has all come down to this. Only one team will make it to the Pro League. And you know what, Sir Cloud? I kind of wish that we get to see a lot more of them making it through the PMPL, but hey, this is just the starting line for many of these great things to come here to the PMPL. So I'm definitely excited to see what's going to happen when the regular season begins. And not only that, the team that qualifies for this weekend will not only get that one slot, but they will also represent the Philippines there, where they would be also considered for PESO's national esports team, Team Sibol.
I know, right? We've seen Team Sibol before this. They made their debut in, I believe it was the one of the SEA Games before this. So it's great to see that this is also part of their selection, somewhat their selection. So let's see who's going to make that cut. But also, other than that, we have seen the Philippines as well in action in a lot of tournaments in Southeast Asia as well, including the one of the previous Southeast Asia Pro League as well, one of the seasons. So it's great to see them here again. This time coming into the PMPL. That means we're going to see a lot of Filipino action as well as we go throughout the entire season.
Indeed, and I was ecstatic when I heard the news because I've been casting the Southeast Asia wildcard region for quite a number of times, even back in the PMCO days. I've been hanging out with players like Vigor when they were still in pure skills, and we see that development happening season after season, and even through the wildcard region that they've played through, they've managed to qualify multiple times, and we have names such as Demigod, Incognito, Blacklist International, UTG. There are so many great teams out there who deserves this one spot, but at the end of it all, a competition's a competition where we're looking for the finest team of the Philippines to represent.
Man, I'm really excited for the Philippine region. Not many people know this, but I've spent some time working in Philippines before, so I can really appreciate the culture there. It really excites me to talk about Philippines and finally looking at the Filipino teams getting this slot into the PMPL, and this is the first time for them. And of course, like what you mentioned, Contra, teams like Blacklist International, Demigod Incognito, some of the teams that you've seen in multiple tournaments, they are just the top teams in Philippines. So I really look forward to see how they perform in these qualifiers. But before that, let's introduce the tournament format for today.
That's right. For those who are joining early this morning, of course, Mabuhay, the Philippines, we have this tournament format right on your screen. On match 1, we'll be jumping into Arangel, and on match 2, heading into the desert dunes of Miramar and then to Sanok. So you see all the competitive maps will be played out as we go on a rotation basis, where you have a repeat of Arangel, Miramar, as well as Sanhok on match 4 to match 6, and of course ending the evening with match 7 as well as match 8 in Miramar, and of course sunny old Arangel as always. So Sir Cloud, let's talk through this format, because in a day's time, this is where we see 8 maps to be played out. So it's going to be grueling action from start all the way to finish. And, most of the time when we look at the Pro League, it's only about, 4 maps, 5 maps at the very best. So this is going to test their stamina throughout the course of the weekend. And here are the point systems if you guys are joining in for the very first time.
Right, in case it's the first time, we've been using this point system for a while. So first place, winner chicken dinner, or in the Philippines they call it panalo mano ang hapunan, will be 15 points. Second place will receive 12 points, third place will receive 10 points, fourth place 8 points, 5 place 6 points, 6th place 4 points, 7th place 2 points, 8th place until 12th place will receive 1 point, 13th place up until 16 will not receive any point. But for each elimination, they will receive 1 point each. So it's kind of straightforward how we understand this is a combination between the placement points as well as the elimination points. Balancing the both will be very important for all these teams, but some teams may prefer a little bit more of each element. So we'll see throughout the day, something to look forward to.
That's right, and elimination points definitely do stack up. So it's really important that they play slightly more aggressive in order to gain that lead. And here are your 16 top teams of the Philippines. We start off with Blacklist International, UTG International, as well as Demigod Incognito, invited into the PH Finals. And of course, we got Too Easy, Untitled Esports Mikasa, Demon Gun Pro, Elevate Fear None, as well as MSI Lost Souls.
Yes, followed by we have Electus Esports, Ribbon Dios, Zap Esports, and we have KHI Esports, 6 Zetra International Anila, and we have M42 Esports, Hive International or HYVE International, and we have Evil Squad Killer in the list for today. And not only for today, they will be competing throughout today as well as tomorrow. So it will be 2 days of action for us to watch. And mind you, again, it's going to be 8 games. 8 games we play today. I hope you get your popcorn ready.
Oh, wow. I usually don't have my popcorn in the morning, but hey, I think that we could set a new trend here if you ask me. So, Sir Cloud, we're going to be starting off in Erangel. I think that everyone's pretty familiar on how to play Erangel. Now, I really want to see whether if there's going to be clashes of drop spot, because there may be teams who are just facing each other for the very first time. Maybe for the likes of Blacklist International, UTG International, or Demigods, they've met multiple times in scrims and many more stuff to come. But this is where we want to see an establishment of control on any sort of compound or township that they favor. So there are potential clash in minute 1 itself. So hopefully it's not going to be leaving anyone battered and bruised early in the morning. But hey, that's the nature of the competition. So in few minutes time, we'll be heading in for this flight. So what's your expectation being set here, Sir Cloud?
Well, my expectation is that definitely we do know some of these teams, they have really huge reputation in the world of esports, and also we have seen them previously in other PUBG Mobile tournaments as well. Expect to see a lot of good action, and there are some players as well. I do notice, obviously, as us casters, we get to see the team list beforehand, and some of them are experienced, very experienced players that we've seen them around for quite a while. So I look forward to seeing how they'll keep up to the new generation, because there are some teams who came up through the open qualifier. There could be new talent as well, up and rising. So let's see how the older, I wouldn't say the older, but the more experienced players catching up to the new players in terms of skill, in terms of strategy, in terms of new meta. How do they adapt? So this will be the test of tests for them to finally qualify and deem themselves as a professional player to be playing in the pro league that will last for about a month or 2 coming soon.
That's right. And, you know, like, I'm taking a look at the list of teams that's competing for today. Just a fun fact, UTG International had, like, a roster swap previously. What you remember names like Fourth Row, Edo 10, and even Veigar, who's been in multiple pro teams before. Now, where have they gone to? It's a team that have just qualified into the PH qualifiers, and that is Hive, where I'll be keeping my eyes on Hive International on whether or not can they, of course, make it to the top. But other than that, we've already known some of the biggest teams in the PH scene, such as Blacklist International, where alas has been there from the get-go. Another player that I've been able to, you know, grow along with during those early days of the PUBG Mobile esports scene. So we got Alas, Kree, Sakuragi, as well as Cool. I believe that they've already built a great synergy, though there was changes in this roster. And taking a look at UTG International now, they have Igigot, who's also played a substantial amount of tournaments and is considered one of the veterans in the scene.
Yeah, I was just talking to someone from the esports scene yesterday. We're talking about Blacklist International, and this person was telling me about how Blacklist International has an interesting system that is very sustainable. As in, like, whoever that they swap in as players or they swap out as players, they will still be very strong. Expect them to be very successful in the tournaments that they participate in. So I really look forward to seeing what are the results of the system that they have implemented in Blacklist International, considering it's been a while since we've seen Blacklist International in the pro scene. I believe back then it was maybe like the Southeast Asia Season 2 finals, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so it's been a while, and like what you mentioned, there's a little bit of a swapping of players in Blacklist International, so I look forward to seeing how they will adapt as well. But for all of you out there who's watching, yep, popcorn may be a little bit too early, but that reminded me of another Filipino breakfast that I was introduced to when I was in the Philippines. It's
tapas. Tell me about it. Tapas.
Yeah, tapas.
Wow.
Yeah, I know it may sound like a wrap or so, but it's actually a rice with beef.
Oh,
with
wow.
a sunny side up. Yeah.
That sounds like the perfect breakfast to me. But you know what? Instead of beef, I mean, players can have a whole lot of beef from time to time inside of any map that they play. But we're looking forward for those chicken dinners to come. So if you guys are currently tuning in, of course, you are tuning into the English broadcast of the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Season 5 qualifiers for the Philippines qualifier. And if you're interested to, of course, tune into other local broadcasts as well, we do have the Malaysian broadcast that's also happening in PUBG Mobile Malaysia, and you can all, of course, hang around here in PUBG Mobile Philippines Esports. I do believe I might have actually cut it a little bit wrong, but hey, we're going to be having a whole lot of good time here, and hope that you guys could hit that like button as well as share button, and of course, bring all your friends along. Though it's pretty early for gamer time, but I believe that we're in for a great weekend, Cloud. So as we prepare ourselves for what's to come, that one slot to represent your country means a whole lot because we got so many things lined up in the future. I believe there's also esports to be included in the Asian Games as well. So maybe it's something that they could possibly work towards, and that one slot would propel their careers even further and, of course, make the nation proud.
Yeah, it was just announced recently on the official PUBG Mobile Esports on their social medias that yes, they will be looking forward to not only the Asian Games but also the SEA Games. So I believe that this is also what has been planned by the Filipino side, whereby the winner might represent as part of Team Sibol. So let's see what will happen. Of course, let's hope for all the best and these teams to show out their best when it comes to entertaining us, when it comes to putting out their best performances, and when it comes to getting that chicken dinner.
That's right. So who's it gonna be? Share us your thoughts right down in the comments below, and give them all that energy you got, and you possibly will be their fifth man to propel their way to their first chicken dinner. So, well, we're just waiting on news for the first game to start. So as we sit around, Cloud, I think that with this sort of arrangement of what is to come, of course, that one slot here not only means a whole lot to the Philippines, it also means that MY, SG, as well as PH, now with everyone combined, this is going to make the entire league, which we have said many times before, that it has become one of the toughest leagues in the world in the PUBG Mobile Esports scene, and now it further strengthens it. And I do hope that, the bonds will be, solid between all the nations involved. So make sure if you guys are hanging around, yep, I know banters might go on, but I hope you all could take a little bit of chill pill and, just enjoy what's in front of you. So, Cloud, if we take a look at that list early on, is there any sort of teams that you're also eyeing on having that huge potential to represent the Philippines?
Wow, I mean, this is a tough question, right? Because there are some familiar names that I saw in the list, not only through team names, but also player names as well. So even players like Kyler, I've seen still playing. He's been around for a while. But some of the evergreen names as well, like UTG International, they're playing as well. So I have like this sentiment of like, oh, okay, so this player is still around, great. He brings a lot of experience, and sometimes that's what you need in a team. And then you have a team by itself, although they might swap in, swap out some players, but they are still around. So as an organization, probably they still have the same manager or the same coach. They can still bring in that similar experience as well into the team and maybe groom new players. And imagine when it comes to new players, we always talk about like PUBG Mobile is also a very mechanical game. So there's a lot of advantage if you are a newer player or if you're a younger player, you generally can move a little bit faster. So with a mix of like an experienced player to guide you through the game, I believe that kind of team will be fairly strong. So I look forward to seeing how this will turn out for some of those teams. And also, there are some teams that we haven't really seen as well. They came through the open qualifiers and they made themselves onto these qualifier finals and to the live show. So this is a great honor for them as well. And I'm sure they're really, really excited as much as we are. Man, I'm really looking forward to see some of those teams that I mentioned earlier and some of the players that I mentioned earlier on. But one more thing, Contra, that I'm interested to see as well is that how are they going to manage Sandhawk? Because we have seen Sandhawk, some teams, they like to play the healing game. Some teams, they like to play a little bit more aggressive or just play a regular game in Sandhawk. What do you think will be their kind of strategy when it comes to the Sandhawk map?
I do believe there's a little bit of mixed bag of approach coming in from all the teams that's involved, and some of the teams who are not that familiar or may not have the same sort of experience as compared to veteran teams is that they will try to survive as long as they can. So that healing meta is going to help those teams recuperate any sort of points that are lost maybe in the previous rounds. So for those that are extremely confident that they could rotate very quickly to where they need to be and also to get those high volume of frags, just go for it. Book that middle of the circle. You don't have to hang outside the blue. You don't have to waste any form of resources. So I guess that's how they will eventually approach Sandhawk. So you could expect big teams to be hitting into the circle maybe slightly quicker as compared to the rest, while another team that, you know, I've been also eyeing on is M42 Esports. Now, some of you guys who are new to the PHC may be wondering, oh, the M42, it may not be like a glamorous team that has been, you know, there for a long time, but M42 actually feels veteran players such as Few as well as Kaler, and they're also joined by Dragon as well as Range. So this is still pretty huge. I would say that they have a lot of huge potential because Few, back in the days, I could recall he was playing in Iconic, Onyx PH, and also all the way back, it's Pure Skills. And during those days, they qualified to the C Championship for the first ever PMCO Grand Finals.
Yeah, speaking of Few as well, I did check out his live stream, and there was this one time that he was playing with other players as well from Singapore, and they are also pro team players as well. So it's really nice to see that how although we are like from different countries, right? Like Singapore, like there's this Singapore and also Philippines, like Singaporean players as well. It's like everyone's like, oh, we are what the Indonesians would call sea pride. So it doesn't matter which country you're from, we just enjoy the game, we can play together, we can play a casual ranking together, and it's really nice to see that kind of cultural diversity when it comes to gaming in the Southeast Asia region. So now that he has also played with them, obviously from a different region, you get to share different cultures, different play styles. So an experienced player like him, like Phil, I'll be looking forward to see if there's any change from what the last I saw him playing with them in his live stream. So we'll be starting the first game really soon, ladies and gentlemen. So it will be in Erangel. Man, the first game, the first circle, it's the one that will set the tone for today.
That's right. Let's see where the bar is being set. And you know what? Despite differences, we all have a love for chicken dinner. So with that being said, Sir Cloud, I guess we're about to ready to kickstart the very first match here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Season 5. And you are currently watching the Philippines qualifiers, and only one team will take that slot to head into the first ever PMPL MYSGPH. So in moments time, well, I know I've been hyping it up, but I believe in few more seconds, Cloud, we're about to kick off this flight.
I see that pun there. In few more seconds, we'll watch Few literally playing in game number 1. And this is it. We'll be jumping into the flight here. Are you ready to jump together with us for game number 1? This is the Qualifiers for the Philippines. Game number 1, obviously in Erangel. Can't wait to jump in. Offline, waiting for pilot. And here we go!
Thank goodness. They finally got the signals right. So, of course, here we are. Match 1. Erangel. We're flying in all the way from the southern side of the Sanaska military base and headed right in for 70. So there's so many options on the table, and here are your teams that are participating. As you take a look at your screen, of course, we got the heavy favorites here: Blacklist International, UTG International, as well as Demigods. Not to say that there's going to be any form of underdogs. I'm keeping my eyes on Hive International, M42 as well, to be one of the powerhouse teams out there in contention, along with Kai Esports. Now, on the southern side, we see Too Easy drop into the island. While there is a little bit of an altercation that we do expect later into the central zone.
Ooh, I'm keeping my eyes on the southern military base island though. So check out the spread there. So Too Easy having 2 players in military base, and they're sending 2 players towards Novo. When in Novo, there's another team. There's Hive International there as well. So it's a little bit of a risk that's taken by them, considering that it's only 2 players in Novo. So Hive International, they could have an advantage over them. But looking at the circle, it's going to be a kind circle, at least for a start. As long as it stays in the middle. If it goes up north, then it's
Oh boy.
going to be trouble. But here we have it. The red bling means first blood in the grounds of Erangel.
That's right, and that's happening in a good old school. And, you know, in usual public matches, school is such a place where you just test who's really the strongest. And not only that, Pachinki is usually that hot spot of where everybody wants to take fights time after time. But it seems like M42 occupying that space. So MKS, they're just giving way and instead moving out to get some vehicles and directly headed in for Gatka. Now we're taking a look at Demon Gun Pro. As they're in the middle of the open field, they haven't really fully looted just about yet. But as you can see, Reborn Dios, they've already spotted some of the enemies across the line. So they just have to find a safe compound for themselves. But it seems like everybody's got a clue of how to navigate their way in Erangel, where we're seeing the entire squad of Reborn Dios just headed to the south side of George.
Yeah, so Reborn Dios making their way to the other end, hopefully not to meet up with other teams, because we can see that a lot of teams, they're centered in the middle. So a lot of clashes might happen there. For example, like in school, we saw the first blood. One thing else that I noticed is that before we switch to the in-game screen, Hive International, they had 2 players in the southern island, and they have 2 more players in farm. So this is not a strategy that we commonly see, because the gap is really, really huge. Like if anything happens to any of the groups, it'll be hard to back them up, because yeah, you need to cross the bridge. Not only that, you need to get a vehicle to cross the bridge. So it's going to be quite a challenge. So it's quite interesting to see that the Filipino teams, at least for round number 1, this is the way that they like to play. Of course, the advantage is this: you get way more loot if you spread out.
That's true, and not only that, you get a whole lot more information of the opposing team's whereabouts. So I think that is the biggest factor when you go into a 2-2 split up in the early game. So most teams, they may actually be a little bit more passive because they're still busy looting up. So I guess it wasn't the biggest of worries, but we're also taking a look at the far end of Lipaka, all the way on towards the eastern side, and they're going to have a whole lot of a good loot just for themselves without needing to spread out. The problem is this: what if they move into the middle? And that's where they will meet up with teams like M42 and many more to come. So, like what we will just, of course, mention earlier, that 2-2 split may actually be a little bit safer because of where the circle is at. But if that circle goes into the military base, I think that is a splendid move for them still, where they just have to find ways to get into the island for those that aren't in it already.
Yeah, I mean, for us as casters, as viewers, I'm sure we all love a tough circle for these teams just to see how they challenge and how they overcome them. But for these players, they'll be like, no, you're not gonna give us the casters curse. We want a kind middle. Give us like a Pochinki circle or something like that. Don't give us like a way up north. Yeah, I know, but we're just evil like that. I mean, they're 64 voices, and we're like, I don't know, 100,000 voices out there, or hundreds of thousands of voices asking for it. So good luck.
True enough. And after seeing it from the minimap, it seems like there is only 3 players left. For MSI Lost Souls, UTG was the one who draw first blood. And look at that sort of distance coverage as well. That itself is pretty impressive, especially when you initially drop in, you just snap at somebody and it's like, what, at least a good 100 meters away. It's a good way to start, but EGOT now getting spotted out by Pickles. Pickles here with M16. Does he have the scopes here to try to pin them all down? He's only got the hollow for now, as he tries to tap inside the smoke, not really getting anything at all. But they're trying to cross over. But what's their game plan here? Because it's going to be open ground right after this. Look at the resource being utilized, and it's EGOT surviving with a slither of health. Here comes the nades coming from Pickles as well. They hope to catch him up by the shack, and they knock EGOT down on the ground.
Wow, look at the distance for that nade, and the second nade lands nicely. I mean, I'm not really a fan of Pickles when it comes to my sandwich, but this pickle, I'll be wanting loads of it.
Well, I gotta say that he is leaving sour taste in the mouth of UTG International. Now Nero's getting pinned down as well. Zygot with great information coverage, and more bullets flying in the way. UTG, that battered, that bruised, they might have actually lost Yujiro for MSI, but this is payback time, and Dre, he's gonna go out there for a huge push into the smoke. Not really getting the visuals for now, but the grenades are being traded right back. Fire dropping in one right across the shack, while Zygot tries to trade right back.
Oh, that's a nice one there coming in from MSI, but can they complete their mission? So it's gonna be, oh man, Idre goes down to Zygot. Zygot tries to defend his location, so they are on a 2v2. It's going to be tough to pick up one team member that's currently down though, so let's see how they're going to manage this. The good news is that they are all in the circle, so they still have time.
Timing of it as well, so as we currently take a look at UTG with only 2 members, they have to fall back and only send 1 member to cover fire, but instead they've been tagged, and it's all the way back in Rozak. It's Zap going for a split push as well. Here comes the drive. They might just actually come in for the flank as they drive directly into school. Is this the fight worth picking here, Zap?
Let's go. Zap wants to take advantage of this. Nero can't go anywhere. They're stuck in this small shack in the middle of 2 teams. Where are they gonna go? So now Newbie, he spots them out. He sees the smoke. He guesses someone is there. Radiating up the smoke, tosses it in. Will he be able to land? Will he be a Kobe?
Yes, he does.
Yes, it will.
And it's Zygot coming in with a cover fire as well. My, oh my. This is an intense situation to start off with as we go back to school to kick it all off. Pickles on the other end, he's just going to play a little bit more defensively as compared to the rest. Now, Newbie, he's still got a whole lot of Molotovs to throw right in the way of Nero, who's got nowhere to go, nowhere to hide for the moment. And even if he turns his back, that's where UTG International is going to be happy taking another pointer off. As it stands, only 4 players have dropped off from Arangel, and here comes Popty. He's going to pop the grenade, and unfortunately, it blows mid-air, so he's not going to do any form of damage at all. But second try is going to come in as well, and here comes Raimon with the Mini 14.
Oh, Raimon, now they just need to secure that elimination. Unless UTG can do something about it, but finally Opti secures that elimination. MSI, they're down to 1 team member left, and then 1 player is still inside of school.
That's right, 2 points in for Zap Esports, and honestly, I'm loving this aggressive show that they are displaying here from all 3 of the parties involved. And of course, the biggest winner in this situation has got to be Zap, who's currently taking those 2 points in and further punishing them. But as I speak of it, Pickles!
Ooh.
What on earth? Micro Uzi? From that distance? That's impressive, but he's still got that M16 to work about with. And here comes the flank. They spot Shazam moving into the corner of the broken wall. Molotov to be thrown right in. Is the angle going to be good enough? Might just be great for them to pick up another pointer in, so long as nobody goes in for the rescue. Here comes Raimon getting tagged as well. Pickles doing a truck ton of damage with that Uzi, while Shazam just got the booster up. Got to ensure that they are at 100%. He's got that UMP now ready to blow in the close quarter combat, moving into the front lines of the action. Pickles set up the smoke, but he's revealing himself though. How did he open? And he survives.
Whew, close one there for Pickles. Now Pickles relocates inside to the other building, but obviously they know exactly where Pickles is at. But UTG, they are not done yet. Still putting pressure onto Zap Esports from the other side. Their vehicle might be blown up soon, but they have one team member as well stuck in the hut outside of school. Can't go anywhere. Yes, they do have a smoke bridge, but it's such a big risk if he moves through. But Pickles somehow managed to get away from school, and he might be able to survive this.
He needs to survive. That's all he has to do. They've already got 2 points in, and they were being so optimistic on taking down UTG until Zap basically arrived to the scene, all guns blazing, and that definitely didn't give them any much of a good time. As we take a look at the update of the first phase of the circle, majority of teams are already in the central zone, but to my surprise, nobody's loitering around Pachinki anymore. That meant that team M42, they've already moved out of the way in order to find picks, but I can't seem to locate them all too properly through the minimap.
Yeah, I'm still trying to keep my eyes on where they are, or could they still be on the outside of the circle? Because you can see on the left side, Blacklist International is making that late rotation from the left into the circle, so they're going to avoid early fights as compared to what we saw Zap Esports. They really love the early fight, but it's paying up for them. For Zap Esports, they have a compound that's in the circle, and school itself is a very, very good compound. It's heavily guarded by those walls, so it's going to be a good advantage if they're able to hold on to this area. While for Pickles, out in the open, it's a little bit of a worry, but the circle moves down south, so everyone in school needs to move out.
Yeah, and this is actually a very good news for a majority of the members of Hive International. They have yet moved from farm. The initial place that they dropped into, and the teams that are currently residing into the middle of it is Demigod, so they're in it to at least farm some numbers as they start off this day's run on this very first game. So as we take a look at the northern side, 6 is taking a deep dive into the middle of the circle as well, while there's going to be a little bit more of a congestion coming in from the southern end. We got RBN, ESK, and finally, okay, I managed to spot out M42 by the corner of the huts, and they are picking the heels of Pachinki, and this is where Shazam goes in for the stage. They finally spot Pickles out, and MSI Lost Souls is the first team to be eliminated.
Ah man, that's unfortunate for MSI Lost Souls, but I'm a big fan of Pickles now, so I hope they do well in the next round. It is still the first round, and mind you, we have a total of 8 games to be played today. So if you just joined us, yes, you didn't hear that wrongly. It is 8 games today, so make sure you grab your drinks, grab your meals, because you're going to see through 8 games here of action. But now let's get focused into the middle of the circle. We have 2 teams that we can see here. They're trying to get this hard spot. Yes, this is a good spot here if they can manage to hold on to this. There's a little bit of high ground elevation together with this little hut. So if anyone tries to come down from the right side, whereby it's all the lower ground, they will have this advantage of taking them out first. So it's good to hold on to this position as long as it's in the circle.
That's right. Ruban Diaz taking precaution here, making sure that nobody is hanging out by the beach, whether if it's from the island or from the mainland itself. MKS just across as Blacklist International have found a huge rotation. Remember that they came all the way from 70 and now they're on the far southern side. This is definitely impressive where they weren't punished for their long haul of ride, but Collide is getting taken down, and that's going to be a beautiful grenade being tossed right in. But this ain't the hill that they want to hold on for long enough. There's not too much covers. The only thing they could possibly rely on is the natural terrain and also a few cars that they've brought into the fray. Zap, after finishing off that fight inside of school, they're looking for more. This is the team currently in the lead. And UTG, they found a free pick. DG, Kenzo, couldn't even spot him out.
Oh, UTG managed to get that free elimination point. UV just had to came right in front of the crosshair. And now we can see Step Bro almost been taken down. Step Bro, gotta be careful there, Step Bro. Needs to recover quickly.
Oh well, I almost said the words that I didn't want to say. What you doing there, Step Bro? But hey, got it out of the bag anyway. So Zap, early going for a push. They do have the angles right. Well, BG, they're hiding by the bunker. They're not going to be able to actually get much out of this. Step Bro getting punished once again. He gets brought down on his knees. And now he will need assistance coming in from the rest of BG. But they're all too far spread out. I don't think that he's going to survive to tell a tale. But Demon Gun Pro, they still have OG, Nav. It's going to be challenging them. And it's just Nav that gets pinned down instead. They bring 1 point back. But Nav gives his life up for it as they will defeat one player off from Zap Esports. And now, BG, they're on 15 without much points to get by. But then again, it's just the very first round, and here comes UTG International going in for round 2 of this fight against Zap.
Well, at least he managed to trade 1 elimination point before he's eliminated, so that's kind of okay, at least for round number 1. But UTG International, 2 players left, migrated all the way from school, but now we move over to another set of teams here. Fights happening. We have Q Easy. It's not going to be easy for them. They need to win this fight.
That's right. All stuck in the same compound, and Fuse gonna be lobbing those grenades right in, getting some damage being done, and with only a sliver of health left, they force them to heal up. So this is a good moment for them to push right in. Fuse making sure that he lobs it right through the windows, and he might just be able to catch another one. Thank goodness that did not catch onto Troll nor even X-Pro, while Vigor from Hive International gets one for themselves. On the opposing end, I'm just waiting for reactions coming from Yegan as well as Amas, and they're not really pushing in to join in the fray. But Kaler hoping to get another catch. The grenade's not really hitting the mark just about yet. Now, let's see if this bounce gonna work out.
Oh, trying to keep their eyes on the elimination feed in case their nades landed onto someone. I'm sure they're ready to push in, but too easy. They're still chilling though. Oh yes, he does as it grows up, but he's trying to find another angle. If he can get that one angle, if they can get that one knockdown, I'm sure they'll push it down.
Look at the aggression being shown in as well. Crazy Troll almost getting damage being done. And Kaler managing to snake his way out into the grass. This is where he will try to hang on for dear life for the moment. They couldn't really find that opening, and M42, they have to commit. They have to push upwards eventually, and they're taking their sweet time. It's a 2 versus 4 if they send everybody up there. But then again, keep in mind, too easy. They're sending in members from the back. So this is going to be a tough bout for them. Amas from the other corner as well, keeping his tabs open just in case there's any form of flank coming in the way. But this is that hot spot that everybody's contesting for. The only few compounds that's actually left inside the circle that's going to be K-Jet that gets burned out as well. And Yubi now is on fire, but not really in a good way though. Just by the corner of the balcony and slowly having his health bars being ticked off. Here comes she as well as AJ, going for a push that they finally secure the first point for Demigod Incognito.
Demigod Incognito, one of our invited teams. They managed to take over the compound, but they still need to move next. The circle moves up north. Only 3 teams currently in the circle. Blacklist International, they are currently on the southern side. While Zap Esports as well, UTG, they're still busy with each other in the Potato Hill.
That's right, and as we take a look at the circle, it's going to bring them all the way back into the northern end. And that fight between UTG as well as Zap Esports is not over yet. yet. So it's not a clear passage for either side of those teams all the way up north until they finish up the fight. But here comes the push. M24, they're marching right in. And the footsteps have been heard by Crazy Troll. When is he going to unleash that Groza is the question. But Kaler, he's finding the angles. He's trying to push in, but that broken UAZ is in the way. It's pretty hard. And the smoke slowly subsiding. This is going to create a really tense scenario. All the laboratory gears on the hands of Crazy Troll. He's got time. He's not worried. Gonna be taking that painkiller because he expects a little bit of bruising going on, and here comes another pickup by UTG, putting that number to a total of 3.
Oh man, so one by one, they're starting to go down. But let's see, there's enough time for this team. Going up to the potato here, we can see that Untitled Esports. Proxy tosses out a Molly to the other side, tosses out the smoke onto the right side. Tries to eliminate his opponents, but can't really seem to spot them. But now they're playing the gatekeeping role. They're playing by the edge of the circle. Hopefully the circle still favors them, but it's going to be unlikely considering that they're playing by the edge at the northern side.
Yeah, and as the circle slowly closes up, this is where they have to quickly finish off the fight. Zap Esports now being hurled with a grenade. Tyra hoping to sneak this one off, getting a chip of damage being done to Raimon, who's been able to secure the very first few points of the day. Kaler now going in for a random tap into the smoke, not really catching anything at all, as they try to pummel them all down. Crazy Troll going to the FBP mode to break them all down, and M42 is in tatters, and they will eliminate them, taking them out on turn 13. What a finisher in a blink of an eye. They all vanish.
Oh, but we're not done yet with our action. Evil Squad Killer, Kiki Blue, trying to move in. They're playing by the edge of the circle, but they need to be careful. Oh, fire! Fire! That's on fire! This out! Oh, man, with the money, taking them down at 4th place.
Oh, he was pretty nervous, and there's too much going on. The blue zone was already closing in, and he hit the wall on the worst timing possible, and that was so unfortunate. Demigod still in the circle, but it's going to be updated all the way up to the north, so it's going to be a little bit of a hurdle for them. They could not afford to take vehicles into the circle, so going on foot, they have to challenge too easy, and I guess Wham just wants to book it.
The circle moves up north, so that means players on the southern side would need to move up. But now look at this, Tyra has a high ground advantage. Surely they'll be able to finish up their opponents. UTG International will be eliminated at 9th place. And now we're down to the top 18. 29 more players to go and 20 more seconds on the clock. But look who's in here. Blacklist International is still in this with a full squad.
That's right, 8 more teams left available, and this is where they will full send it. With only few seconds left, they are just waiting for everybody to move right into the middle of it all. Sakuragi hiding behind the crate. He's keeping his eyes closed on both sides of the hill while they play it cool, literally, on their bellies, while they have a little bit of a defensive setup for the moment. And here comes Reborn going in for another one-pointer in. Dappy, next one to fall. Reborn Bayas, they try to push in, and Molotov's going to be able to burn them all out. Well, Jeff just hiding inside of the washroom. He's not going to be able to actually find those angles. The smoke's helping him out for the moment, but he's holding on very well. And here goes the push, the damage being done. Jeff almost got it for himself, but 6 Zeta will be out in 8th spot. Mess now by the corner of the wall. Cheese only got 1 HP left, literally. And I guess that he doesn't see this one coming. Reborn Deus is the next to fall out as we slowly approach that top 5 scenario.
Ooh, and Cheese, the last man standing for Demigod Incognito, but Blacklist International, they still have a full squad. But then again, there are 2 other teams as well having a full squad, including Elevate Esports, Mikasa. So let's see who will get the chicken dinner. It's going to be a fight to the finish. Demigod with a long range shot coming in. And now they already have 11 eliminations. Look at this counter, already 11.
My goodness me, just take a look at those numbers. It's astounding. And this is what we're getting here in game 1. I told you this, Cloud, that we're going to have the bar set up high. And whoa, Blacklist International definitely dodged it, exploding UAZ. Well, come on, boy. Who's now taking control of the hill. Maz getting pinned down by Sweezy all the way from the bottom of the hill. He managed to get the number 1 pin down, and Blacklist International is on his crosshair as well. Thank goodness, Kree survives, but cool, he needs that helping hand. There's not much that he could possibly do at the moment other than popping that smoke to play defensively. And we take a look at the circle. Those that are from the top of the hill, they have to move quickly.
Oh man, such a big advantage here for Key Esports. They do have the high ground now. 13 eliminations for them, and they still have a full squad. They can cover multiple angles. Just look at their advantage at this moment. Okay, the next circle doesn't really favor them. They need to move forward, so they need to clear Blacklist International. Blacklist International has a similar problem, but they are on the lower ground, so a little bit of a disadvantage for them. But look at this, we're now down to the top 4 teams. 13 more players alive, and the next zone will close in about 15 more seconds.
Oh, here comes Mumbai, though. He's bringing the numbers back for Key Esports. Do they need more? I really do wonder. They don't need to, but they definitely wanted to score that high flying points and set the pace to be that number 1 team of the Philippines. Now MKZ dropping in some nades on far range, and you take a look at Scotty. He doesn't really have all these utilities fully stacked up, and his armory, his helmet, everything is being broken up, while Mumbai tries to go in for a peek. He gets spotted by Spaz, and now there's only 3 teams left available. Blacklist managing to survive, tell the tale. They've already got 6 elimination points, while MK is still looking for more, and this time it's Spaz that gets picked instead.
Oh, senor! Did the long range shot, trying to connect them, but there's no more time. Zone is starting to close in, and we can see that Mikasa, they need to move in. They do not have to circle at this moment. Cool tries to knock out the nail onto the other side. Scotty will be gunned down. Luigi!
Oh, no.
No, he survived the gunshot, but he will not survive the blue.
I guess that they're retreating all the way to the blue. They don't want to be eliminated. Well, there's so little time. Senor, he didn't really check the damage output. He could have survived if he were to slowly move inwards and into the corner of the tree. But I guess not giving away points is still going to be pretty crucial. A top 3 finish, respectable at least. Now it's between Blacklist International as well as Key Esports. The stages are coming out. Grey, the last man to fall. Blacklist being toppled, and Key Esports have that perfect run to start off the PMPL MY PH qualifiers.
My oh my, the first panalo mano ang hapunan for the season 5. Can you imagine this? My goodness, Contra, such an honor to get the first chicken dinner broadcasted. Congratulations to Key Esports. Very well played, well worth it, and I believe they got lots of eliminations as well. I believe it must be more than 15 eliminations in round number 1.
It's impressive. I could not believe my eyes. And I won't be surprised if that number adds up to 20, because you take a look, Key Esports, they didn't back out of any single fight that they could actually get. And the angle from the top of the hill was perfect for them to set this one straight. Let's take a look at the highlights once again first. All this brought to you by Tensei Games, Lightspeed, Quantum Studio, and of course not forgetting Crafton, as we started off the day here in school. And it was a 3-way battle, which almost ended up on the truce. But you know what? The Philippines have a fighting spirit, and they kept on going. They bring in the flurry of exchanges, and the biggest winner out of this fight, it was Zap Esports.
Absolutely, the third party that came in just at the right moment. I mean, Contra, you and me, we've seen lots of PUBG Mobile action all around the world, and this is definitely up there in terms of excitement, in terms of entertainment, in terms of a skill level. It's just great to see the first game for the Philippines just showing what they can do and just entertaining all of us.
Indeed, and you know, Zap Esports, they were picking a little bit too much of a fight against multiple teams. I was really hoping to see them by the end of that final circle, but I do notice that there was exchanges inside of the compounds that could have actually went cleaner for some of the teams that have just made the qualifications here, but too easy. They didn't seem like they had the upper hand at first, and this is where I was taking a look at M42. They took too long, and they absolutely got punished after the other members rejoined into the same housing estate. And you know what? By the end of it all, Blacklist International, although they were pinned multiple times, they made it to the top 2, so they still have very significant points to book out, but not enough to challenge Key Esports with that staggering number to beat. And the last that we saw, a huge number of 13 frags have already gone in their favor.
Yeah, and Key Esports, they had the advantage of having that high ground. So whatever it is, whether you have the circle or not, it's always a more advantageous if you move from the high ground to the lower ground. So regardless, whether you have the circle or not, you still get that one step ahead. But let's check out the standings currently. So obviously, this is the first round, so it's kind of straightforward. 15 eliminations for Key Esports with 30 points. Blacklist International 20 points in second place. We have Elevate Mikasa with 14 points at third place. Fourth place goes to Too Easy with 12 points. Fifth place goes to Electros Esports, 10 points. Sixth place, Demigod Incognito, 8 points. Seventh place, Zap Esports with 7 points. And 8th place, Reborn Dios with 5 points.
That's right. UTG International started off with a huge fight inside the school, and they lost a couple of all their members, but they managed to still make it out to the 9 spots here, booking out with a total of overall 4 pointers in. 2 points each for 6 Anira, Hive International, as well as MSI Lost Soul. And I hope to see more because they've shown really convincing firepower to me. And we take a look at 13 spot as well as 14. We've got Demon Gun Pro as well as Evil Squad Killer here, walking away with 1 point apiece. Unfortunately for M42, they may have actually survived longer than some of the teams that were taken out earlier, but they did not manage to secure just about enough to make it into, the top 11 itself. So Elevate, I barely even see them in the map, so I do hope that they don't feel all too flushed up, because it's just the very first game out of the 8 games to be played out for this evening. And even if you have that 8 games all in a row, there's still tomorrow to come. Well, I'm looking too far forward to the future. This is just game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Key Esports achieving that chicken dinner in round 1, and there's more to go. Blacklist only 10 points away. This is very doable, where we might see a little bit of a shift of gear later on, and I expect this to happen after game 3 onwards, where they finally understand the type of rotation that other teams are doing.
Yeah, I totally agree that we may see a shift as we go game after game after game. And of course, this is an introductory round. Now we have a feel of how the Filipinos will play, how certain teams like to play, some of them like to play a little bit slow, like how we saw Blacklist International. They like to come in later into the circle, they like to avoid early fights. Teams like Zap Esports, for example, they like to take early fights, so they like to go for those elimination points, which is okay as well. I mean, if you can substitute placement points for elimination points and balance it back up, so why not? It's all down to the comfort of each other team, how they're going to play this out.
That's right. We're going to be in it for more. So we're going to be, of course, taking a look at another matchup to come. So this is the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH, and you are currently watching the Philippines Qualifier. So in a short moment's time, of course, we'll be offering you even more chicken dinners to come. So with that being said, we'll be right back. Well, of course, Sir Cloud, I may have actually thrown it a little bit too early, but here we go. We'll catch you in a minute.
Ada flank yang dilakukan oleh Luxy dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak bertukar lebih Getron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
最後跌咗啦，烏木飛，笨濕乸架啦，喂，你個超速飛嗨你。แล้วโดนอีก 1เป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟตามร้อยดีอินฟินิตี้
Jatuhkan, SMG akan dicari, tembakan sedang dilepaskan. Satu jatuh untuk Trixnity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada Forever, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
There are many exciting updates in PUBG Mobile, and the new carry feature is one of them. When a teammate or enemy has been knocked down, besides reviving or eliminating them, you have another option. You can now carry any knockdown player and move them to another location. Yes, you heard that right. You can carry your enemies too. You just need to approach a player on the ground and tap the carry button to carry them. Do keep in mind that there are some limitations when carrying another player. First, you will move slower when carrying a player, and you can't crouch or go prone. You also can't fire any weapons, enter combat, collect supplies, enter vehicles, or use consumables. Yes, you will basically be defenseless. Your ability to read the situation on the battlefield will be put to the test. After conducting much research and consulting with experts, we've made the carry feature extremely realistic. Are you ready for a realistic and exciting battlefield? In addition, knockdown players are at the mercy of other players, with no way to prevent getting carried. When being carried, health won't drop as fast, but you can still be shot and hurt by enemies. So remember to be very careful when using this feature. This feature brings greater strategic depth to the game. You no longer have to be a sitting duck to save your teammates. You might even be able to take knockdown enemies hostage. Doesn't that sound interesting? There are still plenty more interesting ways to use this feature, and we can't wait to see what you come up with. Of course, there's even more fun and exciting content lined up for release, so keep following us on our channels and stay tuned. Happy gaming! See you next time! Hi everyone! There are many exciting updates in PUBG Mobile, and the new carry feature is one of them. When a teammate or enemy has been knocked down, besides reviving or eliminating them, you have another option. You can now carry any knockdown player and move them to another location. Yes, you heard that right. You can carry your enemies too. You just need to approach a player on the ground and tap the carry button to carry them. Do keep in mind that there are some limitations when carrying another player. First, you will move slower when carrying a player, and you can't crouch or go prone. You also can't fire any weapons, enter combat, collect supplies, enter vehicles, or use consumables. Yes, you will basically be defenseless. Your ability to read the situation on the battlefield will be put to the test. After conducting much research and consulting with experts, we've made the carry feature extremely realistic. Are you ready for a realistic and exciting battlefield? In addition, knockdown players are at the mercy of other players, with no way to prevent getting carried. When being carried, health won't drop as fast, but you can still be shot and hurt by enemies. So remember to be very careful when using this feature. This feature brings greater strategic depth to the game. You no longer have to be a sitting duck to save your teammates. You might even be able to take knockdown enemies hostage. Doesn't that sound interesting? There are still plenty more interesting ways to use this feature, and we can't wait to see what you come up with. Of course, there's even more fun and exciting content lined up for release, so keep following us on our channels and stay tuned. Happy gaming! See you next time!
RRQ join the fight. Menembak pun juga lebih Getron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
追到跌咗啦，烏木飛，笨濕乸架啦，喂，你個超速跟唔開你。แล้วโดนอีกหนึ่งเป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟตามร้อยดีอินฟินิตี้
Jatuhkan SMJ akan dicari. Tembakan telah dilepaskan. Satu jatuh untuk Trixnity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 Rivals, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
Mabuhay and welcome back to the PMPL MY SCPA Season 5 Qualifier Finals for the Philippines region. Thank you so much to Crafter, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. We're your casters, your storytellers for today. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra. And my oh my, what a great first game. And I've been checking out the comment section during the break, and a lot of key fans in the comments. So great first game by Key, hashtag RiseKey.
That's right, it's time for all of them to rise. And what a show-stopping performance that we've witnessed early on between them as well as Blacklist International for the final duke out on that chicken dinner run. And you know what? That itself have garnered 30 points for Key Esports, and I was just baffled how well they actually go in for those skirmishes. As we take a look at the list of players out there, you know, they showed up big time, and it's all thanks to the way that Debbie got Momboy, Damakyu, as well as Ran Big kind of work in tandem all too well. And if you do notice, they moved into the final circle without even dropping anybody out of any form of fight. They were never backing down. They take fights after fights after fights, and they got the firepower to book out of match one. But let's see how well will they do along with the other 15 teams that's in the fray as well, because we're about to hit into Miramar, and Miramar is my favorite map, particularly not because it's the biggest map of it all. It's definitely the most challenging, and that's where teamwork matters the most. And also the gun skills, all that they've trained for, practicing from short to long range, they will be trial and tested throughout the desert dunes that's about to happen in moments time. So Cloud, after we've had a taste of a chicken dinner back in game one, you know, what else could we say? But, you know, like, the Philippines definitely have a huge talent pool, and I really feel that this is going to be pretty hard for us to even tell who's going to be that sole survivor to qualify to that PMPL.
Yeah, who's going to be that sole survivor? Exactly. There's only one team who's going to qualify to the Pro League later on, and my oh my, I mean, just looking at all those teams that we played, I can say that a lot of them get to the. I wish that we can have more than one slot. I wish that we could have like maybe 10 slots or something like that, but unfortunately the reality is that only one team will make it through, and they need to fight it off till the very end. Now, I know there's some teams that they went out fairly early, they didn't manage to get any points, but then again, ladies and gentlemen, it is only one round, and this game is all about consistency. One chicken dinner isn't enough as well. It doesn't put you in a comfortable spot, so you need to continue on to be consistent. Yes, there are some really good teams with big name players as well. Didn't manage to get any points, but hey, that's the whole reason we have 8 games. And yes, if you just join us, it's going to be 8 games today. So a lot of action for you, for me, and for all these teams to enjoy.
That's right, we're going back to back here, and this is just the first round for Miramar. So to me, as compared to Arangel, when you drop into certain cities like Picado, it's still possible for you to share with one other team out there if there were to be any sort of a ambush or sort. So they could also opt into big cities like El Pozo and even into the outskirts if they don't feel that adventurous itself. So Los Leones is such a huge city that could fill up to even 4 or more teams, and you still might not even see any sort of skirmish. So maneuvering the way across this map is going to be crucial, especially heading into the central zones. Like, I want to see how they take over control on those sort of high ground terrain, which we will expect to see a whole lot more from. And, the sharpest snipers will benefit from this map the most. And I wonder who would that title go to as the best sniper of the Philippines.
Oh yeah, that will be a very interesting. Fact for us to observe later on as we move towards game after game. And speaking a little bit about Miramar as well, your favorite map. The map knowledge will definitely be tested in Miramar, like because there are not many trees or there are not many bushes to play with, so they need to rely on playing by the ledges, knowing their terrains, and making sure that if they play by certain mountains or certain hills, their back is not exposed. So this will be definitely a test of terrain. And plus, Miramar is the biggest map, so wanting to know and remember every inch of Miramar is definitely going to be tough. But hey, if you want to go into the Pro League, you got to do what you got to do.
That's right, and this is where it's all about putting every single ounce of energy into every game. Though, they've probably had a lot of scrims in the midnights, just through the evenings as well. Adapting not only in real life, but also in game is going to be crucial. Like fixing your body clock to adjust to the schedule itself is, to some, it's like challenge. Because, gamers, we like to play through the midnight. And, everybody's worked pretty hard for this very moment. So, we're not going to discredit any form of team because they fought their way all the way into this PH qualifiers. And there could only be one winner out of this skirmish. So, let's jump right in to Miramar for PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH qualifiers for the Philippines.
That be the one, as they say. But I'd like to take a minute as well to shout out to our viewers. So we have Hershime Algo, we have Ricky Peralto Batin, Jessery Medina and Buestro, we have Iron Enzo, Vanessa Isabel. Thank you so much for watching today, and hopefully we do hope that you stick with us throughout today, throughout tomorrow, and throughout the entire PMPL. Why not, right? Because surely there'll be a representative from the Philippines. So now just looking at the flight path, it will be starting up from La Cobera all the way down to Impala. So reaching to the side of Shumacera would be a little bit challenging. They might need to drop somewhere in between, grab a vehicle and move there if that's their favorite drop spot. So it's going to be a little bit of a risk there trying to grab those vehicles. But keep your eyes into the mountains just on the right side of Crater Fields. A couple of teams dropped there, so early skirmish in the mountains.
We might actually see that, and to my surprise, take a look into the islands just at the corner of Impala as well as Porto Party. So it seems like there is a team that would like to move right into that direction, but instead have stirred their parachute to hit down south into Porto Party, which is going to be covered by the first phase of the circle. Now, I definitely feel pretty bad for Six as well as Blacklist International. Take a look at how far they are. They're by the corner of Trailer Park as well as Ruins. And this is going to be the second time for Blacklist International to travel the longest distance coverage. And here we have it. Our first skirmish happening inside of the township here of El Azahar, I do believe, with Minor Sky getting shot already. He's got the Thompson in hand. He's going to go in for a spray now. While Kenzo's trying to pull up, find a punch. He's not going to be able to get the shots in line. But Minor Sky, he gets the drop. And that's first blood for Reborn Deos.
Ooh, Reborn Deos. Minor Ski. Definitely not a minor anymore. He's a major now. With that first blood with the Thompson. But they're not done yet in his compound. 3 more of his opponents are still around. But they got them surrounded though. So there's going to be an advantage. It could be 3 more points to them and moving up a spot. But let's see if they can eliminate all of them, or it could be a reverse sweep.
It might just be it. But for the moment, Demon Gun Pro, they don't really have those long-range scopes to zoom back at them. So they just have to hold on by the pipes. And Icy Blue going in with the UMP spray down. He will find himself that first blood for the team as well. Evil Squad Killer going in hot. Though they weren't really all too stacked up, look at how many fights are happening across the map.
I know, right? It's like game number 1 all over again. A lot of gunfight happening. It's not over yet. Mikey almost goes down. Step bro! Oh, Step bro with the wrong step. Mikey takes advantage. Step bro. What just happened?
Well, Stepbo got stuck by the corner of that box, and though he had more HP left, that was quite a clutch, I must say. Coming in from Mikey, now only with Collide remaining. He's got no time to go in for the save. Reborn Diaz, they're pushing right in, and Murder Sky does it again! Oh my, it's a full ace, full sending their way. Reborn Diaz takes the lead.
Reborn Deos, man, not losing anyone in that fight. And they managed to get 4 elimination points. This is a perfect start for Reborn Deos. Not only that, they have the entire compound for themselves to loot. So it's a really, really good start for them, no doubt. Man, oh my. This is like game 1 all over again. It's like action from the start and we're not even the 5th minute.
I am absolutely impressed. Like, I'm trying to put my words together. And what we just witnessed, Reborn Deos, in a difficult city like El Azahar, they managed to just clean sweep in less than 1 minute. Usually teams that fight in El Azahar, they would possibly be lurking around each corner of the map, or they are a little bit more passive. They don't want to take fights. But Reborn is built different, and it's evident to see how well they've played just by using all those SMGs that they have at hand. And they said, you know what? I don't care about full helmets or even level 2 gears. Let's just book it and hope to get something out of it. And indeed, that 4 points being rewarded is now paving the way into a better placement point throughout the standings. So the last we checked from Reborn Deos, they may not have made it to, say, a top 2 scenario just about yet. But if they keep up with this momentum and this sort of pacing, I think they're on the great direction.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. I mean, this is all about getting that momentum, getting that confidence as well, because you want to roll it to the next round and the next round and the next round. We are talking about 8 games, and like what we mentioned earlier on in the show today, we normally see like what, in a day 4, 5, or maybe 6 at most. Even if 6 is like a rotational basis with different groups. But this is 8 games being played by the same 16 teams, so they will be challenged mentally like any other marathon. It's definitely going to be really, really challenging. So I look forward to see how they can adapt to this. But now let's move over to Blacklist International. They're coming past quite too easy. The long range shot coming in. It does connect a little bit, but it does not do enough damage to take him down.
Yeah, Blacklist International managing to move out of the way just in the nick of time. While Kree got a recuperate later on. Alas, taking 50% of the damage of that sort of rotation. And now it's all about moving into a safer zone to play. You don't really want to be worried about the blue zone chipping your health bars. But Kree, well, he's pretty good at bouncing though. So we're going to be back on track at least.
Balance in all things, including your vehicle. So Kree, he got away with that though. Imagine that if that happened in front of Too Easy, then it will be too easy for them to finish him off. So it's a good thing that happened somewhere else. But now Proxy is getting a little bit creative with his buggy there, trying to get that high ground advantage. But the blue is not going to be kind towards Blacklist International as well as Too Easy. They're just next to each other though. But both of them not really moving just yet.
Oh, take a look at this. Crazy Troll. He is quite the madman after all, as we had that previous fight that happened where they managed to flush M42, and this is where Alas trades right back. They're both in the blue zone. Alas just being flanked from another angle. Well, he will not be able to catch Kree in time, so Crazy Troll gonna be lob of a grenade. This should be a good grenade to take them down, but it's too late to save Corey. He will be take it out for too easy to secure the first point in, but X-Pro slowly propelling forward. He's got a few more frag grenades to work with. Now, that's not going to bounce perfectly into the window, while they try to save Crazy Troll to make it a 4 versus 2, perhaps. I don't really see a full backup coming in from Blacklist International just about yet, but the flag comes in! Sakuragi! Where did the shots come from?
Wait, what? Where did they come from? Okay, but they're not done yet though, so Sakuragi...
UMP!
Yeah, with a UMP! My goodness, with that distance! What? Okay, that was something there from Sakuragi. I mean, he is definitely an experienced player, but now can Cool keep it cool to pick up his teammate? Now Alice, he needs to be picked up, but is there enough time? They are playing on the outside of the zone, and look at this, it's 1,800 meters into the safe zone.
They don't really have that much utilities as well. 2 first aid kits for Cool. Now the grenades are coming in. And that wipeout! Sakuragi does it all!
What?
And this tag team between Cool Sakuragi has been working out, and this is why they fear Blacklist International. Astounding.
My God, I'm lost for words. That is Blacklist International. I mean, we're talking about them being a very safe team, avoiding early fights, but they've shown that they can take early fights and win early fights as well. Sakuragi, this guy has eagle eyes. How can he land those shots? And that made too easy. Just confused where did those shots come from. They weren't able to spot him out, and they were taken out by Blacklist International. Blacklist International, my goodness. Okay, hopefully they can survive this phase of the circle, but that's a good start for them.
Indeed. Now, as we continue on through the path in this map, we got the M43 light machine gun in the back. Well, not exactly a back, but the crate. But it's pretty far off. But I think that some teams have been trolling the red smoke, so they will be able to secure this gun, which many pro players deem to be OP. The recoil is easy to control, and the damage definitely hits like a truck. So let's see who will be able to secure it. MSI Lost Soul. They're steering their way into a certain direction. And just right across, we're taking a look at Demigod Incognito on the far end of the hill. I think he might have actually seen a little bit of movement, though he does have, a hollow side with him. Not going to be able to perhaps line up all those shots, whether if you're using a DMR or a sniper. It's quite the challenge.
Yeah, it's definitely either one. It's a challenge when it comes to those kind of weapons. How do you look at it? It's like, oh, it's a single shot weapon, but then again, it's actually quite hard to control those recoils, so it takes a little bit of practice. But we're now looking at the team that got the chicken dinner from the previous round, Key, that has a lot of fans. I can see that the fans are going insane when they land that chicken dinner in game number 1. So far, they managed to make that rotation safely into zone number 2. Hopefully, they'll be able to get the next zone as well, and if Key Esports can be consistent in game number 2 as well, it could be their day.
It might just be it. It's still pretty early in Miramar's time zone. Still phase 2, as we are just about 11 minutes and a half into the match. And, most often than not, whether if it's an international match or so, in Miramar, usually you won't see teams dropping out all this early, and we take a look at how Too Easy as well as DG get flushed out in the blink of an eye. That's that close quarter combat finesse that all these teams are offering. We first saw how well some of all these players from Reborn has been able to manage it in the blink of an eye, and later on, Blacklist International, though they were outnumbered, they were never outgunned.
Yeah, they were never outgunned. It was like what, Sakuragi taking down 2 with that long range with a UMP. Yes, UMP has a lot more recoil control, but the damage is not as much, but he's still able to take them down. And it's not meant to be like that long range weapon. It's meant to be like a medium to short range kind of weapon as well. So with the usage of the UMP, that was great. So now with this airdrop, M14 inside, yep, typical weapon for you. And Blacklist International, they could survive that zone. Just look at their rotation from the left, but they might
UTG's
bump
nearby.
into UTG. Oh no! Here we
Making
go.
use of the devil, and this is going to be another team that's going to be jumping into action. MKS coming in with some long-range shots. Senior just having that elevated angle, but not really landing it from a fast-moving vehicle. But look at the crowd moving from northern end. It's going to get hectic, and I'm taking a look at Impala. There's a little bit of a 2-2 split going on from MKS as we see them being planted on the hills as well as on the further end of the town. I'm not sure how this is going to work out because nearby there's M42 directly in the middle with Demigods as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a long-range trade between many of these teams, but the ones on the northern end, they might actually lock horns much earlier than we expected.
Yeah, this could be the moment where we'll see a lot of fights happening. We are coming into the third circle, and not only because it's the third circle, because it's on the far right, there's not that much land to play with. But now we can see Demigod goes down proxy. Is close by with the action. Could he secure that elimination? Yes, he could. Looking at the other teammates from his opponent, they're not going to be interested to pick him up. So I guess they're going to focus on the rotation.
Right? Ecletus. They're just waiting for teams to arrive, perhaps, as they're sharing the space along with some of all these posters on the other end, and that's going to be Demigod Incognito, where we got DJ. He's got that level 3 helmet going on for him, while Rio is going to go in for the casual pickup. Not going to be all too phased about those shots coming from the back, though. Chi is getting tagged. What a dangerous way to park the car. They could have actually been punished for this weird way of moving around, but thank goodness. Demigod survived. Now they're going to go on for a little bit of taps coming in from the small little shack that they do have. And as we take a look on the further end of the hill as well, there's going to be ESK that's going to be up for the third-party finishers if they get the chance.
Yeah, we have seen so far, like based on game number 1, anyone would take advantage if there's a third-party advantage or third-party opportunity to do. So, so far, I think everyone's just waiting for that opportunity. Considering that Miramar is a bigger map, players might be a little bit more cautious because you never know who's keeping eyes onto you. But now we move on to the fourth circle. Looks like kind of move a little bit. I believe it's somewhere in the middle. Oh, this somewhere up north. Okay, so Blacklist International again. I don't know, man. It's like game number 1, we see Blacklist International always not getting the circle, having to rotate, and now it's going to be the same case again for them, but somehow they still manage to get into the final circle. It's really hats off to Blacklist International. Somehow they still manage to find their way into the circle, but I think it's going to be a little bit more challenging. They're passing by another team, but so far we haven't seen any names on the elimination feed just yet.
Oh, as you speak of it, Manta have found some members of the side of Blacklist International, and that's going to be UTG having 2R already being brought down to the ground. That's cute. Coming with that beautiful spray, UTG loses 1. But here comes the flank, though, coming from Zygote. He's already being chipped off, while Newbie's going to be able to pin down one member from the side of MSI. And UTG, they try to circle around some of the members of Key Esports, and none of these teams are in the circle, so I guess this is not where the priority is at. They got to make a move, and they will call off this fight. Thank goodness there's more pickup trucks for them to utilize to get into the zone. So 12 teams remain, with 44 still alive inside of this matchup. And the next circle itself, that's where all the fight's going to happen, and we'll see a lot of names starting to appear on that kill feed once more.
The caster's curse is real. I will not say anything for now. For the next 2 seconds.
It's bound to happen. It's bound to happen. So, as we take a look, M42 now paying a visit to Demigods with a little bit of the damage being sent to few. But it's going to be a 3 versus 3 scenario for now. Down the queue, now getting pinned down. It's Collectos Esports here with Virus being sharp on that Scarl. And well, that's pretty much of a short scope, so that itself shows that Myers has got that eagle eye going on. And Newbie on the other side has Elevate keeping pretty much close proximity onto what's really going on by the heels. They're all inside the circle. I guess it's just a little bit more of that tussle coming in from the west end. And Jet, well, Jet is just hoping to get a few numbers out of that small little angle that he has. And now Zygot has found Demigod, and that's just more troubles looking ahead for the victors of the first round.
4 teams in the same area on the southern side. I mean, yes, they do have the circle at this moment, but because it's the 4th circle coming into the 5th, it's unlikely they will get the circle. So they need to plan ahead. They need to be prepared on how do they need to move. Now, good shots there coming in with the long range, but then again, not able to take down anyone just yet. Not only that, you must not only be able to think how to take them down, but you must be able to think how it's going to rotate into the circle next. Get prepared for that. Key Esports, 2 team members left. They play for the edge of the circle. They're kind of busy at this moment, and more managed to get one.
Wow, and he's still going outside of the zone, and the damage is too huge. He shouldn't have stepped all the way backwards. And UTG, Fire, he's also having his health depleted, and my boy, he might have actually secured a kill, and Ranbei goes in for the finishing move. So that's good enough for Key Esports, but they only have 2 members remaining as compared to the last game that we saw. That's 3 points in total, but they need to find a way out because as much as the circle is pretty close by, there's no clear entry. Down below, we got EKT, and over on the top, Elevate is keeping a close watch, while over on the bottom side of the south end corner, MK as well as ESK, they got to take up this fight.
Yes, this will be a necessary fight here, but there's about 10 more seconds left. This will be the tricky one. They need to finish the fight quickly, and this will be the 5th circle, or the 5th zone. It will be unforgiving, so they need to really consider, like, can they take those fights fast? If they cannot, just find a way to move away. It's okay, because we're still 11 teams. If anyone gets eliminated at this point, it's only 1 point for placement.
That's right. 42. Just being in the best place to farm those numbers as KD get brought down, but from where is the question? Newbie going for a quick save. This is not a clear entry point for them to just go in for the revival. Esports now getting pushed by the rest of the EKT. As they collect this, they're falling. Topple, Shazam with that spray, and they will eventually get them numbered up. Proxy is also falling over, and that's the whole team out except for Tyra, who's sneaking his way. He's just by the bushes.
Oh,
How did they not spot him out? Tyra with tree, but Zap, they're in. Oh,
Guess what? Whoa!
tree, but that's not enough. Popty saves the day.
My goodness. Okay, Tyra opening up the fight there, getting 2 eliminations back to back, and now they need to reset. Zap Esports, they're playing by the edge of the circle, so they still have time to reset. What a great move there from Tyra. Great timing, great bravery. That is amazing from Tyra. But now Reborn Dios will be the next team to be eliminated. M42 Esports, they are still in this.
Indeed they are. Now they try to get themselves ready for the next fight, and M42, they're pushing out the cuts fast on the action, and now suddenly the tides have turned. It's only Senior left on the other side, while M42, they turn their backs on the wrong timing, and Mataboy managing to pin them down, and this is where Elevate Esports will have to bow out. 8th place finish, 7 points in for ESK, the leaders of the board right now. While that's going to be a big nade from 6. And there's so much pressure towards M42. They got to go in for the rest. And here comes Manta Boy. Big Manta is going to be dropping in this huge nade. Will it connect? It's going to be the question here. More damage being done as they try to pin them all down. Few tries to trade back, but they're all stuck by this corner with not much to work with. But they will slowly get each member up on their feet.
Check this out, Contra. Manta Boy standing to the big boy right now. 1 nade gets 2. Can he get more? Yes, he can!
What out?
With an elimination with only nades! Manta Boy eliminating the entire M42 Esports with only 2 nades!
That was massive! 7 frags by Manta Boy himself! And as we continue on, Bahamut goes in for the taps on that AK. 4 times skill is what he's going to be putting it onto the AK, where he couldn't really go in for the spray, where it's going to give it a whole lot of recoil, and it's so hard to control. Now, elevates inside the circle with ESK, the 2 top fragging teams at the moment here in Miramar. They're about to fight, but Zap Esports straight to the action, looking for the hook, but here comes pressure coming in from Gio. Gio's already got 3, and he's looking for more. It's going to be Shazam arriving from the back as well. He's getting occupied, but he has the M249. More fights happening on the other side. With Flazone chipping in demigods as well, as he brings down 2. And my, oh my, Elevate Esports. Things were going good for them, and now they got to reset quickly.
Oh, this time it's going to be 6th place for Team Esports. That means we're going to see a new chicken dinner winner for round number 2. Jet will finish off the last team member for 6 Zetra International. And there you have it, down the top 4 teams. 10 more players alive. There, Jet gets 1 for himself. What a nice play there coming from DJ for Demigod Incognito.
Oh my, DJ did what he can, but he could not secure the points, though he get that knockout though. And it was Evil Squad Killer that rained on their parade. Now spots. First, a little bit of an altercation going on the opposing end, but things are starting to fizzle out for a little bit now that there's only going to be 3 teams left. ESK, numbers advantage, and if they play this right, they should be able to get the chicken dinner.
Oh, okay, ESK could get this chicken dinner, looking at how they're spread out, looking at how they position themselves, and looking at their position in the circle as well. They could get this chicken dinner. It is theirs to lose at this moment. But let's see if they can keep up to the momentum. Mel now with 7 elimination points has that high ground advantage. He knows exactly where Zap Esports is at. Zap Esports with 3 team members, while the other team has only 7 team members left. Oh, sorry, 1 team member left. Can he actually win this? Can they actually secure this chicken dinner?
And things are looking pretty bleak for Zap Esports now, with only Prime as well as Popty. They spot out Elevate, and that's all at T-Road. Popty almost getting dropped as well. It's Meow, who's already on 8 frags in total. Now they're going in for the push. They are feeling confident to take them on. They know that 1 member is knocked. It's 2 versus 4. Dead. Now pushing forward, setting the signals right, and Rahman could only bow and just pro right behind that core. There's not much left for them to do. Rama with so little HP left, it's all down to Popty, and Popty's getting hurled by all these members of ESK pushing forward, and Popty's the only member remaining. Can he put a clutch here? And that's all that we are getting from Miramar. It's ESK, Evil Squad Killer, with a winner chicken dinner.
Evil Squad Killer with the Panalo Mayong ang hapunan. My goodness. Okay. really worth their name. Just look at what Meow, he got like what, 8 eliminations, or was that 9 by the end? We need to recap that in a little bit, but I believe it's going to be a lot of eliminations for them. So they are no pushover, definitely the killers in this round. Not only with that chicken dinner, but also they managed to secure a lot of elimination points. Man, my oh my. But let's check out the highlights from the previous round. Again, this is another round from start to finish full of action, and Evil Squad Killer opening up their bank account in Miramar.
You know, well, the thing that I'm so impressed the most by all these squads from the Philippines is their ability to go close quarters and win that trade very swiftly. It's all clean takes, and this was one of the craziest stints that we've seen from Blacklist International. Like, we thought that they were outnumbered, but the flank from Sakuragi with that UMP long range spray, they took the last man out, and they still had so much more struggles. But as compared to the rest, Blacklist International really pulled every string that they could to get right in, and I think that they got a decent amount of points. But take a look at this. Zap Esports, as well as the members of Eclectos, they were trying to push in, and they didn't really notice. Even I didn't notice that Tyra was lurking by that corner of the bush, and he could have actually taken all of them out.
Oh yeah, Tyra, man, almost took them all out. Oh, well, it was a really close one though. I mean, whether you go for the 3rd person or whether you try to secure those elimination points, I mean, it was a split-second decision. So neither way, it could have gone either way. So it's okay. It's a good effort there coming for Tyra. But yeah, you gotta give him that hats off for his timing to actually move in instead of just waiting out there and not getting anything at all. So I'm really impressed to see how brave these players can be. And Evil Squad Killer, definitely one of those teams as well. But let's check out the overall standings for now.
Well, in this battle round, Evil Squad Killer overtakes the performance of what Key Esports have said back in round 1. And here in round 2, they managed to accumulate a total of 16 frags. Sir Cloud, these are some amazing runs that we're getting here through the PH qualifiers. And Zap Esports, they accumulated a total of 18. 17 for Elevate F Noah, as well as on the 4th place finish. It's 6 Anira this time. Of course, switching things up. And, you know, this competition is blown wide open where we have even Demigods being a whole lot more consistent. 10 points in Key Esports this time. They get to the 6th place with a total of 7 points. 6 points for Reborn Deos, as well as M42 Esports here, coming with the 4 points until they got fragged.
Yeah, followed by Eccleston Esports with 4 points as well. So 3 points for UTG International and Hype International. Blacklist International only managing 2 points in this round. Too Easy as well as Elevate Mikasa 1 point each, and no points for Demon Gun Pro as well as MSI Lost Souls in this round. But just look at the elimination points. The highest is 16. The second highest is 8. Evil Squad Killer gets twice more or 2 times more elimination points than 6 Anira that managed to get 8 eliminations. This is insane coming in from Evil Squad Killer.
That's right, and you know, that's double of 6 Aniras, and in a map like Miramar, most often than not, you're not gonna get too many fights going in your favor. And Evil Squad Killer, if we could actually take a full run of their rotation, they've also have swept by the edges, and the most highly populated area was from the north. And I believe not only did they handle those fights well, one after another, they kept themselves alive, and that's where we saw, by the time they cleared things up, easily by the end of that round, or should I say, by circle 6 and 7, they've already got them all numbered up. They have all the members still alive, and that's how they secure the game. So as we add it all up, Key Esports remains to be the #1 team, currently sitting on top of the ladder with 37 points, and now followed by the new victors of the Chicken Dinner, 32 in the form of Evil Squad Killer.
Yep, and followed by Zap Esports, playing it out really strongly when it comes to eliminations, despite not getting that Chicken Dinner just yet. 25 points. At 3rd place, 4th place, Blacklist International, 22 points. 5th place, Demigod Incognito, 18 points. Elevate, so we have them at 6th place with 17 points. 6 Anira, number 7 with 16 points. Elevate Mikasa, 15 points at number 8, and we have Eccleston Esports at number 9 with 14 points. 13 points goes to Too Easy. Number 10 for them so far. Reborn Dios, 11 points. At number 11, UTG International, 7 points. 12th place, 13th place goes to Hype International with 5 points. 14th place, M42 Esports, 4 points. 15th place, MSI Lost Souls, 2 points. And Demon Gun Pro still at number 16 with 1 point. But of course, again, 6 more games to go today, so anything can happen.
Indeed, and you know, like, we've already been convinced by the firepower of M42, MSI Lost Souls, Hive, as well as UTG International, but it's not really the best of start that they're getting here on day 1. Remember, there's always day 2, and for today, there's 6 more maps to go through, so there's still plenty of time for them to play catch up, but they should not fall too far behind, because Key Esports have already set the mark here, still taking that lead, though they were getting punished from multiple angles when they were fighting inside of Miramar. So when we take a look at the rest of the teams who managed to seek their way out, it's about controlling the terrain advantage that you have in order to make it work. And you know what? Blacklist International impressed me by their way of rotation itself, that even though they may have got themselves into a sticky scenario, they definitely make the best out of this team.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the ideas. We can see that they do know, like, okay, let's try to move in a certain way that's less predictable. But yeah, I mean, sometimes it do happen. But let's see if they can come in back into game number 3. So we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. And this is Mr. Cloud together with Contra. We'll be seeing you after this.
Ada flank yang dilakukan oleh Luxy dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak pertukaran Bigetron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
最後跌咗啦，烏木飛，問執乸架啦，喂，你個超數物跟派你。แล้วโดนอีกหนึ่งเป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟเรียบร้อยดีอินฟินิตี้
Jatuhkan SMJ akan dicari. Tembakan telah dilepaskan. Satu jatuh untuk Trinity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 Rebels, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
Hi everyone! There are many exciting updates in PUBG Mobile, and the new carry feature is one of them. When a teammate or enemy has been knocked down, besides reviving or eliminating them, you have another option. You can now carry any knockdown player and move them to another location. Yes, you heard that right. You can carry your enemies too. You just need to approach a player on the ground and tap the carry button to carry them. Do keep in mind that there are some limitations when carrying another player. First, you will move slower when carrying a player, and you can't crouch or go prone. You also can't fire any weapons, enter combat, collect supplies, enter vehicles, or use consumables. Yes, you will basically be defenseless. Your ability to read the situation on the battlefield will be put to the test. After conducting much research and consulting with experts, we've made the carry feature extremely realistic. Are you ready for a realistic and exciting battlefield? In addition, knockdown players are at the mercy of other players, with no way to prevent getting carried. When being carried, health won't drop as fast, but you can still be shot and hurt by enemies. So remember to be very careful when using this feature. This feature brings greater strategic depth to the game. You no longer have to be a sitting duck to save your teammates. You might even be able to take knockdown enemies hostage. Doesn't that sound interesting? There are still plenty more interesting ways to use this feature, and we can't wait to see what you come up with. Of course, there's even more fun and exciting content lined up for release, so keep following us on our channels and stay tuned. Happy gaming! See you next time! Hi everyone! There are many exciting updates in PUBG Mobile, and the new carry feature is one of them. When a teammate or enemy has been knocked down, besides reviving or eliminating them, you have another option. You can now carry any knockdown player and move them to another location. Yes, you heard that right. You can carry your enemies too. You just need to approach a player on the ground and tap the carry button to carry them. Do keep in mind that there are some limitations when carrying another player. First, you will move slower when carrying a player, and you can't crouch or go prone. You also can't fire any weapons, enter combat, collect supplies, enter vehicles, or use consumables. Yes, you will basically be defenseless. Your ability to read the situation on the battlefield will be put to the test. After conducting much research and consulting with experts, we've made the carry feature extremely realistic. Are you ready for a realistic and exciting battlefield? In addition, knockdown players are at the mercy of other players, with no way to prevent getting carried. When being carried, health won't drop as fast, but you can still be shot and hurt by enemies. So remember to be very careful when using this feature. This feature brings greater strategic depth to the game. You no longer have to be a sitting duck to save your teammates. You might even be able to take knockdown enemies hostage. Doesn't that sound interesting? There are still plenty more interesting ways to use this feature, and we can't wait to see what you come up with. Of course, there's even more fun and exciting content lined up for release, so keep following us on our channels and stay tuned.
Ada prank yang dilakukan oleh Luxy dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak pertukaran Bigetron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
最後跌咗啦，烏木飛，笨濕乸架啦，喂，你個超數跟住嗨你。แล้วโดนอีกหนึ่งเป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟตามร้อยดีเอ็กซ์
Jatuhkan SMG akan dicari. Tembakan sedang dilepaskan. Satu jatuh untuk Trixnity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 Rebels, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Big Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MY SGPH, and this is the Season 5's qualifier for the Philippines region. My name's Contra, this is Sir Cloud, and of course we are happy to have all of you on board now watching the English stream. And you know what? All of this is broadcast to you live on PUBG Mobile PH if you're on Facebook, and of course if you want to tune into our dear brothers who are doing the Malay broadcast. If you're in Malaysia, you can also check that out on PUBG Mobile Esports Malaysia. As we continue on with the show, Sir Cloud first. We took a little bit of a break and we come back here still searching for that #1 team of the Philippines, and we've got a new chicken dinner winner for the past round.
Exactly. So let's see who's going to be the king of Sandhawk right after this, because we're going to jump into Sandhawk and we're going to talk about a little bit about the Sandhawk culture when we started off the show. Will this be the type of Sandhawk that teams will go for the healing game, or will they play a regular game? Now, based off the 2 rounds that we've seen so far, Contra, I think we are going to see a lot of action in Sandhawk.
Yeah, now that of course we bring the topic back up, I am certain that they're going to pick up fights after fights after fights, and you know, we always have the saying, whoever is the strongest team always comes from boot camp. So, you know, it's a little bit of an ego challenge because that's where every single player like to drop when they move to Sandhawk. So this time around, we got to see which team loves to take that center stage. Of course, all these 16 teams here are the finest of the nation, and with them now contending to see who comes up on top, not only gets that slot to the PMPL MY SGPH, but they will also represent their home nation and join Team Sibol for upcoming events internationally. So, of course, It's great to, of course, see how this is all culminated, and I really do hope that they will be able to show up big time in order to, represent the country. So from where we left off earlier, we last saw Key Esports taking that #1 spot after tabulating 2 rounds in total, but coming in close by is going to be the team that have just won it back in the round of Miramar. So I gotta say that Evil Squad Killer definitely is in a really good spot, and not forgetting Blacklist, though they have a rough run in Miramar, they still have enough points to stack it back up to challenge Key Esports.
Yeah, so the points are not really that far just yet, so no one is still a runaway winner. Of course, we've only 2 rounds. We've only played 2 rounds, so we have a lot of more rounds to play. 6 more rounds in fact to go today. So anything could still happen. And I noticed as well, even teams on page #2 currently, they're still putting up a lot of fight. And because of that, I noticed as well that the fans can see their passion, can see their determination on wanting to do well round after round, that in the comment section, everyone's going nuts. Everyone's going crazy supporting their favorite teams despite them not doing well just yet. But who knows, with the support from all of you out there, they could come up, they could rise again in round number 3, which is Sanhok. Let's go!
That's right. As we take a look at the flight path, it will start from Lakawi, headed to Camp Alpha. Now, it's a fair spread for a majority of the teams that have already opened up their parachute. So there's going to be 2 easy that's going to be moving into the Kampong area. And as we take a look at Quarry, we have Demigods slowly floating into the corners of Painan. So ESK, are they bound to meet with Demigods eventually? We'll have to find out later on. So up to Paradise Resort, I think we are going to see a battle happening here between Hive Esports as well as Zap. Both teams definitely having a form of a performance, especially for Zap Esports that had a stellar run back in Miramar, coming up with a top 3 finish. So this is where we take a look at the circle as well. It's kind of in between the river, so it's still options between Camp Alpha as well as the mainlands back over onto Cow as well as the Paradise Resort. So, plethora of options. Sir Cloud, I guess that it's hard to tell where the circle is going to end up.
It's hard. It could end up in the Camp Alpha Island, or it could end up at the Paradise Resort Island. So, I mean, this is going to be like a guessing game for all these teams. But no guessing game here. It's quite clear. Blacklist International, they drop close by with the opponents from Elevate Fear. No one. But Ascadi without any proper loot just yet. As we can see, no helmet. He's definitely going to go for the survival. Not that he fears his opponent, I'm sure. But it's just because he's going to play it smartly. But okay, I'll see you in the final circle.
Yeah, I guess that he was slightly late to the compound. So you don't really want to go in for a 50-50 where you walk into the house without any weapons at all. And Kree's just going to get some easy pickings. So Senior is going to have the same sort of scenario here. But this is much better with the M4 in hand. But guess who are they walking up to? Key Esports by the corner of Hatim. But they want to cross the bridge, so it's going to be time to tell between these two. He survives, and he will be taking a little bit of a deep dive by the river. I'm wondering, why did he not trade back? Is it because he doesn't really have weapons, or he's just a little bit surprised by that push coming in from Senor?
Yeah, it doesn't look like you have any weapons just yet. So yeah, okay, so this is confirmation. Yeah. So no weapons for Dama Cute. Just acting cute in the water for now. I mean, okay. The good news is that he has backup there. He has his teammates on the other side, so that could give him a little bit of a cover fire. And that will mean that it's not good news for Senor. He's stuck in the middle of a couple of other teams, but let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, Beast will be gunned down from afar, and Blacklist International may get their first blood.
Sakuragi, always being so sharp, whatever weapon he carries, he will be able to do so much damage. Now they managed to get the drop. They haven't been able to secure the kill just about yet. But Blacklist International, they're being pretty sneaky here. They know that eventually there's going to be response coming from Rebound Deos. So Minor Sky just waiting by the broken wall. It's smart enough not to push out. And now with a little bit of a peak angle, I think he's already seen where Korea's running towards. Well, more bullets being sent away. That Emperor's going to be able to find both of their members low on health. Could have dropped them from that vehicle itself.
It's a really, really close one though. But could that be a good move or not? Because it attracts too much attention. Now, Senor, talking about attracting attention, he has attracted attention for himself. Putting gunfire on the bridge, and now he's down. Not going to be able to be picked up, so Senor will go down. The pawn will be given to Monboy.
Indeed, and Monboy, I think he's done enough damage, and he's not really fully stacked up just about yet. Taking a look at no bandages, no med kits, and still level 1 gears, it's like, okay, I think I need more bullets. So we will continue on with them having a little bit of truce, but over here, happening by the middle of the river, it's going to be a Reborn Deos going for the exchanges. M42 having a nade being tossed in. Not finding Mikey just about yet. We've seen Mikey clutching it off before. Can he do it again? Kaler now checking every single angle inside of the shack. Well, more damage being done. It's Dragon that pins him down.
Mikey will go down. Kaler may be able to secure that elimination, but not just yet though. There's a stone that protects Mikey, but his teammates are just too far away, so I don't think he'll be able to be picked up. They might need to let him go.
They could not afford to even push into the river. So Mikey knows this is unsalvageable, so he just seek himself out, taking, his body into the river. A very sad way to go. Drowning out, it's H2R now with the rest of UTG moving into the north side, and oh my goodness, Spaz revealed himself. Though this ain't gonna be all too good. 3 versus 1. What Elevate Esports could do right here.
Cooking up the nade right now. Will he be able to toss it in just in time? Tosses the nade onto the other side. Will it land onto anyone? Looks like not really though. But Spaz managed to survive and nade thrown onto him. Now on the right side, he senses someone's coming up for him, but at the same time, his teammates coming and give him back up. 2 team members from UTG go down. Now it's down to the other 2. Zygot as well as GG. Zygot 50% health now, still trying to survive. They're still trying to win that fight, but he'll finally go down to Spaz.
Beautiful work from Spaz as well as Luigi, but there's still trouble lurking up ahead. Zygot tries to swing it up, and it's not going to be enough. UTG, 3 back-to-back games where they did not see the light of day. And it's Elevate Esports Mikasa here that will send them out of the lobby. Elevate, fear no one. Still has Gio though, so I believe this is going to be a brethren team that's going to, in hopes, get their way forward. But I'm not certain. It's Key Esports that we're talking about. The leader of the pack hunting out for some points, and here comes Ranbake.
They want more. They want more blood, and they're going up against, I believe this Elevate Fear None. And now Damakil coming in from the stone. But water goes down. Damakil managed to trade 1. Immediately recovers. Should be able to do that. But then again, he's being pressured by the opponents coming in. Elevate Fear no one. Definitely fears no one. But he doesn't push on forward though. Tries to make that U-turn, tries to take down his opponent, and yes, he will be able to do that.
Great stuff coming from Gio, but there's still more coming in the way. That will eventually put him down to sleep. But look at Newbie, he's also moving in as well. There's not much time left. And Newbie, he's getting pinned, and the whole squad of Elevate Fear No One will bow out. Monboy saves the day. A one-man clutch situation, and Key Esports survives to tell the tale.
You can fear no one, but you have to fear Key Esports. They are not no one. They are Key Esports. Monboy coming in with the clutch, finishing them off, and now being able to pick up his teammates. Key Esports. This is a team that you need to keep your eyes on.
That's right. all 4 frags went to the hands of Monboy. If that's not telling you that he's the current best performing player, I don't know what else to say. Because back in the first round, when we see them all got their way to that chicken dinner, it was also thanks to Monboy, who's covering the flank on the long range angle. And they've been able to do it so efficiently. Now, Key Esports leads with that 5-pointer. And you know what? It's a little bit of deja vu. Blacklist is on the second spot here with that 3 frags of their own.
I know, right? It's like, okay, it's again Key and Blacklist International, but okay, we're still 14 teams more to go. They haven't met each other just yet, so no El Clasico just yet. But let's wait and see. But Key Esports, definitely the team. If you want to go on to the next round, the key is to beat Key Esports.
The key is teamwork.
Key is teamwork.
All
Man,
right.
The key is one boy.
Very early for some puns, but I don't mind more. So we got that AWM right in the middle of it all. But I guess the teams are a little bit too busy getting themselves all secure. Now, we have to take a look at how this ships out, and Key Esports will have to return to the mainland eventually. Unless if you're telling me that the PUBG lords are playing with us, then might go back to the alpha side of the island. But the chances are pretty slim. So the best way to approach this is to be around that bootcamp facility. And you see so many names already on the outpost of where the bootcamp is at on the northeastern side of where that area was mentioned. But speaking of the northeast, we also have MSI who's ready to take on the fight.
And I can see a possibility of ESK playing the healing game. They have one team member still in Sami though, tanking out the blue. So he could be doing that. We need to keep our eyes on that player. But now, looking over at other teams, we have Demigod Incognito, MSI Lost Souls. Hopefully they can find their lost soul though. Haven't found their footing yet into the tournament so far. But now they do not have the circle. They do have the circle, but they're playing by the edge, so it's unlikely they'll get the next circle. They need to start planning. But before that, they need to take care of their company. Trying to get into the circle, just right in front of them.
That's
So
right.
far, so good.
And Pickles try to create another sour situation for the side of DG. And it felt like we've seen this happening before. DG, they take this sort of slow approach, and sometimes they scatter out too wide, and they don't really have the right angles to either take a fight or even be safe in the fight. So currently being punished, they're just trying to get their way across by the outskirts of the circle. So MSI, Lost Souls, they're definitely in a really interesting position to punish DG if they were to make a wrong move. And speaking of which, well, just having this 2-2 split going on, Nero have possibly received all the information that they need. It's down to Dr. Dre what they want. And yeah, it definitely reminds us of somebody that we know back in the Malaysian scene. Not the well-known rapper itself.
Well, I was thinking of the rapper though, but that's okay. That's
Alright.
okay. That's okay. It just reveals my age though.
Sorry,
But-
Choo Choo. Circle's not thinking of you.
Yeah. I can't, not at this point. I
Mhm.
don't want to get beaten up for no reason. If you know
Uh-huh.
what I mean.
Yeah, I do. All right, let's carry on. But teams themselves don't wish to get beaten up. And unfortunately, we see one player of, I believe, ESK that somehow got taken out by the play zone. Mind you, it's only phase 2. And teams are struggling already. So that's not really a good sign. And ESK, they only have a member left remaining. Now, this compound here by the bridge seems to be very popular up in the northern section. Guess Key Esports tries to approach with caution. Scotty's on the other side of the hut. So, Scotty, if he peeks out, he could have actually caught Monboy down. But here comes the Nate getting cooked up. Spaz just lurking around. He's not even moving a single muscle. And this Nate might do some justice.
So Spaz not having those spasm moments. Still chilling, waiting at the corner. Monboy checking his corners as well. Everyone's approaching this very quietly, very safely, but at the same time we can see some fight happening somewhere else. But Key Esports, I mean, this team, you gotta keep eyes onto them. Whenever they start to approach another team, it's probably gonna be something exciting happening. So,
Oh no.
oh, and here we have it. Gunfire starting to happen. Spaz immediately moves away, starts to recover himself in the back room. With Key Esports not letting him go.
Oh my, a frustrating situation here for Key Esports. They have the member getting taken out. Damakute face checks into the corner of the estate, and this is where Spaz goes in for the trade. Nade being tossed in, but there's a flank angle coming in the way. Momboy gets the nade, tossed to Scatty. There goes Demigod as well. Spaz connecting one. It's a 1-for-1, and now both sides only left with 2 at the moment. So I'm not too certain how this one's gonna favor either party, but you can trust Momboy that he can do some damage as he tries to spade through the smoke. Now going in for the save.
Oh, Monboy, the Starman is still alive. Demigod is down. Monboy, we need to pick him up, but will he go in for the fight or will he try to pick up his teammate? Spaz tries to keep them out. We have Spaz together with Luigi still active. Spaz tosses out the smoke onto the outside, trying to defend his location. They are still on the inside of the circle. 30 more seconds on the clock. And the circle will start to shrink. But now we move over to Too Easy. Trying to finish up this fight. But wait, what?
What was he doing?
I mean, I know your team name is Too Easy, but I hope that's not for your opponent.
Uh-huh. I'm pretty sure he knew Taro was around. And somehow he just gave it away. Maybe he thought that it was a false alarm. I give him the benefit of the doubt. But that could be so much more. And unfortunately, they bow out. So Too Easy. After that impressive first round that we've witnessed, things are going on a downward spiral for Too Easy. Well, there's a little bit of hustling going on, and it's Blacklist International getting those numbers back, but they do have a little bit of bruises going on, and that's almost a team wipe where Blacklist International just got out of the rut from.
Again, for the third game, we can see the type of style that Blacklist International like to play is that they like to play very, very slow. They like to take out the blue a bit and tries to be the last team to get into the circle. So that's kind of like their style. It worked out for them in game number 1. Game number 2, not so much. Now, game number 3, so far so good. They're still able to maintain all 4 of their team members. Now, another team that's currently doing that is Key. Somehow they're moving up north, away from the circle. Not too sure what they're trying to do. Maybe they're trying to pick up.
Oh, I know what he's doing.
eights.
Yes, he is.
Game.
All right, look at Icy Blue. He's got the ideas intact. 11 first aid kits being garnered up, and the only place that is unoccupied from the start is Cal, and this is the direction he's driving towards. But that's very, very far off. If ever in the case that he mispresses that first aid kit, it's over. But there's still plenty of time. They're going to try their very level best to at least score some survival points in that formula. So back into the middle of the map. I guess this is the first glimpse that we're getting inside of Paradise Resort as well as boot camp. But no action just about yet. But eventually, Zap might take on a fight against the likes of MSI. And for now, it's just a little bit of standstill.
But the circle will. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the circle is just going to force everyone to move. You're loving it as much as I do. And we're definitely going to see a lot of action coming into the next circle. Key starting to move in from the north. Blacklist International will need to move in from the south. They will meet up with some old friends, M42 Esports, coming in through boot camp into the circle.
Yeah, as we take a look, it's Hive here who's basically occupying majority of the circle. But the problem is, Edo10 is all alone. And look at MSI. They're moving into the same vicinity where he's at. So 1 versus 4 is going to be a rough outcome to lose out members just like that. So in the better case scenario, Edo10 could hold himself off and maybe take out the entire squad. I would love to see that. But yeah, it's going to be rough, but here comes Blacklist International. They finally made their way into the boot camp, and I believe M42, they heard those sounds, and they might just commit to this fight.
It's interesting to see Blacklist, despite them, we see them trying to play the safe gameplay, but they already got 5 eliminations, and that's fairly okay. I mean, that's not off, in fact. And now M42 outside the opponent on the other side. Dragon gets gunned down from afar by Vigo, and Vigo, can he secure that elimination? Not that easy though. That distance doesn't help.
Well, if they don't pick it up, then somebody else will, and that's Blacklist International. Happy to take these trades head on as they are slowly moving into the circle. And the only closest area of play is to move into the warehouse, so M42, they got to make it fast. And now they're stuck in between both of these teams that want to eliminate them from all angles. M42 having few to look closely into the corners of the boot camp. They try to hold back, and it's Blacklist International taking down Dragon.
Blacklist International now coming in with a backstab. 4-2, they didn't know what hit them. So now they need to deal with not only Blacklist International, but also another team on the other side. But it takes them cool. That ain't cool, my man.
Well, but it's Manta Boy after all. That's a huge nade. It drops directly to range. Rango down below. And my oh my, Cree goes in for that push. This should be an easy picking, but there's more pressure coming up. M249 in hand. Cree will get this one easy peasy. As range is just absolutely helpless. Now it's a 2 versus 3 scenario after that pickup by Manta Boy. Blacklist, they're not really in the best spot as well. Few getting spotted out instead. But that grenade not connecting. He's got to line it up once more. And Few is looking to give a little bit of a way. And thank goodness the circle is not shifting too far.
Oh yeah, okay, it's not that far for them, but they still need to deal with M42. That's currently on the other side of the road. The nade coming in from Kayla will not connect. Now it's down to Kayla as well as Few. But it's going to be a 4v2. So they could come in from the right side. As we can see, Kayla as well as Few, they only have one direction to guard. The other direction, the other 2 warehouses on the right side is open. So Blacklist International, with the right timing, they could move in and go for the backstab. But look at the circle. Majority of it is on the southern side. So teams on the northern side will need to start to move.
Now, this is a little bit awkward for Edo10 because he's all the way outside, but his team is already inside the circle. So maybe he might be able to play a healing game if he does have enough first aid kits. But we just have to take a look later on. Now, everybody is trying to move their way on the north post of the boot camp, and Sakuragi, he's already out of mats, but he has to take a fight in order to replenish. And we see more names coming up to the kill fit. It's Damigots here with DJ getting a cut out of UA, and that is going to be a Molotov to zone them all off, but he's still by the corner. Kayla's going to be safe, and he's gonna sneak his way out. Blacklist, they can get punished, but instead, they go in for the drop shot, and yes, they do. The Robo double! And now, Blacklist, they're only left with 1.
That comeback here coming in from M42. I mean, they were outnumbered. It was 3v2, but then again, Blacklist International, they still failed to win that fight now. It's now down to Alice to hold on to positioning points for them. But Alice, the bad news is that he still hasn't crossed the road, and now the circle moves away from that. I believe the circle might have moved up north somewhere. This area doesn't have the circle. Alice, he's caught in between 2 teams. On the left, there's M42. On the right, there's another team. So he needs to be careful, but oh no, been spotted. Blacklist International, 9th place for them in Sandhawk.
Killing game coming out from Dofi, but he's only down to his final pack of first aid kit. And bear in mind, even though Blacklist International may have actually gotten into a sticky scenario, they've managed to also accumulate a total of 7 frags, one of the higher numbers out there before bowing out on 9th. So it's a decent record, but now everybody inside of these match of Sandhawk is gonna be in deep trouble here because this circle continues to shift. This time around, it's in favor of Zap as well as Hive, who's always been there. Now we see members of Six bowing outside, and it's Icy Blue. There's going to be snap all the way from across, and I guess that some of them have already been eliminated by the blue zone. So, Damigot Incognito, what is their next move? Because they have to find a way to break out Hive in order to get into the circle.
Ooh, yes, they need to win this fight here. As we can see, they do not have the circle at this moment, but at the same time, the blue is closing in. They're playing on the outside. One of them will be gunned down. DJ will go down to 4th row. 4th row has that advantage. But at the same time, Vigo will go down as well. Rio is in trouble, being gunned down on the right side. Rio now down to 30% health. At the same time, the blue isn't kind. Giving pressure onto him. He needs to move forward, but there's a lot of open space. Hopefully, they have enough smokes to cover their tracks. Blanks. Keeping eyes onto the other side. Vigo being picked up. Hive International will survive this circle.
Hive now, as they are holding on to a really good lead, they need to ensure that nobody stabs them from the back. Sometimes there are lurkers from the blue zone that could actually do some damage. And now it's down to Chi. He's holding on the angle. 6 times goes on the UMP, and now he brings out the AKM. Not quick enough for them to take on Hive International. This is the golden moment for Hive to stand tall, and they will stop out some of the members of Demigods, but the fight is not over yet. There's certainly Wham here with the M4, trying to hold out on his own. Hive now pushing forward, now running in front. It's going to be... But he turns his back against Wham, and this is where he gets punished. 1 versus all of his members, and it's only down to Blanks. And Blanks, he's only got 4 bandages left. Not enough for him to outlast the battle if it were to be chipped on the blue zone. And Demigod, what on earth are we witnessing? Wham is a monster, and he's gonna get 4 and more frags on the way.
Oh, Demigod Incognito's Wham. Although he's alone, but he's not done yet. I just have to see it. Phew! Managed to get that, and he get that 1 elimination. Not only he get that elimination, he moves up another spot, so it's going to be 3rd place for M42 Esports. Zap versus Hive, so it's going to be Blanks. 1v2, Blanks has a high ground advantage, but the circle seems to favor Zap Esports.
And he's outnumbered as he finally found himself a few packs of first aid kit. Blanks have to play this one correctly. He can pick on Raimon. It only takes 1 tap of a bullet. But Popty's going to be next to him, though. They have no clue where he's at, but the last hurt of shots by the corner of the rocks. Now that he's repositioned, they have no clue. 2 versus 1. This is very doable. Blanks just got to make the right moves, but he's not trying to create any sort of sound. Now he finds the first pick. Popty gets revealed, but it's going to be Zap Esports finally getting a chicken dinner of their own. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our 3rd chicken dinner in Sanhok. And it goes to Zap Esports.
Man, oh my, that would have been so close. I would have liked to see that clutch though. He had that high ground advantage and at some point they didn't know that he was there. But it was a really close one. But Zap Esports, I mean, 2v1, all they needed to do was just kind of spread out, and the moment they know exactly where their opponent is at, they just need to aim there. It should be an easy finish. But yeah, it was a good play for both sides, and it was a good Sanhok round in fact. So to answer our question on whether we're going to see a lot of healing game or we're going to see more regular game, I'd say that we see a lot more regular action game in Sanhok. So it's a really good round, very entertaining, and this was a really good fight here from Key Esports. I mean, this team is just insane.
That's right, and you know, like, oh, that very final moment I couldn't really get over, but this was that moment where Bonboy lit a 1 versus 4 clutch. Take a look at this again. He was the only member left, and he spots out Newbie and saves the day for Key Esports. So, at that final moment, I thought that if you were to snap that crosshair on the 2nd member that's behind, which is the closest to him, and the other member was already up in the front. So Zap Esports could have actually been punished if the prioritizations were to be in such a way that it snaps onto the other player. But M42 definitely had a stellar run. We thought that they were a goner. It was 2 versus 4 initially, and as backlist members gets picked out one after another, it was pretty rough. But take a look at Chi once more. He was trying to hold the line for the rest of the members of Demigod, and it's down to this play by Wham that suddenly turned the tides and brought 3 members of Hive out of the game. And by then, it was just down to Zap Esports to close out that run. That winner we're gonna chicken.
Oh man, what a great round in Sanhok. I mean, I wish we had more Sanhok there. I'm so excited to see Sanhok now. Now let's check out the standings here. Out of the match number 3, which is Sandhouse. So Zap Esports, obviously, with that chicken dinner, mentioned that 21 points with 6 eliminations with it. Type International, 8 eliminations with 20 points. Demigod Incognito, 17 points. M42 Esports, could this be the comeback round here? 16 points. Eclestos Esports, 8 points. Same goes 8 points to Elevate Mikasa as well as Blacklist International. Key Esports, slight dip here, 7 points, but that's kind of okay. They still managed to get 7 points, which is pretty decent for them. Same goes for MSI Lost Souls as well, 7 points.
That's right, and we've got Evil Squad Killer this time. Not really in the best sort of momentum with only 2 points, along with 6 Anira. So 6 did pull off quite an upset where they chipped into that battle between Blacklist as well as M42 Esports by Bootcamp. Demon Gun Pro is just raking in 1 quarter in. Unfortunately for Elevate as well as UTG International, they walk with 0 points, along with Reborn Deos as well as 2 Easy. So as we accumulate all the points all together, take a look at this. Zap Esports, because of their consistency in placement, they are now the #1 team, overtaking Key Esports, pushing them down to 2. And it's a difference of 2 corners in. Demigod Incognito, slow and steadily, they have been climbing their way up, and now they have already stashed up a total of 35 points. 34 for Evil Squad Killer, and Blacklist International this time around moving into the 5th spot, 30 points. 25 for Hive International, that's a huge leap out of 1 round, and now they're in the top 6. Elevate Mikasa with 23, and Eclestos Esports with 22.
They are followed by M42 Esports at 9th place with 20 points. 10th place goes to 6 Anira, 18 points. 11 Elevate with 17 points. 12 2 Easy, 13 points. 13 Reborn Dios, 11 points. 14 MSI Lossos, 9 points. UTG International, 7 points in place, and 16th place goes to Demon Control with 2 points. Still stuck at 16th place. But then again, we have a lot more games to go today. 5 more games, in fact. Yes, we have 5 more games to go. If you're used to the format of like maybe 4, 5, or up to 6 games a day, nope. So it's going to be a lot of action still to be watched here in the PMPL qualifiers for Philippines.
That's right, and so far there's so much action, so much flair displayed. We've already seen really huge plays coming out of players like Momboy, Chi, and so many more. And this is just, barely the first half of the day. And we're going to have about, another, I lost count, 5 more matches to go? Or maybe more. So, my oh my, we're definitely in for a treat. And remember this, there's also going to be the PMGC after the PS qualifiers. So, there's a lot of PUBG Mobile action waiting for you. But don't go anywhere. We'll be coming back after a short commercial break.
Ada flank yang dilakukan oleh Luxy dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak bertukar lebih Getron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
最後跌咗啦，烏木咩？問心冷架啦，喂，你個超速跟唔係你。แล้วโดนอีก 1เป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟตามร้อย The Infinity
Jatuhkan SMG akan dicari. Tembakan sedang dilepaskan. 1 jatuh untuk Trinity.
Lawan dengan 1 daripada 4 Rivals, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
Hi everyone! There are many exciting updates in PUBG Mobile, and the new carry feature is one of them. When a teammate or enemy has been knocked down, besides reviving or eliminating them, you have another option. You can now carry any knockdown player and move them to another location. Yes, you heard that right. You can carry your enemies too. You just need to approach a player on the ground and tap the carry button to carry them. Do keep in mind that there are some limitations when carrying another player. First, you will move slower when carrying a player, and you can't crouch or go prone. You also can't fire any weapons, enter combat, collect supplies, enter vehicles, or use consumables. Yes, you will basically be defenseless. Your ability to read the situation on the battlefield will be put to the test. After conducting much research and consulting with experts, we've made the carry feature extremely realistic. Are you ready for a realistic and exciting battlefield? In addition, knockdown players are at the mercy of other players, with no way to prevent getting carried. When being carried, health won't drop as fast, but you can still be shot and hurt by enemies. So remember to be very careful when using this feature. This feature brings greater strategic depth to the game. You no longer have to be a sitting duck to save your teammates. You might even be able to take knockdown enemies hostage. Doesn't that sound interesting? There are still plenty more interesting ways to use this feature, and we can't wait to see what you come up with. Of course, there's even more fun and exciting content lined up for release, so keep following us on our channels and stay tuned. Happy gaming! See you next time! Hi everyone! There are many exciting updates in PUBG Mobile, and the new carry feature is one of them. When a teammate or enemy has been knocked down, besides reviving or eliminating them, you have another option. You can now carry any knockdown player and move them to another location. Yes, you heard that right. You can carry your enemies too. You just need to approach a player on the ground and tap the carry button to carry them. Do keep in mind that there are some limitations when carrying another player. First, you will move slower when carrying a player, and you can't crouch or go prone. You also can't fire any weapons, enter combat, collect supplies, enter vehicles, or use consumables. Yes, you will basically be defenseless. Your ability to read the situation on the battlefield will be put to the test. After conducting much research and consulting with experts, we've made the carry feature extremely realistic. Are you ready for a realistic and exciting battlefield? In addition, knockdown players are at the mercy of other players, with no way to prevent getting carried. When being carried, health won't drop as fast, but you can still be shot and hurt by enemies. So remember to be very careful when using this feature. This feature brings greater strategic depth to the game. You no longer have to be a sitting duck to save your teammates. You might even be able to take knockdown enemies hostage. Doesn't that sound interesting? There are still plenty more interesting ways to use this feature, and we can't wait to see what you come up with. Of course, there's even more fun and exciting content lined up for release, so keep following us on our channels and stay tuned. Happy gaming! See you next time!
Ada flank yang dilakukan oleh Luxi dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak pertukaran Bigetron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
對手跌咗啦，烏木飛，問執打架啦，喂，你個超速跟派你。แล้วโดนอีกหนึ่งเป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟเรียบร้อยดีอินฟินิตี้
Jatuhkan SMJ akan dicari. Tembakan telah dilepaskan. Satu jatuh untuk Trinity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 Rebels, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Fam. Inilah dia juara anda.
Selamat boy, welcome back. Of course, you are still watching the PMPL MY SGPH Season 5 Qualifier Finals for the Philippines region. Together with us, video storytellers for today, my name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. And also thank you so much to Crafton, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for bringing us this tournament series as well. And because this is the Philippines region Qualifier Finals, the winner for these qualifier finals could possibly be representing Philippines in the full team in the future. So keep your eyes on that. And now we're done with all the 3 maps. We will be returning back to the original map of Erangel after this.
That's right. We're going to be going on this repeat of a match. So this time around, maybe the scenario is going to be a lot more different. And remember this, whoever gets that #1 spot by the end of this weekend, not only get that chance to prove themselves in the PMPL MY SGPH, they also will be considered for the national selections of Team Sibol. So of course, we thank Smart for also coming in to support all our esports athletes of the Philippines. So of course, with that being said, we have already witnessed 3 games that have gone by on all 3 of the maps that will be played out through the course of day 1. Now, coming into Erangel once again, this flight path is gonna steer it to a different direction. Now, leaning more towards the southern end. what's the approach the team should take? Because Blacklist International, they could not go into Severny anymore. So what's plan B? And this time, it's not only Blacklist that's going to be looking for that plan B. There's many other teams that moved into School, Rozok, and School's a little bit far of a stretch. So I don't think it's going to be as populated as in Game 1.
Yeah, although in Game 1, we saw that School was the hot spot. Like, we started off with 2 teams in School, and then there was a third team that came in, that Zap Esports, coming in as a third party. So, but this time it's probably going to be unlikely, looking at the flight path. But we'll be keeping eyes on the other locations as well. So far, Milta's kind of okay, but military base. 2 teams into military base. That's fairly interesting. So there's UTG International dropping right smack in the middle. Novo, there's Too Easy. But the 2 team members of Too Easy, though, they're just on the outside of Novo, whereby there's another team, Hive International, is there. So we could probably see a good early skirmish. Slightly on the middle, on the outside of Farm, we see a couple of teams probably scrambling for vehicles. And the circle is going to be another kind circle in the middle. But gunfire has started. Probably going to see a first blood, but not yet.
Not just about yet. Zap Esports, the winners of the past match, now getting that initial challenge coming in from RC. But it's still pretty early. You don't expect them to have, 6 times scope with the DMRs up at the stage. So Bahama going on iron side, but it's going to be Jeff that covers ground. So 6 Zetra International Anira. Well, that's a mouthful of a name, but 6, they're doing a really good job, as they will have to clean up over on this warehouse, or should I say used to be a warehouse. So for those who also play the PC counterpart, this is like the Hall of Champions, where you see all the victors of past tournaments, the major ones internationally, of course, will have their names engraved, etched in the matches. And I hope that, it will be implemented in PUBG Mobile someday or another. Here comes Tango, though, going for another pickoff. And I guess that many of these teams have to adjust to such a difficult flight that everybody's lootless.
Yeah, not even Pickles. Like, I guess, oh man, the long range shot from Newbie. I guess for MSI, their usual drop spot is in School. We did see them doing that in game number 1, but now the fact that the flight path doesn't favor them, they find it kind of hard to get to School, and they're stuck somewhere in between without any loot. And Elevate Fear No One probably has is more familiar with this area of shelter, so they know exactly where to loot, where's the best place to play, and that's going to be their advantage. Now, Pickles, he isn't the last man standing though. He still has another teammate, but they're just too scattered, so hopefully he's able to get a first aid at least and recover and recuperate himself and rendezvous together with his teammate somewhere.
That's right. MSI Lost Souls. Having the roughest of start as compared to the rounds that they had in, well, all 3 matches that they've played out. I'm not too certain. This area of shelter is going to be so dangerous for them to play out from now that Elevate has already taken charge of the outskirts. So whichever bunker he comes from, hopefully he comes off from the further end, leading towards Lipovka maybe. But as we take a little bit of a journey with the camera, we're going to be keeping our eyes on Blacklist International. They still opt to move up to Severny. So I really want to take a look again at that sort of circle, because how far is that circle from Severny? Because I believe this isn't part of the coverage.
Yeah, it's definitely not part of the coverage, but looking at what we have seen so far from the 3 rounds of Blacklist International, they like to go into the circle late. They don't mind tanking out the first and the second circle. So not too surprised that they still commit towards Severny despite it not being the circle. And I'm pretty sure that that's part of their gameplay in the first place. Like, yeah, it's fine that we're not in the circle. We're ready to tank out the first and second circle anyway. So it's going to be okay for them, and it's going to be playing by their gameplay. So it's okay for Blacklist International.
That's right. And taking a look at another team here that have some interesting record for the past few rounds. At Untitled Esports, though they may not be as consistent, but when they do pop off, they do amazing things. And the player that has impressed us the most was Tyra. And I believe that Tyra has seen has a fair share of experiences from the multiple teams that he's joined before. And Myers back in Miramar, I think Myers definitely showed up pretty big time back in those rounds. So as we currently take a little bit of a stroll across Erangel, I hope everyone's doing fine back at home as you are currently watching the PMPL MY SGPH. So let's talk a little bit more about this exciting new season, because whoever qualifies, they're going to meet up with the MYSG side, and it looks like first blood achieved by Jeff. Yep, that just blinked out on the screen. But yeah, talk to me about this, Sir Cloud, because we got some stacked rosters from MY, and of course promising names from SG. Though in the past few seasons, we haven't seen huge representation from the Singaporean side, but they are also having a few slots given to them. So it's to be certain that we'll be seeing them later on. And just to remind, PMGC is happening, and today is going to be day 2, right after the Philippines qualifier.
I mean, yeah, you just talked about like so much action happening when it comes to the PUBG Mobile world. We have PMGC coming in later in the evening, and also when we talk about the new season, the 5th season of the PMPL, yeah, we haven't seen much Singaporean action just yet, but this season is going to be a bit different. Singapore as well as Philippines, they are guaranteed 1 slot into the PMPL Season 5. So irregardless, we will see a representative from these 2 countries. So there's a lot of anticipation for fans of these 2 countries. Definitely going to put on their pride, but Idle got to put on his shooting.
That's
scopes,
right.
Getting that 1 knock.
And I guess Edoton didn't anticipate this sort of interesting flank. Like, you would expect usually players to be indoors, not by this electrical tower, or should I just call it, sniper tower, since there's like a ladder moving upwards. But instead, Tyra gets punished. I spoke good words of him. This time, he's not getting too much of a good game as they are contesting by the corners of shelter this time around. UTG tries to swerve it away, but Rio gets fragged from afar as well. Good coverage coming from Wham! He's going for the double whammy. Now he takes down Zygot. There goes UTG International. It's a rough day 1 for the team.
Yeah, it's another early elimination for UTG International though, but Morboy is back in the house, securing his first elimination in this round. And Demon Gun Pro, the team that's currently at 16th place, is going up against Key Esports. And not only Key Esports, there's Electro Esports as well on the other side. Now they're at risk of leaving this round early as well, and maybe still getting that 16th spot after this. So I'm not sure how he's gonna get out of this, but at least he's in the circle. That's the only good news. But the bad news is that 2 teams to deal with, and one of those teams that is Key Esports. It doesn't look good for him.
Indeed, it isn't the best case scenario for some of these teams. As we take a look at the minimap, we have 3 teams outside of the play zone. We got Blacklist International, Reborn, as well as MKS. What's going to be Elevate that's moving out of Quarry. They're going to be joining into the fray a little bit late, and the problem about playing outskirts is that you don't have information of the other team's whereabouts. So the teams that are already centered towards this current circle is going to have a little bit more time for themselves on how to navigate their way. It seemed like there's still a potential on the corners of Mansion as well as School as well. So it's still tough to say that there's going to be any huge concerns for the team at this moment, but this AWM possibly will be too far to be picked up by any teams.
Yeah, no one's gonna go that for there. So yeah, they're just gonna leave it. But now we move over to the other ground of Shelter. Tango is starting to dance, but need to pick up his teammate. Will it be enough time? Ooh. that explosive. I believe that was a one of those field tanks. Pickles cooking up the nade. Will he be able to toss it out in time? The nade will be tossed up, but the counter nade coming in from the other side. Pickles is now super low, and Pickles will go down. 2v1. It's going to be an easy dance here for Tango and Co.
It's still a valiant effort where we see it's only Tango that was left alive. He managed to bring one member down. Though with that slit of health, he knows that he's not going to be getting any sort of heals in that tight situation. But look at Dre, though. He's up
What?
for that challenge. And
Yes.
he's not that happy about losing his teammates to the members of Elevate. But maybe he goes for plan B. Just take this buggy and book out of shelter. That might just be a good game plan enough for him to survive longer, at least.
Or is he going to go for what we call exit frags? Like they may exit through the other side and he'll take them out one by one, trying to go for that insane clutch of a 1v3. That's possible as well. He wants some highlight for himself. I mean, yeah, you are on a live show on an official tournament. You might as well go for the highlights.
Well, I believe that going for the slot is the highest of priority. But if you're going to be a man down, it might as well try because there's still so many teams out there. If you walk away with at least a 2-pointer, that's going to add up as compared to maybe surviving till top 10 and you're still going to get like what, 1 placement point. That's not sufficient, and it's also not efficient at the same time. So I like the idea, but it's really boiling down to execution. Well, if we see that Pickles could have done it, maybe he could too.
Yeah, maybe though. I mean, we have seen a couple of clutches here in previous rounds, even like not only Pickles, like we have Man Boy as well. So we have seen a couple of great gameplays. Who knows? We could see the next one here, and maybe he looked back at the previous one and said, "Hey, he got a highlight. I want my highlight as well." I mean, you know, you're gonna take home a souvenir at the end of the day, regardless of whatever happens.
That's right. Demigod's now trying to book the center of the Medusa intersection. Yeah, we like to use this word to describe this junction in between, this fork road to all the big cities. Now they're in the middle of all these highway demigods. Now, joins the parade, M42. They're in this huge ditch that, well, we can't really call it ditch. It's more of like this dip of a terrain that's always provide cover for many of these pro players that played internationally. And all you have to do is just park a few cars and you're going to be pretty safe. You can still navigate your way around. So smart move coming from M42 is who has got huge number of points from that past round. Now challenging Key Esports, but that's basically just a box that he's shooting at. Kaler, maybe he might get a chance to get a glimpse of Damakute, but I don't know. That's a lot of bullets left to waste.
Let's go for Caleb.
It's a UAZ. It's a UAZ.
It's
No
a
wonder.
UAZ. Yeah. At least he forced his opponent to move the car, so that's about it. I mean, it's a bit ambitious though if you want to explode that vehicle, but Evil Squad Killer having that ambition to maybe take out Hive International. Now, this is really interesting though. So I do see a lot of support coming in the comment section for Hive as well. And hopefully they do well, and there's still like 5 more games more today. Let's see if they can come up through the ranks. But too easy. They're circling around and we have at least 3 teams in the same area.
That's right, too easy. Currently getting some information across shelter. There's about 3 teams inbound, and well, some of them are hunting underneath, so it's not going to be easy for too easy to spot them out just about yet. Crazy Troll usually leading the charge, and it's going to be few catching his ex-teammate in front of the last. Blacklist members are being pinned down, and it's M42. That's 42, Miami, that's punishing them all across. And who's left alive? It's going to be Sakuragi, and he's just going to be camping out in the shack. They had the right ideas, but being so late to rotate into the circle have done more bad than good for Blacklist International.
Yeah, it does feel like the teams are starting to read what Blacklist International is starting to do. Like, oh, okay, we just need to gatekeep because surely they're going to come in late. and they could get a couple of elimination points. So now Blacklist International, I think when it comes to the next round, they need to start to switch the way they play. They cannot play the same way anymore because it's starting to get repetitive, and even like for us as casters, we already know like, oh, they're going to tank out the first blue and the second blue, and they're going to come in late. If we can read that, I'm sure other teams can do the same.
That's right, and I guess that Blacklist International, of course, they know which areas to ideally reap the rewards from, and M42, they know that this is a place where you can't simply be challenged, and I think they just booked the right spot. Just having a little bit of a rotation coming from other teams and just picking them off. Those are free pointers being given over to M42. So as we continue on, this circle shifts slowly towards the southern end of where they used to be. So Demigods, after picking up 4, now the challenge is this. They are pretty much surrounded by the rest of the teams. So to get out of this Medusa intersection takes a lot of planning. You cannot simply rotate out free willingly.
Not at all, not at all. Considering that we have still 15 teams, anywhere you rotate, you bump into someone else. Just like what Michael, not Myers, or Myers, not Michael, is facing right now. There's another team just right below him, and he's still playing on the outside of the circle. Now, Zap Esports, a team that's on the rise at the moment, very, very consistent. They have the high ground advantage. Even other teams like, okay, nope, we're not going to deal with this. We're just going to move away, make way for Zap Esports.
That's right, and speaking of consistency, Zap Esports definitely is showing us a tad of that. Now Scatty's the next one to fall. Elevate now in trouble. What's the rest of the member going to do about the situation? While K Esports will try to set up the smokes just to block the visuals and now secure those numbers. Dalmacute so far has been on that impeccable streak, but of course with this points occurrence, that will be just one being added up to the back. And of course, a little bit of the interesting note is that they are also playing by the edge of the blue zone, so I wonder what's going to be the next course of action, because they're going to be a little late to the party.
Now gunfires happening left and right, and a lot of action happening though. So we can see that everyone's fighting with each other, trying to get into the circle, but Demon Gun Pro has been eliminated 15th place for them, and Demon Gun Pro, that would mean that they will still be at last place for now.
That's right, and as the plot thickens from here on, Evil Squad Killer, winners of round 2, is going to be going for those long-range taps, but Demigod here has that most in the gun in hand. Clone of the Car 98, if you ask me, and it seems like Raimon's been spotted out by Mew already. It's going to be a tough angle to work with, considering that the tree some branches in the way, so it's not really the best POV for him to get that clear shot. But Meow, he's already tagged him for a little bit as they try to keep them at bay. Now, gatekeeping is also a way that you want to deter teams from moving forward, and my, the next to play that part possibly will be ESK in that best position where they could just continuously pin down Zep from moving forward, but they are driving in. So this is going to be a 4 versus 2 for the moment until the rest of Zap Esports joins into the party. UFP sprays down, and he manages to get one. Neil B will be tagged out as well. Now Jet coming up hot, and then will be the rest of Zap Esports joining in from the back. Now with all of them parked in. Oh my goodness, team, we're not ready to take on the fight. Jet, he breaks down too. He might get tree, but now he's on his knees. Now a little too far to actually help in this heck of a fight. But Evil Squad Killer, they're slowly on their way. Can they at least go in for a safe? There's going to be a nade being lobbed in. He's deciding where to pop it by the corner. Well, he does connect a little bit of a chip damage, but not enough to take down Zap Esports.
Oh, but Zap Esports, just look at the amount of teams coming in close by with them. PMPL moves on to the second floor, tosses out the nail onto the other side. PMPL, together with his teammates, they're trying to defend this sniper tower, tosses out the second nade. Will he be able to land it? Yes, it will! Icy, not baby. Blue goes down, and PMPL with that nade elimination takes them out one by one. PMPL still survives, and PMPL is the nade god for this round.
My, oh my. The amount of great nades that we're seeing here is on another level. The Wheezy still keeping his eyes for the other members that have been taken down. They take a note for the fact that there's another team lying in waits from the other side of the angle. And now here comes Manta Boy dropping another nade. Will this one take off another member from the opposing team? And I'm not too sure if this is going to be much that he could actually work on. Hive, though, has got those numbers back, and they are taking down members of Elevate one after another.
Here we go. Gunfire coming in from Manta Boy. Too easy. Goes out at 10th place for them. But Key Esports, they still maintain all 4 of their team members, but now they are under heavy gunfire. Heavy pressure from M24 with the nades. Toss out onto the other side, but the counter nade coming in. How did they nade that? That was an amazing nade at the end. We can see that Rand is going to come in from the other side. Elevate here, no one will go down. And Rand tries to take out one field, tries to take down the counter fire, but cannot clear up his opponents. But finally, he will be able to. But Phil will be counter fire from the right side.
Wow, what a wraparound, and Rage only had literally 1 HP. He still gets a heal off. Now it's between Demigod here with the AUG spray. He gets 4, and that's a total of 8 for Key Esports as they take down M42. What a challenge, a huge fight that just broke loose, and they are not done for. There's still more challenges up ahead, and the next one could be Demigods as they slowly approach the circle that's right before their eyes. Senior, next one to fall. It's 6 that will find those crosshairs ported on the opposing team. And Squeezy, my oh my. Not really in a good spot as Key Esports sends those bullets flying in, tapping to the trees while Sakuragi survived for so long. No points in for Blacklist International so far, but they hope to at least get the ranking points by the end of the game. But as he sneaks, he's going to be in between both Demigods as well as Zap Esports.
That's a really, really close one there. So Demigod Incognito, they still maintain full squad and 6 elimination points for them right now. Rio tries to get that high ground advantage. They do not have the circle at this moment, but they can take their time. They're playing by the edge of it. The smoke will be popped out. Rio will try to get a good angle onto Zap Esports. Zap Esports also trying to get into the circle. Wham will toss out a smoke and start to heal up, getting ready for circle number 7.
So Weezy, last hope for the Elevate Esports side. And Demigod did see that nade coming. A beautiful toss coming from Key Esports. Mon Boy takes him down. Well, Mon cooks up another one. They don't really have time to recuperate, but that's going to be a Molotov being thrown over on the back of Chi. A little bit of an overtoss, if you ask me. But Mon Boy, he's cooking another one up. And members of Demigod, they're getting depleted. And this will not chip onto any members of Demigod just about yet. Key Esports still taking that lead, still having 4 members here, going on a push, this time around, Turtles the charm, my boy, he seeks them all out, that Molotov's gonna be raining hellfire on top of them, as they will find AJ as well, T, holding up, but it's too many of them in front of their eyes, T, damage done, but it's damage done, now on the floor, that smoke is not helping out, one after another, that DP spray not enough, and here comes my boy to save the day. And my, that was so close.
Oh my god, again it's Mon Boy saving the day. This guy is just insane. He's like the superhero for Key Esports. And now Luigi will be pressured by the blue. He needs to start to move in. He's the last team member standing. Sakuragi playing the healing game at this moment. 4 more first aids to go for him. 6 Zetra International is still playing by the edge of the circle, but they have 1 team member right inside, right in the middle of it. That's Jeff. Need to keep Sakuragi out, but the zone will do its job.
That's right, Jeff. Just waiting for the smokes to subside, and Sakuragi just hoping to at least secure a top 3 finish, but nobody's engaging in the fight right now, and then he's getting man marked. Sakuragi finally makes a move, but Jeff, he missed the mark. He was literally running out of the corner, and now he walks to the Tiger's dead, and that Tiger is Key Esports.
Man, Damakil was there. He's ready to pick up that elimination point, and finally he will. Luigi trying to crawl to safety, trying to crawl into the zone. Not being spotted out just yet by 6. So 6 doesn't know that Luigi is on their right side. They're keeping eyes onto Key, but not Luigi. So Luigi, if he stays quiet, if he stays put, he could climb out to at least 2nd place.
That's right. You just have to wait. Well, 6 Zitra. This is their best performance so far, moving into a top 3 scenario with 3 elimination points, but who could possibly challenge the amount of points by the end of the round? Key Esports have already garnered 12 points in elimination, and it's fair to say this, they may as well be crowned as the Kings of Angle for now, with such a consistent performance back in Game 1, where they won the first matchup, and now they're in it to take another round. And if they get this chicken dinner, man, they will be miles ahead of every other team.
Yep, they definitely super consistent. And not only that, just look at this. In this round, they still maintain all 4 of their team members. And let's 12 elimination points for Key Esports. My goodness, 6 only managed to get 3 eliminations so far. And we have MKS with 2 eliminations, but Key with 12. I mean, this is going to be the 2nd time they get a double-digit elimination.
That's right, and, you know, all they have to do is wait, because they've got possibly the best angles to work with, and this place is not too far off from the last time that they finished their chicken dinner by the corners of farm, so they're very familiar with the terrains of the current circumstances. Now, Luigi, already on the outskirts, not enough to pop that first aid kit. That grenade's gonna chip Mon Boy though. Now the standstill, it's a 4 versus 4, and it's gonna be an all-out warfare eventually, but it's 6 that has to circle.
The circle is just so tiny. I hardly could see who gets the circle advantage. But what I can tell is that Key Esports, they do have the high ground advantage over their opponents, over 6. And now 20 more seconds on the clock. Dofi is trying to cover another angle. It's going to be a 4v4. This is going to be an even fight. A fight to the death. But the clock, the timer will determine when the fight will start.
That's right. And everyone's on their bellies proning. Key Esports, I believe that they've already depleted many of their resources after those fights against Demigod much early on. And now, all they have to do, if they still have any Molotovs, any stun grenades, heck, given the pad, just throw it out there. Get some attention being drawn, and maybe they will make their way in. And for 6, it's all about reaction time. They know that nothing's on their back, so it's a very tight corner that Key Esports is working with. So they gotta make it swift, and here comes the first shots sent up in the air. The grenades are flying out. Jeff having his health drop low. It's Mabo that gets taken down first. Meta! It's ripped and now it's a 2 versus 2. Who's it gonna be? Dolphin as well as Demigod here to take the game. A 1 versus 1 to tell it all. Now going for a reload. Duffy spots him out, but he's not gonna be able to get one. Skips the point before going down. Now behind him, in a hard place. It's down to this point. And Duffy, he goes for a touch shot. It's Key Esports again. How on earth did this happen? It could have been 6.
6, but hashtag Rise Key. Man, this is the key to winning. The key to winning is determination. The key to winning is teamwork. The key to winning is coordination. Key Esports take home their 2nd chicken dinner. The first team in this qualifiers to get 2 chicken dinners. Key Esports is on a roll.
They are on the roll and currently standing as the Kings of Arangel. And they are relentless. Let's take a look at the highlights again. Cloud, man, I was about to pass you the beta, but I saw everything unfold. I just go hammer it in, and that went by so swiftly, and literally every one of them kind of knew where the positions could have been because there's so little angles to work with from 6 where they just have to lock their sights on those rocks. And once that opening pick came by, you see everybody dropped on the floor and left only one member piece from each side. And I know the highlights are reeling, but I just can't get over that moment.
Yeah, I mean, I would be doing the same thing if I were you. It's just insane. I mean, it came that close, but my God, how they actually hang on to each other, how they actually coordinated, how they actually reset it that quickly. I mean, towards the end, okay, everything happened that fast, but I think towards the end it was a 1v1. I think we really need to see that back in slow-mo. I think it was a 1v1 and managed to reset. They made it into a 2v1. So that was how quickly they kind of reset it. I really need to see how they did it again. But it was just an amazing play coming in from Key, and that was just superb from them. Wow,
Right.
we haven't seen Key that much in the international stages or the Southeast Asia stages, but they are showing that they deserve to be in the Pro League.
They definitely do, and oh boy, those plays absolutely out of this world. And if we could just replay that very final moment time after time after time, that itself is one hell of a clutch, I must say. Demigod, the last man standing, like he was basically the last line of defense for Key Esports. 6. They were definitely disappointed with the end result, but I believe that there's so much for in store for them. So of course, with all these sort of points stacked up, Key Esports undoubtedly will take that #1 spot in the standings.
Undoubtedly, the first team to get 2 chicken dinners, and it's not like it's a small chicken dinner. It's a big chicken dinner. It's like double-digit chicken dinner. So it's definitely they're going to be on top after this round. Now, if you ask me, can they remain consistent? We're at the halfway mark here, Contra. So looking at these teams, looking at how they play, looking at how Key plays, they stand a really good chance at this point to get that slot onto the next. Yeah, I might be counting my chickens before they hatch, but Key Esports, if anyone wants to go to the next round, they need to find a way to beat this game.
That's right, and they're so good in Erangel, and I guess the only hope for now for the rest of the teams is to do better on all the other remaining maps. And for Erangel, they just have to take caution of that central zone once again if it's gonna loiter around that same area of the hills of Pachinki as well as Farm. So that is that danger zone that somebody has to attend to Key Esports first. And we saw, even by shelter, there's no place to hide. Well, you want to be inside a bunker? Yeah, sure. There's still other teams that's going to be lurking around as well. So I guess that it's so many approaches that when it comes down to this, it's not going to be a clear-cut answer as to how you really want to win out that round. But kudos to 6. They actually did very, very well. And not only that, did you just witness how Blacklist International, though they were also taken out by a majority of the members of M42, they made their way to a top 4. So don't forget about Blacklist International, because they have found consistent methods to get those points back in, whether it's going to be ranking points or even the frags.
Oh yeah, it was Sakuragi, I remember. He was the last member. It was a bit unfortunate that when they made their rotation, they were taken out. So it was a bit unfortunate for them. Hopefully they are able to find a different formula to the upcoming games, because in my personal opinion, it does feel that teams are starting to read how Blacklist International is playing, and they're starting to like, oh, okay, they could have come in a bit later, they normally come into this area, and this is their timing, let's just make a roadblock, let's gatekeep them and get a couple of elimination points. It felt like that in the previous round, especially what M42 Esports did. And they managed to get 3 elimination points, so that was pretty good for their opponents, but hopefully they're able to find ways to countermeasure this in the upcoming round.
That's right, and I believe that there's going to be a good case scenario for Blacklist International where they don't have to travel far. I want to see that side of them because they definitely know how to take fights very, very well. So if they have the ball on the court and they don't really need to rotate that much, I think we'll see a different beast unleashed by the Blacklist side where maybe they could possibly break the code by the end of it all. So I guess that there's so many teams currently catching up. So it's not only Key Esports and, you know, teams that we do have high expectations on, such as UTG, hasn't been able to get that moment to shine bright. You know, like there's also Hive that did very well back in Sanhok. So later on, when we do return to Sanhok, I want to see maybe a different variation. Zap Esports is also another team that has been able to garner a significant amount of points. So with that, I guess we just have to wait and tell.
Yep, just have to wait and tell. Hopefully they'll be able to shine bright like a diamond. But yep, that was it. Round number 4, and of course that was the second edition of Erangel. Right after this, we will be watching the second edition of Miramar in round number 5. So if you remember, there was some early fights as well. So hopefully that changes. Well, it depends on the flight path as well. Earlier on in Erangel, it was depending on the flight path. But let's see if anything changes in the next round.
All right, and of course, we'll just have to see how do they take on Miramar once again, because this is going to be another tough bout. So this is, of course, a different side that Key Esports is showing, that they will bring in the pressure, especially if you take them on close range. You just have to be very, very concerned. So, of course, but that's about enough for Key Esports hype that we have. But hey, let's bring this hype for it for the next match here with the PMPL MY SGPH qualifiers.
Ada flank yang dilakukan oleh Luxy dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak bertukar lebih Getron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
最後跌咗啦，烏木咩？笨濕乸架啦，喂！你個超速跟唔係你。แล้วโดนอีกหนึ่งเป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟตามร้อยดีอินฟินิตี้
Jatuhkan SMG akan dicari. Tembakan jangan dilupakan. Satu jatuh untuk Trixnity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada Forever, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
Hi everyone! There are many exciting updates in PUBG Mobile, and the new carry feature is one of them. When a teammate or enemy has been knocked down, besides reviving or eliminating them, you have another option. You can now carry any knockdown player and move them to another location. Yes, you heard that right. You can carry your enemies too. You just need to approach a player on the ground and tap the carry button to carry them. Do keep in mind that there are some limitations when carrying another player. First, you will move slower when carrying a player, and you can't crouch or go prone. You also can't fire any weapons, enter combat, collect supplies, enter vehicles, or use consumables. Yes, you will basically be defenseless. Your ability to read the situation on the battlefield will be put to the test. After conducting much research and consulting with experts, we've made the carry feature extremely realistic. Are you ready for a realistic and exciting battlefield? In addition, knockdown players are at the mercy of other players, with no way to prevent getting carried. When being carried, health won't drop as fast, but you can still be shot and hurt by enemies. So remember to be very careful when using this feature. This feature brings greater strategic depth to the game. You no longer have to be a sitting duck to save your teammates. You might even be able to take knockdown enemies hostage. Doesn't that sound interesting? There are still plenty more interesting ways to use this feature, and we can't wait to see what you come up with. Of course, there's even more fun and exciting content lined up for release, so keep following us on our channels and stay tuned. Happy gaming!
Ada flank yang dilakukan oleh Luxy dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak pertukaran Bigetron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
最後跌咗啦，烏木飛，揾執乸架啦，喂，你個超速跟唔係你。แล้วโดนอีกหนึ่งเป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟตามร้อยดีอินฟินิตี้
Jatuhkan SMG akan dicari. Tembakan sedang dilepaskan. Satu jatuh untuk Trixnity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 Rebels, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
And welcome back once again to the PMPL MY, SG, and PH. And of course, this is all thanks to PUBG Mobile for bringing all of this together. And of course, thank you to Tencent Games, Crafton, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. And also, not forgetting Peso, Sibol, as well as Smart. Now, this is both your casters for the evening, Sir Cloud, as well as Contra here, to take you on this journey to see who's going to be the top team of the Philippines qualifier to make their way not only to gain that one slot for the Pro League, but also to one day represent Team Sibol to fly the flag of the nation in the international realms. So this is definitely a huge day for all the players out there, Sir Cloud. I bet they must have felt very nervous coming to day one.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like, I'm probably as nervous as the teams as well. Like, what would you expect? This is, everyone's going to play their best. Like, even for us, it's nervy to see, like, okay, who will actually turn up. And so far, we can see that some of the teams that they've been a little bit more consistent. Some of the teams is still waiting for them to show up. So, and there's still like what, 4 more games to go throughout today, and not only today, tomorrow's another day as well. Anything can still happen. So even teams like UTG, for example, currently they are at 16th place, but that doesn't stop them from, like, if they can get a double chicken dinner back to back, who knows, they could go up maybe onto the top 5 instantly.
That's right. So with all these sort of potential rounds for them to get, they have to ensure that they finish off day one on a high note, because tomorrow there may not be as much games for them to see out of from, where, you know, if you walk away with only a single digit on a lower note, like maybe 2 points, 3 points, that's not gonna be able to cut it, because if you want to be at that number 1 spot to get that slot to the Pro League, you just have to put your best foot forward every single time you get into the match. So not only that, you just take a look at the sort of momentum that Key Esports is riding on. This is the level of consistency that we do expect, and a champion's mentality is the way that you need to have to ensure that, you know, no matter what the circumstance, there's only one way, and that one way is forward.
That one way is forward or the one way is upward, depending how you look at things. And so far, some of the teams that we can see, like Key Esports, for example, super consistent. Not only consistent, every time they got a chicken dinner, they managed to get a double digit when it comes to elimination points. So, popping up all that, they are one of those teams that should be given a lot of attention. And if you want to be on top, they're the team that you have to beat. Not only as a team that they're good, as an individual as well. We do see Manboy, for example, he's playing very well. I mean, he's like almost a one-man army. He saved his team up, just like how we saw earlier on.
Yeah, indeed. And I believe that we're about to, of course, move into another matchup right here. And I think that this is going to be that momentous round for whichever team here to either recollect those points that they have previously not gathered, and this time for those who are sitting on the top 4 scenario, it's about time that they bridge the gap of either chasing Key Esports or just Key Esports doing just about enough to ensure that they become unchaseable. And finally, of course, with the flight path coming in from Torre Ahumada heading into Puerto Paraiso, things seem to be going pretty well for most of the teams. And Blacklist International opt to ditch out Ruins, and I think that this is definitely a smarter choice to move into Los Leones.
Yep, it's going to be a good choice. But some of the teams are doing some questionable drops as well. Again, because this is the second time they play Miramar, so they should have a little bit of an understanding of like, okay, who may drop where. And El Azhar is one of those places that we saw earlier on a clash. And these two teams, for them to drop in here again, not letting El Azhar go, I mean, this is a risk that they took themselves. And it's going to be the same teams again. So now we're going to see the same fight. Round 2, let's go.
Well, I guess this time they want to go for some huge Avenger plays. Kenzo's got that M249, but he doesn't really have armory going on. Like him the best as they go in with the fire catching up to Kenzo. He cannot heal up. Now he's down to 60% of health. So Kenzo, after playing with fire, he's a little bit more cautious, as it should be. So OJ Nav, they're slowly checking every corner of the compound. And boy, with this sort of split, I'm not sure if this is going to be good results, but Miter Sky, if they get that good flank in, this could actually turn the tides around, even if DG wants to push it.
Yeah, so will they be able to push in just yet? Maybe not yet, as long as they haven't got that any knock. If they got a knock, that's a signal to push in, definitely. And hopefully DG can... I'm hoping for DG to be able to win this fight because they lost the earlier one. So at least if they can win this fight, that gives them a little bit of a boost of confidence. But let's see what's going to happen here because Mikey, he senses someone. He senses Kenzo behind the wall, cooking up the nade. Kenzo moves away and Mikey keeps his nade. So that's going to be a nade not wasted.
That's right. OJ Nav. He's got both SMGs lined up for him. UMP as well as the Micro Uzi. Both high firing rate. Good enough to bring anybody down so long as they are within range. Now, OJ, he's got this tricky angle. There's going to be footsteps up onto the corner, but this nade coming beautifully all the way through the back. Miter Sky gets the catch. Straw Hat holding onto the AKM. Now switches over to the Thompson as well. No time for the rescue. They just have to take care of themselves. And another member gets taken out. The collide. He is holding down the line. And it's down to Mikey to take him off. So only one member will remain from BG.
Oh, that was a mistake there for Stroward.
Step bro.
Okay, Step Bro. So this is gonna be round 2 and these.
Oh.
Step Bro gets his revenge.
Oh.
Can he finish him up? No, he does not. He will not be able to. Step Bro almost got his revenge, but he could not finish up the job. At the end of the day, Reborn Dials, they only lose 1 team member, but they still gain 4 points.
You know the irony of Step Bro being in the same position where he was taken out this first back in Miramar again. Now, Reborn Dials did such a good job not only navigating that fight, but also realized that there is the same pattern. They know where exactly they're gonna move. They did bring down Straw Hat though, so I guess that it's just a consolation prize for DG.
Yeah, so, well, at least this time they get 1 point. So it's better than the previous round not getting anything at all. Yeah, in my opinion, I thought that they might as well drop somewhere else. Because you lost the first round, it's already like territory marking for the opponent, and it's like, yeah, maybe you should just drop somewhere else. But they still wanted to try. Great. I mean, I appreciate their resilience. But maybe for the next Miramar, they should reconsider.
Yeah, I gotta say that, of course, when it comes down to circumstances like this, it's quite hard to make a decision. Though, like, the natural way for any other player would be like, okay, let's go for plan B, plan C. But re-strategizing it as compared to what you've always have been practicing in the same town, the same type of rotation, you're basically trying to start all over from scratch. And I guess that's the reason why teams don't really want to make a move. But in this circumstance, but you clearly see that the results did not favor them at all. There's no third time's a charm. If you're going to go for a third time, you're not going to walk away with any points at all. So that definitely is very frustrating to deal with from time to time. And there's just no other ways for teams to, get better results if they're doing the same thing and the same thing and the same thing again. That's called madness.
Yeah, we need to consider that there's only 1 slot onto the PMPL. It's not like there's like 5 slots that they can take such a risk. So they really need to calculate their risks, and they need to reconsider that if they keep doing this again, like what you mentioned, third time's not a charm.
Exactly, and I'm thinking that, there are teams that are maybe a little bit hardy in the sense that, okay, well, I'm sure that there's a way to work their way around, and if they were, okay.
Okay. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Literally should work their way around.
Yeah, I guess sparks do fly in that team chemistry of theirs, but, well, didn't expect it to be coming from a Mirado in Miramar. But anyways, back to that sort of conversation, right? If you want to drop to the same area, you got to make slight changes at least. You want to analyze. Okay, if you're losing to this team, why? Where did they drop? Communicate. I think communication is always the key when it comes down to PUBG Mobile because there's 1,000 trees in the game. Which tree are they hiding from? Could you spot it out? Could you ping them? Could you relay that information? It will help, not only for one game, but that multiple game that you're going to be playing on the same map. And here comes Mikey, unleashing a flurry of bullets on that M4. Not being able to bring down Myers as he goes pretty swiftly. But on top of that hill, he might just actually get flanked by Tyra with a beautiful view. So, much as Reborn might have actually won that pass fight, it's far from over.
Well, I know Tyra as a model definitely is beautiful. Now with this beautiful angle, will he be able to take down anyone? Not just yet, though he does have a lot of information exactly where his opponents are at. So now they're trying to take over El Azhar, but it's going to start from the top. But is it really necessary to take over El Azhar? It's such a big town. I mean, probably a bit too early considering there's still 15 teams left and it's only the first circle. The next circle could chip away, so they need to reconsider that if this is a worthwhile fight for them to take. And looks like they're just going to chill for now.
Yeah, I guess that if the circle is as such, there's still ample of time for them to basically turtle in just to hold on to this area of play. But who has the superior position? It has to be EKT. You just have that huge coverage of not only the hill, you can still take a look at the highway where teams are going to be bypassing into the middle of the map. And look what we have, a crate in the middle of it all. So there's going to be a lot of contests happening in the next few minutes as Nero slowly drives his way into the circle, but we have the suppressor with this AUG possibly being one of the weapons that could actually win them the game. But of course, it's down to every situation as well.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
Some style points. Oh,
Oh.
yep.
Yep.
Hey, well, he's still on both the wheels. So, yeah, I'll give that 9 out of 10.
I'll give that to his spider senses. It's definitely tingling there. Yep, that worked.
Could have flipped.
I could have flipped. By the way, this is the suit that they're wearing that's in conjunction with the collaboration. So as you can see, that they're all wearing this suit. Just saying, in case you don't notice it. And if you want one of those, you can check out the in-game store yourself. It's available in PUBG Mobile. And talking a little bit about, we talked about Blacklist International in terms of changing their rotation styles, coming a bit late and so on. They are doing the same thing again this time. So they're coming in from the southern side. They're currently tanking out the blue. And this is a bit worrying for me, considering that other teams start to know how they rotate and they could gatekeep Blacklist International. I hope they do survive. They're a team that has a lot of potential, but let's see if it works out for them this round.
Yeah, we'll have to slowly play this one out. K Esports just having the angles right, spots out EGOT, didn't really take the shot. Could have, would have, should have, but Demigod choose to let him go scot-free. So currently on this buggy, he's just scouting around. Nothing onto his left. So all he has to worry about is Key Esports. And in close proximity, they're going for a 2-2 split. 2 up the hill, 2 on the foothill. And that's where Miramar players are cutting by Ram Big. Instead of running, he's basically dashing off, or should I say, just having the engines roaring, going directly into the compound. But Zygot is in an interesting position between these two teams.
Now, just look at Key Esports. I'm starting to see a pattern of how they like to play. They like to always go for the high grounds. They don't really prefer compounds. They like to go for the high grounds. And now with that sort of judgment call, they have the advantage over UTG International, depending on how UTG wants to play this. Of course, we are still in the second circle. There's still a lot of space for them to play. But Monboy, their star man, has eyes on the UTG, so he knows exactly where his opponent's at. Now moving over to M42 Esports, a lot of experience in this team. Like they have experienced players like Kayla and Theo in the same team as well. Starting to see a rise from the previous round, but this round is going to be a bit of a challenge for them. The circle moves away. Look at where Blacklist International is at the bottom right, far away.
It feels like the circle doesn't favor the team at all for the entire day. And, well, this time around, I think, in essence, it may favor Blacklist International. Now, hear me out, right? Like, this time, there's no teams around them. Teams are much more focused onto getting into the middle of that circle, which is in between the water treatment, as well as Cruz de Val. So, with that sure focus onto the northern area, the teams over the south, they will not hang by the edges because there's a lot of terrain that they have to go through, and maybe by doing that, Blacklist International have a safer passage, at least to ensure their safety, to get to the top 10.
Yeah, they need to figure out a way. Now this is their challenge. Of course, if you want to be the best of the best, you want to beat that representative of the Philippines, you need to find a way to overcome all these circumstances. Now, Hive International still finding their footing as well, but I do see a lot of support in the comment section. Do continue to give your support for your favorite teams. You never know if they may come back. Q Chicken Dinners, they'll be on top again, challenging for the top spot. and challenging to represent the Philippines again. Now,
That-
Eva Squad Killer, another team that has it, but they're starting to lose steam.
That's right. I remember when we have so many miracle stories back in the days, like even in the C wildcard region, like Orange Esports CG back in the days when they still have Stalker in with their squad. So like this team out of the C region, they were barely making it. They were at the bottom of the table. They make it to the top 16, and from the top 16, make it to the top 4 of the C finals, then to the global finals, and they have to play the wild card of the global finals. After that wild card, they get another top 4 finish, and that's how they make it to the globals. And after that, they shine bright, making to at least a top 8, respectable, memorable run for the Cambodian side. And of course, that was history in the making. Now, why I'm telling you this story, because the Philippines can make the same sort of history and pave their way, etch their names in the history books of PUBG Mobile. Here goes Momboy, getting picked from below. Unlucky for him, Spaz got the angles from below the tires.
Ooh, I mean, a team that we have talked about a lot. Now, only 2 team members left, unless if they could pick up Momboy, but okay. I just said too soon they couldn't, and he's been taken out. At the same time, the blue is going to give pressure, but Scotty wants to secure his elimination points, doesn't want to put them to waste, and there you go. He will get that elimination point. Dama killed, this is the last man standing, and this is the 4th circle. He does have 4 first aids though, but taking a little bit of a risk to tank out the blue, while at the same time 6 could be the one stopping them into the zone.
That's right, the Makuk. He's losing a lot of health bars, but thankfully he's made his way safely into the areas of play. Now, 6 Zitra. After a top 2 finish, this is where they have the confidence to challenge K Esports. Now, they don't really have too much to work with, but Jeff, he may have missed the first few shots, but he makes no mistake. K Esports this time, after winning that trade, this is basically karma working in mysterious ways.
Yeah, so it's a revenge there for 6 that almost got that first chicken dinner, but it was not by Key. So now we move on to Blacklist International. Somehow they managed to slip into the outer side of the circle, but cool. As well as he has the teammate. Kree is still on the outside, though Sakuragi is playing by the edge of the circle. Didn't manage to pick up Alice, and now they still need to find a way into the circle, but ESK will stop them.
That's right, Meow. Needing to get Jet back on his feet. Well, that opens a little bit of room for Blacklist International and Meow holding out to the mini 14. Try to land those tabs. Scotty is going to be the next one to fall with Meow pinning him down. But Tyra, oh my goodness! 3x scope down to the top of the hill. And he gets that pick. That was pretty insane if you ask me. And Tyra, definitely the shining star of Ecclestos Esports. And it's just going on foot casually, like nothing happened. While few struggling to survive. EKT, they only have 2 members here who are still healthy, while the rest are getting pinned. Manta Boy, though, he's still trying to tap onto members of M42, but there's barely any visuals. It's going to be a hard challenge from here on. And more shots being fired by Blanks coming from Hive International.
But just look at the number of teams playing on the outside of the circle, and this is the 4th coming to the 5th circle that we're talking about, and it's definitely going to hurt a lot. Blanks putting pressure onto the side of ESK, who's also playing by the edge of the circle. Obviously, Hive International, they're playing slightly on the inside, so they have a little bit of an advantage depending on how the circle will turn out. Tyra being shot at from M42 from the other side, trying to get into the circle as well. They are still stuck on the outside. The counter fire from Yue! Managed to get a knockdown, long range shot, but the nade almost taken out Yue, but the counter fire coming from the other side, Yue will go down.
Here comes Kaylor, though. Going for the challenge. Kaylor, he tries to hold the angles, but that is going to be Proxy that has it all covered up. I don't think there's any time at all. EKT, they all bled outside of the play zone.
Oh, just that one last thing. If only he had like 0.5 seconds, he'll be able to make that first heal, but that just had to happen. such a painful ending to watch. But let's see, the 5th circle, who will it favor? And it favors Demigod Incognito.
And I guess that this is that perfect scenario for Demigods to close out the game, but the only trouble that they have to worry about is not only the lurking Manta Boy that's on their eastern side, but Few as well as Dragon. They could hit them from the high grounds as well. So with that taken notice of, if they play their cards right to pick them off, they don't really have to worry about anything else. UTG, the trade back Amas, now falling back. Thank goodness he didn't need it, his members to help out. But over the south side, it's starting to get crowded. And Blacklist, they want to join into the party too.
For Blacklist International, they will want to join in, but they need to be careful because they only play with 3 team members. With Cool being gunned down, will be finished off by Primon. Kree at the same time will be gunned down as well from afar by the Mini 14 from Primon as well. Sakuragi, the Starman, the last man standing. Where is he? Oh, he's still on the outside.
Yeah, and I don't know. This is just a little bit iffy to me because usually when your team members get knocked out of the vehicle, you don't stop for anything at all. You just continue on. But they were being hopeful that they won't get picked off. UTG now needs to cover their tracks. Zap Esports is pushing in their way as well. So with so much pressure coming from the south, there's 5 teams. They're about for a fight. Here comes the grenade being charged up. H2R gonna try his level best to get the damage done. Zap now catches UTG fire on the other part of the map. Full Zap coming in with a little bit of a skirmish as they put the pressure on. Vigor finds Meow as more members of ESK get in trouble.
Oh, Expo almost being nailed down, but our Prime want to finish out the other team members from Too Easy. He managed to get 1. There's still more for him, and Expo finally goes out. 10th place for Too Easy.
That's right. And Zap, another stellar rounds up Miramar. I think that this is basically their favorite map because, yes, you can tell last game they got into the top 3 as well. And not only that, they close it up with a chicken dinner of their own. Iggy tries to go for a 360 spin of a view, but even with the view, he's not going to get any sort of help. Shazam goes in for the tabs. Dragon is on the ground as well. Now, Zap Esports, as much as this is a tight space to work with, this is very safe for them to slowly approach into the center, and there goes Sakuragi, Blacklist on 9th.
I mean, it's tough for Sakuragi. He's just too far away from circle, and it's just too much open space between him and the circle as well. And now we get focused on the elevate. Fear no one. They fear no one. But will they fear the circle? Looks like the circle will not favor them, and Demigod Incognitos, again, they do have the circle for the 2nd time in a row.
That's right, and Corporal, along with the rest of Hive, they're trying to climb this tough mountain, and this battle will be legendary between all of these teams here. 7 of them remaining, and Zap Esports, they're smart enough to cover themselves by the terrain, and H2R spots out Popti. Manta Boy now gets snipped out by newbie EYT as well. Not much of a HP bar left, so he's got to charge up with the boosters as well. Evil Squad Killer this time gets knocked out as well. And Manta Boy, he will be finished off, and newbie picks that 1-pointer just in time before he goes down the ground.
Oh, but there's no more time. Talking about time, not on the side of Hive International. No more time. The zone will start to close in. Iggy will be fired upon. Iggy is still trying to hang on for his dear life. At the same time, Zap Esports, we need to find a way into the circle as well. But Demigod Incognito still with a full squad. Has the circle advantage. Trying to keep other teams out. Elevate fear no one. Somehow managed to slip into the circle from the northern side.
Tango is finding a lot of good angles in. But they need to be careful of Hive, who's on the opposite side of the map. Now, with this compound right in the center stage, it's Demigod's round here to defend to their level best. And here comes a little bit of a grenade exchange as Chi tries to drop one on top of Zap. But Zap members, they're still thinking about the best solution to the scenario where if you move through that compound, you need to commit with 100%. Every single member will need to relay that info, and they're slowly marching in after setting up the smokes. Good move. Blanks finds Skid as Elevate loses a member.
PUBG now starting to pop out the nades. Will he be able to land onto their opponents? One by one being tossed out. They're starting to force their way into the circle. They do not have the circle at this moment. They have no choice but just to run and try. But G is there to stop them at their tracks.
Oh, here comes another one. Oh, that Molotov was perfectly placed. And God has all the might in the world to bring everything back for the Kings themselves. Demigods. Now, this is one hectic fight that they're taking, and Vigor comes in to punish them with the third party. They're just by the corner of the wall, and Rio doesn't have much to work with. He runs to the door, he gets picked off as well. Now, the situation gets a lot more bleak. Demigods, only with 2 left surviving. 2 more still on the ground, and Hive takes this opportunity to go in full charging with the rotations directed into the compound. Langs now charging up the grenade, and they are sending members flying in. Bigger getting the damage done. Bigger goes down, but the nades is enough to bring him down on his knees. Same goes to members of the side of Demigods, and now it's down to Edotan, last member remaining of Hive. And I guess that is all that they could possibly get out of this scenario. Edotan still trying to seek them all out. KD!
Then,
Cover it all.
I mean, a third party came in. It's going to be tough for them, but now, Incognito. They need to reset quickly. DJ is currently still down. G trying to buy time for his teammates, trying to fend them off. It's going to be 4v4, and yes, DJ will be picked up. He needs to reset, and they're going to start to fight again.
That's right, Demigods. They are absolutely unkillable. Even with 3 members down, they couldn't take them off. And for Demigod, this time, they fired on a beautiful angle. Rio, he juggled it so well with his free transition. And here comes that nade, all from the top of the roof. And this is where even gods can't bleed. And Nubi is pushing over to the UMP. He's holding down the line. And how much can he do? Wham! 1-1. Angle on top. That's all that they need. But D, remembers one after they're being grabbed. D almost find the final kill and elevate. Fear no one. We'll take the game.
I mean, Tango's position at the top of the building with that explosion on the vehicle. That vehicle explosion, I think that took out maybe like what, 2 team members from Demigod Incognito, and Elevate Fear No One, living up to their name, elevating up to the top floor, to the rooftop, fearing no one, including any form of demigod or any form of god at all, even in the form of a demigod, taking the ball out, taking home this chicken dinner. Congratulations to Elevate Fear No One.
Wow, that was some intense scenario, not only for these 2 teams that was duking it out. We saw Hive honestly could have actually gotten a whole lot more as well. But my oh my, that Demigods put up a fight, putting quite the defense, but like I said, sometimes God do bleed, and it was Elevate here that have shown us that they were mere mortals. And Elevate, now we're going to see them rise on top after a successful round in Miramar as we go to the highlights of the PMPL Philippine Qualifiers.
Well, one thing that these teams, or to be exact, the El Azhar teams, they need to reconsider. The next Miramar, do they still want to drop into the same area? And I'm talking about Demon Gun Pro. They lost 2 rounds in El Azhar. They really need to reconsider to drop somewhere else. I mean, if they just review back this live stream, they'll be able to see that there's a lot more places to play, and it's something for them to maybe change and switch up.
That's right, and I guess not only that, even for a top team like Key Esports, they do have bad games as well. We saw them right out in the open getting picked up one after another. I do think that we don't see that much of sniping action throughout both Miramar games, and it's evident that they're just more well-versed on close-quarter combat. And when we take a look at Blacklist International, where they struggled the entire round from decision-making of rotations down to, decision-making of how to survive the final few hurdles. So Demigods, as we saw, that she was that playmaker of the team. But Elevate Fear No One knew that it's high time to press on the attack, to know that there's only so little angles that Demigods can work with. So they just put on this chokehold, and by the end of it all, they managed to get themselves this big fat chicken dinner in their hands.
Oh yeah, definitely masarap for them to feel the taste, the glory, the delicious chicken dinner. And of course, with that chicken dinner, that will bring them up to 20 points. And of course, this is only for match number 5. Demigod Incognito's 19 points, just 1 point shy away from the same 20 points. Zap Esports 70 points. We have Hive International 16 points. M42 Esports 10 points. 9 points go to UTG International. 6 points goes to 2 Easy as well as 6 Anira.
And you take a look at M42. He got 9 frags to make it to the top 5 and a 10 pointer, and that is quite impressive to me. And well, I guess they really farm up those numbers out there. But if we take a look at the second paper out there, we got Reborn Deos with 4 points, along with Elevate Mikasa as well as Eclestos Esports. So Evil Squad Killer, the last we saw them doing well was basically back in game 2, and this time it didn't seem like there's all too much for them to work with in the early round. Demon Gun Pro, they got to change. We talked about this before. Blacklist International, this is only a 1 pointer for them, and here are your full standings after the span of a few rounds. There's still more to go right after this, but Key Esports, though they went out too soon, they still are on top of the table.
Yeah, they still at top of the table, 75 points, double chicken dinner for them so far. Zap Esports, a really consistent play as well from them. Second place, 72 points, only 3 points shy away from the top spot. Demigod Incognito's number 3 with 62 points. Number 4 goes to Hive International, 51 points. Number 5, Elevate No Fear, or Fear No One, 44 points. And we have number 6 Anira, 41 points. Blacklist International, number 7, 41 points as well. Elevate Mikasa, 8th place, 39 points.
That's right, and on the second page, we see Evil Squad Killer also tying the points with Elevate Mikasa, while the rest just have to do a lot better to catch up. I think that at least for M42 Esports, they are on an upwards trajectory. So now that they are having, this sort of momentum with those high fragging numbers, maybe it could go well if they do have the circle on their favor as well. But as we go down the list, first Eclestos is at 11, Too Easy at 12, UTG 13, Reborn Deos 14, MSI Lost Soul 15, and last but not least, it's Demon Gun Pro. Now, it's starting to be of a high concern for Demon Gun Pro at least, because they only got 4 points out of all the matches that's been played out so far. So what's the game plan? Like, at this rate, it might just be a little bit demotivating, but they should never lose hope, because every round is a chance to redeem themselves. Once Chicken Dinner will bounce them back up, I would say.
Yeah, definitely will at least give them that good feel. And let's not forget, it's not only today, it's also tomorrow as well. So there's still plenty of games to be played. Mathematically, anyone could still swap places. So it's still possible for them, despite only getting 4 points out of 5 games. It's below and even an average of 1 point per game. But ladies and gentlemen, are they going to do the comeback in the next round? Make sure to put your support in the comment section. My name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. We'll be seeing you in Sanout after this break.
Ada flank yang dilakukan oleh Luxy dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak bertukar lebih Getron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
最後跌咗啦，烏木飛，笨濕乸架啦，喂，你個超速跟住嗨你。แล้วโดนอีกหนึ่งเป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟตามร้อยดีอินฟินิตี้
Jatuhkan SM yang akan dicari. Tembakan jangan dilupakan. 1 jatuh untuk Trinity.
Lawan dengan 1 daripada 4 rivals, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
Hi everyone! There are many exciting updates in PUBG Mobile, and the new carry feature is one of them. When a teammate or enemy has been knocked down, besides reviving or eliminating them, you have another option. You can now carry any knockdown player and move them to another location. Yes, you heard that right. You can carry your enemies too. You just need to approach a player on the ground and tap the carry button to carry them. Do keep in mind that there are some limitations when carrying another player. First, you will move slower when carrying a player, and you can't crouch or go prone. You also can't fire any weapons, enter combat, collect supplies, enter vehicles, or use consumables. Yes, you will basically be defenseless. Your ability to read the situation on the battlefield will be put to the test. After conducting much research and consulting with experts, we've made the carry feature extremely realistic. Are you ready for a realistic and exciting battlefield? In addition, knockdown players are at the mercy of other players, with no way to prevent getting carried. When being carried, health won't drop as fast, but you can still be shot and hurt by enemies. So remember to be very careful when using this feature. This feature brings greater strategic depth to the game. You no longer have to be a sitting duck to save your teammates. You might even be able to take knockdown enemies hostage. Doesn't that sound interesting? There are still plenty more interesting ways to use this feature, and we can't wait to see what you come up with. Of course, there's even more fun and exciting content lined up for release, so keep following us on our channels and stay tuned. Happy gaming! See you next time!
fight. Menembak bertukar dengan Bigetron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
追到跌倒啦，烏木飛，笨濕乸架啦，喂，你個超速跟派你。แล้วโดนอีกหนึ่งเป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟตามร้อยดีอินฟินิตี้
Jatuhkan SMJ akan dicari. Tembakan telah dilepaskan. Satu jatuh untuk Trinity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada Four Rebels, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
Intro ah. And
PMPL MYSG PH Season 5 Qualifier Finals for the Philippines region, and this is game number 6 already. Wow, look how time flies. And of course, we're still here with you. My name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. Thank you again to Crafton, Tencent Games, Express like me, and Quantum Studios for having this tournament for all of us. Of course, again, you're watching the Philippines region qualifiers, and this is it. Now, we're counting down the games now, and we will find out who will represent the Philippines. But of course, not today. Tomorrow, right after this, we're going to jump back into Sanhok.
That's right. And you know, the last Sanhok bout was absolutely chaos. Like, we see so many fights going on everywhere. And you know, Sir Cloud, we've seen a lot of all these pro players from around the world play different sort of strategies. And it seemed like we have ideations of team who like to play the healing game, but majority of them are still playing within a circle. They're not down to just hanging out by the blue zone. They just want to take those fights in order to secure those massive amount of elimination points by the end of that round. And I guess that with only 2 other games later being set for the bigger map, Sanhok, this is a little bit of a refresher as compared to, you know, what we just seen early on. So match 6 is underway. And for those of you tuning in, whether if you're from the Philippines or you're from the rest of the world, of course, give all the love that you can to your favorite teams that are playing this entire day as we take this flight from Langkawi all the way down to Tambang.
It's going to be another kind flag path here for the land of Sanhok. Now, if we were to recap a little bit on Sanhok, most of the teams, they play a regular game. So a regular game in Sanhok means a lot of shooting. Not many teams actually play the healing game, so that's kind of good news for us as viewers. So we can expect a lot of action here in Sanhok. Now, since this will be the second Sanhok, there will be a lot of learning for sure for all these teams on how they're going to move, how they're going to drop, how do they avoid early fights. I'm keeping my eyes on some hot spots that we saw earlier on, but this time it looks like it's going to be quite a fair split between these teams. But it's not going to be a fair split for the circle. It could still end up in the Camp Alpha Island, or if it just chooses to mess with all of us, it could go to the Paradise Resort Island.
That's right, and I like the idea coming from Elevate and Mikasa. Just take a look. They have all the small compounds being covered up inside of the Cam Alpha Temple side. And you have Spaz, who is taking that hot area, which we saw in that previous Sanhok match, where all the fights were taking place in that six shack that I usually call it. But, well, I guess it's kind of like a no-brainer. This circle is either going to take it all the way inside of the Alpha region, or it could be somewhere northern side of that small little lake that you're seeing on your screen on the middle of the map.
Yeah, if it was me, like if I had the opportunity, my first thought is migrate to the Camp Alpha Island as soon as possible, especially going up to the Camp Alpha hilltop, because that will be a really advantageous spot if whoever who's able to secure that and the circle happens to be there, That's great. It's just being up there and farm eliminations. In case the circle moves away after their migration, it's always easier to move from Camp Alpha to the main island as compared from the main island to Camp Alpha for some reasons. For the reasons being the Camp Alpha mountain, and that's about it. So that's why taking that Camp Alpha Island is such a good spot. So far, from our view, nobody's there. But if anyone takes the courage to go up there, secure that spot, lock down that area, it's perfect for them.
That's right, and I do look forward to what they're about to set up. Now we take a glimpse of Blacklist International, invited into this PH qualifier, a very formidable team with ample of experience, and of course, backed by possibly the greatest of management staff and everybody who's in the Philippines who's exposed to esports will definitely know of Blacklist International because they truly are top tier and they've been able to break the code multiple times. See, even I do fumble, but they definitely don't. So the thing about Blacklist International is this: like after casting some of their matches back in the Sibol cards, they are a team that everybody's cheering on for, but at the most critical of time, there are times that the nerves get into them, or there's some unfortunate incident that happens within the game, and suddenly, like they don't manage to get their way into the Southeast Asia Championship for multiple occasions already. But this time, this is the best chance. So long as Blacklist International gets a consistent number in every single match, they should be well on their way to chase up not only Key Esports, but anybody who's currently above them because they are sitting around, top 6 for the last we checked?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe, it was about top 6 for them. So far, they are still in the running for that top spot. Just that they need to find a way to elevate themselves a little bit more in terms of getting better placements, because from a lot of situations that we saw Blacklist International, they bow out fairly early or they lose team members early on during their long rotations. But I can see that they're trying to do something different this time. They're starting to move a little bit earlier into the circle. Right now, they are already in the circle. They should be somewhere up north, whereby it's somewhere in the middle of the circle, and it's refreshing to see them doing this change. It's as if they heard us talking about it, and let's see if it works out for them in this round.
That's right, Demigod Incognito opting to cross into the island using the river. Well, they just have to make a little bit of a swim. Possibly got a few pointers out of Michael Phelps. I do believe that there's also a lot of, great talents in the Olympics from the Philippines and also for the SEA Games as well. Why I'm mentioning that is also because the top team here will be in consideration to be selected by Team Sibol to represent the Philippines in the upcoming major event worldwide. Well, of course, that's all eyes on the players, and we hope to see what's going to be the best players. I mean, who's going to be the best players to be selected by the end of it all? Now, MSI Lost Souls, they're on a boat, and I hope that they find this package in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, why not, right? Hopefully it's in their pathway. Not too sure exactly which part of the ocean though, but we have to give props to our observers as well, putting in a lot of visual aesthetics for us to have like this kind of views, like that kind of angle, like the way they follow some players, some teams around. Just have to give them props to that. It's an amazing work coming in from the observers. But now, talking about Blacklist International, they'll get their first blood in this round, so it's going to be a good start for them. First blood, and in the circle, perfect.
That's right. Blacklist International opening up fire, and now being a lot more proactive, you can see the results are starting to take shape. Elevate Fear No One, though they got themselves a win, it felt like it's a chicken dinner curse, right? Like Key Esports, they got that chicken dinner much earlier, and then they get punished. And this time around, I don't really want to jinx members of Elevate, but yeah, things are looking to be a little bit rowdy here as Incognito is in the fight.
Oh no, and they're losing member after member. Web is now the last man standing. Let's see, Beast. Is it gonna be a Beast? But Beast almost gunned down, but Web! Wait a second, where did that shot come from? Then we got Incognito, the first team to go out, but wait a second. Who was shooting? M42 it is.
That's right, it's Fear coming in with the flank angle, but he doesn't really have the rest of his members pushing in as well. He could have possibly third party this entire compound, but I think they are wary of the situation that Mikasa is on the other corner, so that's definitely good trigger discipline coming from members of Elevate. And I'm just a little bit more concerned of the teams. They're not in this island. These 3 teams, yeah, cool. They can play it slowly.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens in the next circle. But it's very likely they can play it chill. They can pick wherever location they want, and as long as they have enough ammunition, they could probably lock down certain entry points. Now we move over to Elevate Esports Mikasa. Such a long name though. They're in the same situation, and we can see that they're trying to block entry points. They know that someone else is around. So they're just going to make sure that, okay, no one gets that high ground advantage. If I don't get it, you don't get it as well. But talking about getting stuff, Blacklist International, wow, they're on the roll. They're getting elimination after elimination. That's
right. And they're just basically hunting out, and they want to crash into the bout of souls. And I don't know if this is going to be anything for them with a big wraparound. Pinning him out. My word! With 7 more bullets left in the chamber, he has to go for a reload. But with the last coming into the foray as well, MSI, they can still turn this around with only 2 members left for the side of Blacklist. And he goes with S12K! S12K! Cloud! Have you seen anything like this? One-man army taking out Blacklist International? And we're talking about Blacklist International. We're talking about Sakuragi and Cole here. And Pickles. Like what you said. Left with sour feeling, sour taste to them. Oh, now I understand why when people order quarter pounders, they remove pickles. Because pickles can hurt your soul. I'm one of them. I don't mind pickles. If it's gonna be this good, hell yeah. I'm keeping my pickles the next time. I don't know. Maybe you might get blacklisted. Ooh. Wow. Just throwing it. Not to throw some shades, of course, but yikes. Yikes. That's a push which Blacklist International could have actually done it. But did they expect that S12K? Not at all. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. Like, would you expect an S12K? Like, because he was shooting with an M4 early on, so you thought like, okay, yeah, he has an M4, we can outplay him. We just play our usual game. Bam! Here comes the S12K, and everyone goes like, what? Seriously, yes, and that's okay? They'll be counting their blessings it wasn't a DBS, but an S12K is pretty much the same. Well, you know, when you talk about the DBS, it reminds me of this Japanese team called Bluebees in one of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, where the Japanese meta, they love to play shotguns in Zadok, and we'll get to that in a little bit. As it's a little bit of spasm as range covers enough ground and seeks him out. Now back to the shotguns, right? Bluebees ensured that whenever they play in Sanok, the shotguns are always out. And sometimes not even in Sanok, they even bring it over to places like Miramar, Arangel, and a lot of people underestimate the shotgun, but the shotgun does wonders. Doesn't matter if it's DBS, S12K, could be a S18 or the S6. And, well, I don't know about the sawed-off, but hey, if you got no other weapons, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I remember that one. I remember those. That was back in the day where the DPS was doing the airdrop. I hang that thought for a second. Mel with a long range spray coming in with an M4, using up all his ammunition in one clip, and Jet will finish up, making sure they get that elimination point. 3 elimination points now. Hype International with Blanks, the last man standing, and we're talking about a lot of experience in Blanks. Hopefully, experience can help him to outplay his opponents and get to as high as possible when it comes to placement points.
That's right. The last we saw them having the best result in Sana this time. Fights after fights, and with the rotation into the island, there is honestly no way to avoid a single fight unless if you drive by the water, which you could also be blown up by teams that are waiting by the corners of the shore. So it definitely isn't easy to navigate inside of Sandhawk. So Evil Squad Killer, at least they're off to a good start. They cleared out the sector of Painan. Now they're slowly looking across the bridge in the hopes of taking down the final member of Hive.
Too easy. They're going to go in for the healing game. They're going for the search, trying to find more first aids. But the bad news is that they only got a total of 6 first aids between these two players, so it's definitely not going to be good enough.
It doesn't cut it. Like,
Oh,
they should have known that there's going to be other teams that drop into the sector because of the flight path that rotates towards the side. And who started off from ruins? It's Blacklist International. They're definitely not leaving any med kits or first aid kits behind. While DG, they're also struggling. I'm looking at the outskirts. We still have Zap gatekeeping 2 teams by the corner of Tatmong.
okay, I'm going to claim this, okay? Whoever migrates into the Camp Alpha Island very early on now has this big advantage of just chilling. But the interesting thing is that no one is on top of the Camp Alpha Mountain. So no one has secured that spot just yet. But M42 is making them move. If M42 is able to lock down that mountain, if you know how to split up like a 2 on the northern side, 2 on the southern side, it's going to be perfect for them. But that's going to be bad news for these teams still on the main island, including Zap Esports. Now they're being pressured from behind.
That's right. Opti casually moving in with the scooter as Raimon goes in for a pick. DG has 1 member taken out. Raimon having the 3x with him as he just keeps his eyes over on the other corner. Opti can contribute into the fight if they want to, but taking an early fight like this, you might attract too much attention, and that's not always a good thing. Sometimes it is if you demand a fight, but this is in no place to demand a fight, especially when both teams are outside the zone, and I guess that they will continue to gatekeep somewhere across the bridge.
Yeah, not at all. No, this is definitely not good news. Okay, I'm keeping my eyes on the amount of first aid. So Step Bro doesn't have anything on his
No
side.
helmet.
He doesn't even have a helmet. I mean, if I were them, I wouldn't even take that shot. I'll be like, okay, let them pass and I'll try to sneak in. But now let's get focused onto Elevate Fear no one. They definitely don't fear anyone. They have 7 first aids at least on the hands of 8G, X-Bro. Cooking up the nade, tossing up to the top of the mountain, but not going to land that easy.
Well, Tyra ain't making any bank this time around, so MS is just taking a little bit of a dive and Elevate. They can't really get those angles so long as they stake to the rocky areas of the terrain. So, really interesting situation that Elevate's got themselves into. Elevate Fear No One have closed out the game much early on, getting the chicken dinner of their own. But if we slowly look at the current situation, despite the standings, I think that teams are adapting so much better. It's just that nobody is finding a rhythm of momentum other than, M42 as well as Zap Esports so far.
Oh. Step Bro, could he get one? Yes, he can. But then at the same time, his teammate Kenzo will be gunned down. Step Bro will be shot at from the other side. And this, we talked about this. They will be gatekeep. And now Zap Esports is the one gatekeeping them. They managed to get themselves onto Hartin. And now whoever's on the main island will be kept out.
Wow, they definitely do have sharp eyes, and Tyra, got revived by his teammates, and now also gatekeeping anybody who have not crossed that bridge. UTG International. I've never really seen UTG struggle so much in the competition before, and I guess today is one of those bad days. But as for Key Esports, hey, good news. Look at the circle. They are the only team that's fully inbound directly into the center, and everywhere else is open ground. The only challenger, MSI, as well as Zap.
Yeah, so M42, they took the high ground at Camp Alpha, and now it's going to be easier for them to go down. It's not that far away for them. The circle is kind of okay, and they have that high ground advantage anyway as they move down. They have the vantage point. Scotty picking up his teammates. Señor teammates. ¿Cómo estás, mi amor? That's the extent of my Spanish. And now my
I don't understand. Well, I gotta pick some up for myself. Just watch a little bit of Money Heist, and I'll get there.
There you
now, I'm not too sure if there's gonna be much of a heist here, but Kansas side, Kaler. He prefers the red dot so that he could just get those perfect bird's eye view. But then again, the rotation using those vehicles were way too fast, and we had a lot of conversations about using vehicles in Sanout this time. I think it's definitely great because you're diving into the island now. There's so many casualties. No. Minor Sky, he's only gonna have advantages. There's no way he'll survive, especially with Mikasa up top the hill already man marking him by the tree.
Yeah, he ain't getting out of this. Definitely. It's a matter of time really for Minus Guy. So let's see how many placements can he go on. We still have 14 teams, so despite 37 players, we still have 14 teams. If anyone goes out at this point, it's going to be 0 placement points for them. Minus Guys now having the risk of going out without any placement points. But the good news is that they already got 6 elimination points, so it's fairly okay. Can be better, but it's alright. Elevate fear no one. They don't need to fear anyone literally because no one's around them. Only one team behind, and they just need to play the gatekeeping role.
I like what they did there early on, especially when they were outside the circle. A member was knocked down, so they decided to drop all the first aid kits so that he could survive under that tree for a moment. UTG gets 1 pick, and Hive International this time dropping a little too soon. Oh, and apparently Reborn, they are the team with the most amount of frags right now, though they are depleted. There's only 1 member remaining from the side of RBN.
1 more to go. 1 more to go. How long can he stand? But how long? And the opponents here on 6. 1 goes down. And there's 3 more to go. Being gatekeep currently. At the same time, we can see that EG gets 1 for himself, and his opponent has been eliminated. Reborn Dios, 12th place for them.
Well, they definitely tried pretty hard in that circumstance, and this circle is just favoring Key Esports as well as MSI even more. Now, everybody else, as you can see on the mini-map, there's barely enough teams with a full stack other than M42, Zap as well as Key. And this is where it's all about strategizing. Do you want to play outside of a blue zone, or do you just find a way by hook or by crook push Key Esports, which is not an easy task to do at all?
Not at all, not at all, not at all. This is going to be super tough. Even for X-Bro, right now, he still need to find a way into the circle, but check this out. He's being gatekeep as well. He entered the circle is closing in. Jeff will need to move, but they could bump into each other. Jeff, will he go up for the high ground? Nope, he chooses to go onto the right side. But there is a small entry, as we can see. But can he make his way there? Now, he needs to be careful of those who are currently gatekeeping, not only from in front on the left side, but from the high ground on the right side as well.
That's right. Well,
Yumi,
he tried to get in the vehicle, but he didn't make it out. Now that vehicle's smoking up already. Bial just gotta take a look at what's on top of the hill. It's M42. Not only shattered their vehicle, but also picked them up one after another. Doesn't matter if Phil doesn't get into the circle. He's just going to farm all this number. I see blue is not going to be in the blue, but will feel pretty blue after this.
Definitely not going to be a good feeling, but range, wow. With that long range, with that knockdown. What a good shot there coming in from range, but he's not done yet. Now the spray onto the left side, but from our vision, we do know that there's no one there is trying his luck, trying to land those shots. And Zygot is currently in trouble, probably been spotted out. And Iran, K Esports, they are still in this with a full squad though.
Oh, wow. This is going to be so tough. And indeed, they do have the full squad, but look at the new situation. Nobody's in the circle. This is open field. And I think M42 have a legitimate chance right here. They're on the elevated side, and nobody's really marking them as well. But the problem is this. Range. He's already outside of the blue zone. They cannot march out. Few. If he walks, he's going to get shot as well. Pickle's next one to fall. So everybody takes a bite on that Pickle for a little bit. And this is where Few, he found an angle to bring not only Pickles down, but also finds RC.
Few managed to secure a couple more elimination points, so that's going to be 9 elimination points so far for M42 Esports. Now Marquez tries to find a way into the circle, but he'll be got down. Now it's down to his last two teammates, Demigod as well as Ran. Will he be able to do it? The name be tossed out by Ran. But then again, they still need to find a way into the circle. At the same time, Pop T will come in from behind. Pop T now being pressured by the zone. They need to move in. It's going to be a 2v2. They secure one elimination point before they move in, but one will go down. Rival the last man standing. Can Rival and Jin get elimination point? But no! Shot! Still being the thought towards K Esports. Where did they come from? No!
And what did I tell you? M42, not only did they make it into the circle, Few took charge of that fight where he came in as a third party, where they fight on that broken wall. He's got that perfect angle. And speaking of perfect angle, make that 6. M42 having Captain Few here dominating this matchup. Now it's down to 1 versus 1. Well, I guess Nero's got a little space to work with. He hurt those shots. Nero, can he surprise members of M42? Few. This is his final hurdle. And we saw that perfect setup.
Oh.
Well, there's going to be a lot of smokes that he will need to put out. Now shots are makes it out alive. He gets an extra, and he will get himself healed up before challenging Nero. It's all down to this. The smokes setting up a little bit of blockage, but he is going to crack open the grenade. Oh, he's walking to it, though. A little bit of a channeling, but that's going to be enough damage. Nero has to push it up as well. It's about who has the most HP left. And Nero, he only has 1 pack. Both are actually going in for the killing game. Nero goes in for the final 2 shots. But there's a little bit of an angle.
Left, right.
Nero just got the challenge. Phil from M42 Esports have secured the game in the bag. And this guy does it all. Congratulations. The man, the myth, the legend. M42's Few have carried the banner of M42 all the way till the very end.
Man, such an iconic player that says Few is in the house, showing his team, showing everyone else how it's done with that amazing solo play coming in from Phil. Man, I'm so happy to see such an experienced player really showing it out. Just look at his gameplay. His gameplay was like, I put pressure. Yes, I have 4 first aids, but no, I'm not going to play the passive game. I'm not going to play the healing game. I'm just going to go for it. And he puts pressure after pressure after pressure, and the benefits rigged up. And there you have it, the chicken dinner, the well-deserved chicken dinner, and M42 Esports. This again could be their one more step to the rise of that possibility of challenging for the top spot.
There's so many amazing things that happened in this match. We saw Pickles clutching out against Blacklist International, and there's so many one-man army players out here that can make that huge difference. And you take a look at Step Bro, of course, coming out from the other angle, but instead, BG, they consistently get punished, and so many different concepts and high-level play being displayed from all of these top-tier Filipino teams. So when we take a look at a lot of unfortunate incidents, this has to be one of the hardest circles that we've seen so far in Sanhok.
Whoa, yeah, it is definitely a tough circle, no doubt. At some point, it was like kind of like 60-40, and then it goes all the way up north, and at the end, it was an open circle. Man, just have to look at this view and really appreciate the jump shot that came in together with it towards the end. And feel, my goodness, he must have 3 versatile relief, and then phew, it's all done, chicken dinner.
That's right, and he got himself 7 frags, and same goes to Rage in that final hour. So, of course, as it stands, that's 15 frags.
Whoa.
15, I'm telling you, for M42 Esports. And do pardon my hiccup, that's been a bit of a dry run for my throat, but hey, just look at MSI, Lost Souls. I think hiding behind the tree also give them hiccups, not only myself.
Well, what did I tell you, Contra, about the moment they secured that Camp Alpha high ground? That's it. Pretty much, it's a very, very high chance for them to win, and they did exactly that. So 30 points for M42 Esports, MSI Losso 18 points, Key Esports 16 points, Zap Esports 13 points, 6 Anira 8 points, Reborn Dios 7 points, QEZ 6 points, Ecclestos Esports 5 points, and we have Uber Squad Killer 4 points, 3 points for UTC International, Elevate Mikasa, Elevate FNO, we have a lot of names here. Blacklist International 2 points, Demon Gabro 1 point, Demigod Incognito as well as Hype International, no points for them in this round. But this is where all matters, the standings with Key Esports still on top.
Wow, they're about to break the 100-point mark. Key Esports just need 9 points to be the first team with the triple digits. Zap Esports having that consistency have definitely paid off, and look at who's at number 3 after that massive chicken dinner secured by Few, showing how well he navigates not only in Sanhok but also outplays his opponent. And I can tell you that he could also play the healing game if he wants to win, because he got 2 first aid compared to 1, but he's not leaving that to chance. But, you know, because of that, they got 67 points, 62 points now in favor of Demigod Incognito. Hive International now in the top 5, and suddenly, within that span of 1 game, Blacklist International went from 6 all the way to 9, and it's going to be 6 Anira, literally on number 6 with that 49 corner, 47 for Elevate, and Kill Spot Killer coming in at 43.
Oh, then we have Blacklist International 43 as well at 9th place, and so on and so forth. Of course, there's a lot of numbers here for us to digest, but don't worry about it. It's not the final number just yet. We still have at least 2 more games to be played today, and it's going to be the last 2 games in Erangel as well as Miramar, and then we'll be back for day number 2 tomorrow. So whatever happens, we still have day number 2. So if your support is for teams currently on page number 2, don't give up just yet. There's still a lot more games to play. Anything can happen. It could still shuffle. Anyone could shoot up on top, just like what M42. They were on page number 2 for the longest time, and now look at where they are. They're currently at number 3.
That's right. So with so many more games still left uncharted, we will slowly discover what happens in all of these matches to come. So make sure you all stick around. It's Circa as well as Contra here. Make sure you drop us a little bit of love as well as some likes on our pages. And you know what? We'll be right back in a short moment. So don't go anywhere.
Ada flank yang dilakukan oleh Zuxi dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak pertukaran Bigetron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
對手跌咗啦，烏木咩？笨濕乸架啦，喂！你仲超速跟唔係你？แล้วโดนอีก 1เป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟเรียบร้อย The Infinity
จับ dibutuhkan. SMG akan dicari. Tembakan jangan dilupakan. Satu jatuh untuk Trinity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 Rebels, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
Hi everyone! There are many exciting updates in PUBG Mobile, and the new carry feature is one of them. When a teammate or enemy has been knocked down, besides reviving or eliminating them, you have another option. You can now carry any knockdown player and move them to another location. Yes, you heard that right. You can carry your enemies too. You just need to approach a player on the ground and tap the carry button to carry them. Do keep in mind that there are some limitations when carrying another player. First, you will move slower when carrying a player, and you can't crouch or go prone. You also can't fire any weapons, enter combat, collect supplies, enter vehicles, or use consumables. Yes, you will basically be defenseless. Your ability to read the situation on the battlefield will be put to the test. After conducting much research and consulting with experts, we've made the carry feature extremely realistic. Are you ready for a realistic and exciting battlefield? In addition, knockdown players are at the mercy of other players, with no way to prevent getting carried. When being carried, health won't drop as fast, but you can still be shot and hurt by enemies. So remember to be very careful when using this feature. This feature brings greater strategic depth to the game. You no longer have to be a sitting duck to save your teammates. You might even be able to take knockdown enemies hostage. Doesn't that sound interesting? There are still plenty more interesting ways to use this feature, and we can't wait to see what you come up with. Of course, there's even more fun and exciting content lined up for release, so keep following us on our channels and stay tuned. Happy gaming! See you next time!
Ada flank yang dilakukan oleh Luxy dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak pertukaran Bigetron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
最後跌咗啦，烏木咩？不得執冷架啦，喂，你個超速跟派你。แล้วโดนอีกหนึ่งเป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟเรียบร้อยดีอินฟินิตี้
Jatuhkan SMG akan dicari. Tembakan sedang dilepaskan. Satu jatuh untuk Trinity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 Rebels, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Big Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH, and this is the Philippines Qualifiers, where we have the top 16 teams of the region to get all out to see who is the best team to represent the Philippines to join in the ranks of the PMPL teams here. And not only that, the top team will also be eventually considered for Team Sibol, where you get to represent your home nation of the Philippines on a global stage to participate in international tournaments. And that definitely will be quite a feat. And well, Sir Cloud, I think we've already seen a lot of astounding talents here really shining bright, especially from that last game. We saw View finding his way to that chicken dinner on an intense scenario from outside of the blue zone. And not only that, we saw Pickles coming out with a 1 versus 4 play as well.
Oh yeah, the S12K Pickles. That will be a little bit of a nightmare for Blacklist International. That's definitely going to make the highlights. But of course, without further ado, we will jump into match number 7, and this will be in Miramar. Again, the third Miramar, and my eyes will be set onto El Azhar. Are there going to be 2 teams again in El Azhar?
Yeah, this definitely is a question to be answered by both of the teams that are thinking of doing that. But what are the chances if they switch their plan and they end up meeting again? That will be more interesting, but likelihood of that not really going to be happening. But I do like this flight path though, Sir Cloud, where we take a look at the flight path starting from Puerto Paraíso, Impala, all the way up into La Corberia. That opens up almost every city that's left available up for grabs. Maybe going to Campo is, of course, too much of a far stretch, or even Minas de Sur. But hey, major cities that are closer to the center. This is what we want to see. A fair challenge. And we've already seen circles that are moving into the eastern end. This time, it's basically directly in the middle of the areas such as Hacienda del Patron, and right over on the lower side. Pecado is a place where a lot of teams love to drop in, because wherever the circle goes, most likely Pecado will still be included.
Yeah, Picado, since it's kind of centered in this map. Okay. To the topic of El Azhar. Yes, it's going to be round 3 between these 2 teams again, Contra. Round 3. Let's remember, it is 2-0. Let's see if it's going to change this time.
And maybe they're plotting a little bit of a different stance, as you can clearly see the last few fights that these guys have taken. Some of the members were dropping into the southern side of El Azhar first, and then move into the middle of the city. Now, after 2 losses, DG, they're still having their pride intact, and you know, you gotta lick your sore wounds. Like, you gotta fight like a warrior. So this spirit of never backing down is commendable. Is it the best thing to do? Maybe not so, but you got to try at the very least. Well, Reborn Deos, they're already getting shots this time around, so it's payback time. Here comes Snap Pro.
Yep, here we go. Here we go. Could it be payback time? They're not done yet here. Kenzo once more. Kenzo definitely gets one, but he wants more. He wants a big, big revenge here for 2 rounds worth of disappointment. First blood given to Kenzo as well as Step Pro. Anyways, coming from the same team, Demon Gun Pro gets the upper hand.
That's right, DGP just showing the stonks in this match. And Reborn Deos, they're pretty much scattered this time around. Instead of going directly to the city, their approach is slightly different as compared to what we last saw. So their priorities are on vehicle because they can't navigate their way around if they weren't using any. So just doing the smart casual moves as they've already lost Bs in that skirmish. So I think that it doesn't really tell too much. Maybe they just want to stock up and then eventually take the fight back in El Azhar.
Yeah, I don't know if they still want to go there though, considering that circle is somewhere in the middle. But if they do choose to go there, it's probably going to be more of like just stomping their dominance in El Azhar. So now that it's not going to be a full-on force fight in El Azhar, considering that Reborn Dios, they lost that one team member, I'll give this 1 point to the other side.
Yeah, DG definitely have worked pretty hard for this. M42, we see range getting tagged. I do believe that's coming in from Blacklist International as they are coming from the southern end. So this definitely has to be my favorite part of the city. And if there's ever going to be a Mikado ending, I would absolutely love to, put all my energy to cast it. But at the moment, Proxy getting shot upon on. But that's a UMP. It doesn't really contribute too much on long range unless you can control the recall perfectly. And speaking of recall control, BD14 not hitting the mark as well. Too easy. We'll say otherwise about their taps though. So it's not that the opponents are elusive, but Tyra could easily trade back, but they are a little bit worried by the noise created by the Crazy Troll.
Oh, that was a close one that the nade almost taking Tyra out. But Tyra now with the revenge, and Tyra looks like Crazy Troll is not the one trolling, but he's being trolled at by Tyra, not Banks. So there's going to be one in the back for Qualifier Esports, and the second one, in fact, taking out Saigon. And that's 2 elimination points, too easy, with only 2 members left. Not a good start.
That's right. Now, going back to Amas, which I'm not too sure what it means in Tagalog, but Amas in Malay means goal. So if it's the same meaning, I hope that he's going for goal and glory this time around. Senor, this is moving upwards. Yeah, I believe that we can pop a translator out there eventually.
Yeah. Fun fact, it is. Amas does mean goal. In Tagalog as well.
So this is the reason why that it's meant to be. The Philippines belong to this pro league because we have so much more in common than we actually thought. So it's all love, no war. But as for the players here, they're showing otherwise. More shots being fired. Look at the setup. This is insane. My word! What a plan that Reborn Deos have come up with! They stopped them in the middle of the highway, but Mikey still gets tagged. It's only down to Collide now. And Nav getting some helping hand. Now it's down to this. Micro Uzi goes in, and Straw Hat goes in to eliminate another one. And John doesn't really have all too much HP to work with. Same can be said. Fire Sky going for the back line.
Here we go. What? Hang on.
He lost the tire.
He lost the tire. He lost everything. Oh no. Collide. He actually managed to make that comeback, but they're not done yet. They're not yet done yet. Okay, Strawwhat is still alive, but Strawwhat is facing a 1v2. How did they lose this fight? Collective win. What? What? How did Reborn Dinos lose this fight? It is impossible. They had that setup. Demon God Pro in the valley. How did they lose it? And look, this is their moment.
Watch it burn! And the demon have sent them all the way down under. And this is that statement. Now, what did I tell you? Round 3 is definitely worthwhile.
Wow. I mean, I'm still wondering how did they lose that. The setup was great. They got 3 knockdowns, but they hesitated to finish off the last team member.
They're supposed to just push in. It's just clear to them that they should just basically pummel it down, because honestly, Demon is not supposed to survive because they barely had enough cover. Then again, you take a look at that. It was a 4 versus 3. But then I would also eat my own words because they did knock people down throughout that rotation. So that remains as a mystery. But DG, they will definitely not back down from any other El Azahar fights anymore.
Wow. Okay. Yep. That's going to be a statement there. So expect the next Miramar, which is going to happen tomorrow, by the way, for these two teams to still fight it off to be the kings of El Azahar. Keep your eyes on that. Man, I'm just... It's been a crazy day, right? I mean, we've seen lots and lots of plays. But here's an MK14 for all of us just to chill things down on to the next circle. But that was a very, very quick chill. And one more team has been eliminated. Qualifier Esports, 15 place for them. No placement points for them this round.
Well, you know what they say, Cloud. There's no rest for the wicked, so... Yikes! Feels bad. It's getting picked off like... I don't know. What you say, like fries? Like... I think I'm still trying to recover from what went on earlier. But hey, take a look at this. Sliding Buggy and Edo 10.
Okay.
Is this like a roller coaster ride? Looks like one.
Yeah, it's like you start off slow and then you go all the way down. Then you go woo!
You put your hands up in the air, but you can't do that in PUBG though. Because like, moment that you put your hands up in the air, you're a gunner. And Edo isn't having the best roller coaster ride of his life though. So as we cruise through the valley of chicken dinners, it's gonna be MKS with that full 4-pointed. So Elevate, of course, starting the run with a high note. It's Blacklist International this time, just holding on to the Southern Pachinki warehouse, as they are just having a little bit of that off-road exchange at 6 Zitra International Negro. Well, is there a way to shorten up the name other than calling it 6? Like, do you call it 6ZIA?
I guess we just call it...
6 will do.
I think 6 will do. Yeah.
Yeah, like, are you gonna be going on a hotline blink with Drake himself, the 6 god?
Well, I wish I had my phone, but I don't at this moment.
You know, like, international charges are very expensive, especially if you call it to Canada. And hey, Smart got you guys covered back in the Philippines. So, yeah.
That's a very good segue. Sponsors, give this guy a raise just for that.
Well, if the Blacklist International lands a tap, they deserve a pay raise too. But of course, the big chunk should be to qualify for the PMPL MY SGPH bout. So, as we currently take a look at the shift of the circle, majority of the teams are on the southern end, and some of them are already in St. Martin. But hey, Hacienda is the place to be, and MSI Lost Souls, they're already in that perfect position This time, Too Easy gets caught out. Cree secures in the pointer. What? The rest of Too Easy? They're nowhere in sight.
Blacklist International coming back to their roots of playing in their comfort zone of playing by the edge of the circle, which is, well, fine if you're comfortable doing that. And considering that this kind of circle is in the middle, it's kind of okay for them. They don't need to rotate that much just yet, but now they need to do so. Now, Demigod Incognito is trying to make that rotation as well into the circle, coming through Hacienda. And I believe they're already in the circle. They just need to pick their location. UTG International, another team that's currently still struggling though. At least they still have the circle, but they can't afford to lose fight after fight. That has been their struggle.
Yeah, and I gotta say this, for those who are more in tune with the PH scene, you will have known that there was a major roster swap coming in for UTG International. So the current lineup of Hive was UTG's previous roster. So maybe this kind of explains maybe the time for preparation and to build that form of chemistry. It's significantly a very different team as compared to, you know, the past few seasons where UTG, they are that ruthless bunch. And I guess when you transfer going into a different team, there's always different things that you have to adapt to. So I guess maybe it's not just about in-game adaptation, but it's all about working together, I must say.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. This is a very team-based game, no doubt. I mean, everyone has pretty much like the same skill level. Everyone can shoot, but what differentiates this team is that how they work as a team. The keyword is team, and that's why Key is on top.
That's right. You can't spell PUBG without you. So, or I don't know if that's gonna relate, but then again,
Right.
I mean, teamwork definitely makes the dream work, but sometimes you gotta put in that effort to make it work with your team as well. So Chi comes in with the first M24 shot of the evening. Beautiful stuff coming in from Demigod, while Zygot tries to lob a grenade in. And Icy Blue have already sensed it. Well, I guess it's a little bit of a Spidey sense going on, but then again, who's Spider-Man?
I guess all of them, considering that they're wearing the same suits, which is following the theme. But obviously, no one's using that enhancement from the event. But that is, of course, another mode that we're talking about. Blacklist International. Now they need to face up against an opponent, which is currently in the compound. Kree's currently down to Sakuragi, starting to move in. But again, they pick up Kree. Kree's bleeding out, 80% of health left.
There's still time, but Sakuragi's got to heal up as well. There's no room for him to at least advance forward, and then now he's getting clipped up as well. RC pinning him down. MSI lost, so they're winning this trade out against Blacklist International. Now it's only down to the last as well, Blackpool, to salvage the situation. They may opt to back away. Now going for a little bit of a quick drive as they reposition. They could still go in for a safe, but there's going to be a member nearby, and he goes in for the push. Drop shot's coming out, and Alas saves it out. He managed to bring one member down. Spaz has only got so little HP left. Luigi goes down. Now Blacklist will turn this fight around. Spaz now sees the angle, but he goes in for a jump shot. Now he wants to secure a kill. Two members left for the side of MSI. They only have to look out for Cole. Cole now pinning down on the corner wall. That jump shot did not connect. Senior will get 4 points in, bring it out to 7. And my, oh my, MSI lost souls. They take down Blacklist International.
There you have it, Blacklist International. Unfortunately, 14th place for them. No place on points, but we're not done yet with the action. Icy Blue trying to get its opponents. Icy Blue, too much for him to handle. 3v1, all of them low though. Icy Blue almost at least would have gotten one, but it was just too much for him to handle.
That's right, UTG International. This might just be their come up, as we have already seen them struggling for the past couple of games. And I believe even certain fans might have actually felt a little bit frustrated, like how things are going so far. But hey, things can only go upwards from here. Demon Gun Pro, unfortunately, after that interesting round that they've managed to win against Reborn, this time they drop out as they've only got so little members left.
Right now, just look at this compound. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams in the same compound, but the 5th circle will reveal itself soon, so that could change. And let's see what's gonna. I would want the circle to move away from the compound just so that we can get more action. If the circle's in this compound, we can expect a slower game. Everyone will want to hold on to their own buildings and pretty much that. Probably some long range shots just to use or just to force the usage of utilities. And that's going to be about it if the circle is going to be in this area.
Okay, I'm looking at the minimap. There's like you mentioned, so many teams inside of the city of St. Martin. Now, I'm telling you this, if this circle is going to move out of St. Martin, everybody's going to disappear, one after another. If it's going to be inside St. Martin, great news. You just got to go in for this urban warfare, and now we're looking at Bahamut of 6. Trying to hold a line, but it's Fremont here. Well, Fremont just took out too easy. Well, that was just a full send that isn't going to result too much. Because we've already said there's like 5 teams surrounding the sector.
Okay, so part of it is still in the circle and part of it is not. So that will force teams on the southern side to actually move away. But we have a lot more teams on the outside of the circle though, on the outside of San Martin, around the areas of Hacienda. Let's see where will they go. And just look at the spread as well for some of these teams. They're opening up so wide that this is the moment they need to get together and get this information, decide where they need to go. Edotain with the long range coming in. Edotain, a couple of shots connected, but not enough to take anyone down just yet.
That's right. Hive is in a really good spot. Hive International. They go in for a 2-2 split. Now they get those area coverage, spotting out Demigods as they unleash some bullets. And Demigods, they're only using the vehicles as bunker, while Key Esports have been able to pin them down as well. Wham! First one to fall out of the members of Demigod, but it doesn't really matter because there are still more fists to fly. 4th row from the back, spots out Elevate, and they catch them in rotation. Damage being good, but there's also some trades coming in. But why? Was that shots from the vehicle? Seems like it is. But Flag! Gonna be able to catch one! It's flying! It's flying! Did he actually get anything done? I'm not too sure if he's gonna be knocked out, but the rest of Elevate did only Elevate. They flew to the skies and they dropped all the way down to the ground. I've never seen anything like it, Sir Cloud.
Me neither. We've seen tons of flying stuff, but never a flying play or flying. I don't know what they call it, but that was insane. Man, this game never ceases to surprise us.
That's right. There's just a lot of surprise factors coming into play, and damn acute. Gonna be able to catch a nade. Now everybody's rushing from the north side of St. Martin, so the first one to the hill will have so much advantage, and that advantage definitely was given to Hive, who's not only been able to pin everybody from entering, but they took an entire squad down. Now 6 in trouble. There's no way that they can actually push forward with M42 inside the same compound. But Zap Esports, they want to take up this fight as well. They're just being noisy neighbors at the moment. And Clealer, he's trying to look for that pick. He's just by the corner wall. 6 is the next team to fall. There's only 8 more remaining. Iggy couldn't see anything at all. Is John Cena here? I don't know. But here goes. It's 2R. He's going to be going for some angles. He spots out few. Damage being done, but not enough to take them all out. UTG International, they got to get out of the city.
They gotta get away before he comes, definitely. So, Opti still waiting for the right moment, but when is the right moment for him? Oh, and the circle doesn't favor. Opti needs to move, but he's surrounded by the blue at the same time. How is he gonna get to the other side? He needs to navigate through the building.
They have to. There's no other chance for them. Raimon cooked up this grenade. He hopes to find a surprise nade to blast out members of M42. There was a little bit of chip damage being done to her side of Kalen, while Hive still on top of the hill, having that 2-2 split, forcing players like Demigods just to turtle in. Then here goes the push. And what can M42 do? Raimon squeezing in by the tight corner. They're all in the alleyway. This is a good nade. And members of M42 drop like flies, and what can M42 do when Zap comes for you?
Oh, what a good angle there with the toss of a nade. He managed to get 2 and eventually eliminate the entire squad.
And no lie, It's like we kind of lost Sir Cloud right there, but Vigor here is going to be making some plays happen. H2R, they managed to bring one more down, and well, Blanks just coming right back at them. It's Vigor now on the floor, but Hive doing such amazing work.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Look at the number of teams still on the outside of the circle. At the same time, the zone is closing in. EG is trying to find a way into the circle. He's the last man standing, though. M42 Esports got the chicken dinner in the previous round, but this round is going to be 8th place for them. EG just scoping out, trying to find the right moment, but when is the right moment? Zap Esports, they are in trouble as well. Shazam, now the last man standing. Shazam, hopefully he can Shazam his way in.
Well, I'm not too sure if he could possibly fly, but Shazam can make magic happen. While Inky God, oh my word, Key Esports, their players are just on the next level. Well, everyone's good, but are you Key Esports good at this moment? They just somehow survive through it all, and they make it to the final hurdle here. Only 5 more teams remaining. And Dabacute is going to push in from the right side of the flank. Edo10 is going to find that crosshair on top of Pickles. Well, MSI Lost Souls, they can still play it a little bit more defensively. Shazam, he's buying time, but how much more time is there where you just have the circle already shrinking in? And MSI Lost Souls, unfortunately, did not make the cut for the top 4.
Oh, Key Esports. Who says luck on their side? No, they don't have the circle, but they still made the push in. Right now, they need to defeat Demigod Incognito just right in front of them, but they need to be careful. Behind, I believe there's one player behind taking out the blue at this moment. But Demigod Incognito on the first down, and that's JJ. JJ will be taken out. There's 2 more left on the side of Demigod Incognito.
Oh boy, Demigod now sandwiched in between the 2 teams. This is going to be so hard for them to even survive. Zap only having 1 member tanking the blue. Edo10 gets pinned down. Damacute back at it again as he will put players of Hive down the ground, and Demigod's to sleep as well. And Key Esports, what did they eat for breakfast or even lunch? I guess it's more chicken dinners on the way for Key Esports. And this is their chance to solidify themselves for that slot if they can close this matchup against Hive. 9 points in for Hive Esports and Key Esports on the lower end. They have a lot more coverage to work with, but the circle is in favor of Hive.
Okay, this is the final boss here. So it's going to be Hive International going to stop Key Esports. Key Esports, they don't have the circle at this moment. They don't have the circle. They're on the lower ground. They only have 2 team members versus 4. If Key Esports can pull this off, this will be a legendary play.
Indeed it is. Oh, that's a great nade that flushed him out of that cover. Forfro making things work, and it's now down to the man who have clutched around back in Aragel, Demigod, the sole survivor for Key Esports. Now Forfro is going to be pushing for it, and you have a full squad standing in, and with the Blues also coming into the forage, this isn't going to last all too long. Hive, they want their final pointer, and they will get it. Here you go. Hive International gets their first chicken dinner.
International, all you Hive fans out there, I know you're there. Put it in the comment section. Put in your hashtags for Hive International. This is a team that has a lot of your support, and because of your support, they got themselves that chicken dinner. Congratulations to Hive International. But again, Key Esports, still a consistent performance. 2nd place ain't that bad. They'll definitely still be on top after this.
That's right, and we see them climbing game after game, and finally they got what's rightfully theirs in match 7 as we take a look at the highlights once again. Cloud, oh Cloud, I think this was the key highlight in the early game where we see Beast get taken out first and foremost by that bro. And then look who made it back for this flank, Reborn Deos. And things were looking perfect until this happened.
Yeah, okay, so this was the moment. So Straw Hat, okay, he finished off, but look at the hesitation. Straw Hat was waiting, and Minas guy went in, And he went in alone, and Stroy, he was still waiting here. So imagine if they went in together, they would have covered different angles, they would have finished them off, but because of the hesitation, that gave the advantage to Demon Gun Pro to make that comeback. And you must say, it was a good comeback there by Demon Gun Pro.
And I just taken notice that he tried to do a K-mine. So what a K-mine is, for those of you guys who have not watched some of these highlights on, clips of any sort of PUBG action, K-mine is a legendary player from NA, and he likes to switch his Z to basically spray on the other side. And that didn't work out. What if he just got off the vehicle and just sprayed directly? It could have resulted differently.
Yeah, there could have been like a different... he probably practiced that a lot in his scrim matches or in his practice modes, but it's it's probably not the right move. I just think that if they could have just kept it simple and just moved in together, and they would have secured that elimination and they would have moved on to the game. But Hive International, with that high ground, it was a 4v2 towards the end. Key Esports stand no chance. But talking about stand, you have the standings here.
That's right, and Hive International, they were in such a strategic spot to stop everybody exiting from St. Martin. And this is what I mentioned earlier. If that circle moves out of the city, this is bound to happen. And all Hive had to do is hold that fortress. They were challenged, but they were not phased at all. So with them getting 26 points, there is definitely a no-brainer that, this is just a lot of free range shooting for them to secure points. Like Key Esports, they're still on number 2, so they will still have a consistent result to try to maintain that number 1 spot. Demigods now with 14 points, 12 points for Zap Esports, MSI Lost Souls as well. 9 points for both Elevate Mikasa as well as UTG International, while Demon Gun Pro with 5 points.
We have M42 Esports, this time with only 4 points, 2 points for 6 Anera, Reborn Dios as well as Eklestos Esports, and 1 point and all the way down to 0 points for Sibol. But here we have the most important part is the overall standings. Key Esports broke the 3-digit barrier.
That's right, and the next team to be able to do so is going to be Zap Esports. All they need is 3 points in, but ideally, they want 14 points because they've got to catch up to Key Esports. That's also if Key Esports did not receive any points in the next round. Hive now jumps from 5th place all the way to the top 3. And this race is just getting started from here. 76 for Demigods, M42 in the top 5. Just a little bit of slight change from positioning. Well, 51 points for both 6 Nira as well as Elevate Mikasa. Elevate, if you're no one, is now on that top 8, and that makes Blacklist International kind of stuck at number 9, and even Evil Squad Killer is giving chase along with MSI Losso.
And we have on the other side, well, Eklestos Esports 35 points at 12th place, 13th place UTG International 28 points, 2 Easy 27 points, and Demon Gun Pro, at least they got themselves a double digit with 10 points, though at still 16th place, Reborn Dios 24 points, 15th place. Demon Gun Pro, okay, that was probably their best round so far, arguably. But if they want to challenge for the number 1 spot, they obviously need to do a lot more better than that.
That's right, and style points isn't always the best kind of points because you've got to earn those chicken dinner points, and I think teams are still working on it, and I'm glad to see new chicken dinner winners from every other round. Key Esports almost got their 3rd chicken dinner in this matchup. It could have been theirs, but there was honestly not that much cover, and to push somebody on the high ground is also impossible because they're so far away. So kudos to Hive International because they finally made it. So with that being said, there's still more games to go. I'm glad that veteran players like Vigor have been able to find their way out of this. And hey, 2 more games to come as we still got 1 or 2 more remaining. So Sir Cloud, I guess that we're going to be coming back for more right after this. And this is PMPL MY PH Season 5.
Ada flank yang dilakukan oleh Zuxi dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak pertukaran Bigetron kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
對手跌咗啦，烏木咩？問執乸架啦，喂，你個超速麥跟派嚟。แล้วโดนอีกหนึ่งเป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟเรียบร้อยดีอินฟินิตี้
Jatuhkan SMJ akan dicari. Tembakan telah dilepaskan. Satu jatuh untuk Trinity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 Rebels, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
Hi everyone! There are many exciting updates in PUBG Mobile, and the new carry feature is one of them. When a teammate or enemy has been knocked down, besides reviving or eliminating them, you have another option. You can now carry any knockdown player and move them to another location. Yes, you heard that right. You can carry your enemies too. You just need to approach a player on the ground and tap the carry button to carry them. Do keep in mind that there are some limitations when carrying another player. First, you will move slower when carrying a player, and you can't crouch or go prone. You also can't fire any weapons, enter combat, collect supplies, enter vehicles, or use consumables. Yes, you will basically be defenseless. Your ability to read the situation on the battlefield will be put to the test. After conducting much research and consulting with experts, we've made the carry feature extremely realistic. Are you ready for a realistic and exciting battlefield? In addition, knockdown players are at the mercy of other players, with no way to prevent getting carried. When being carried, health won't drop as fast, but you can still be shot and hurt by enemies. So remember to be very careful when using this feature. This feature brings greater strategic depth to the game. You no longer have to be a sitting duck to save your teammates. You might even be able to take knockdown enemies hostage. Doesn't that sound interesting? There are still plenty more interesting ways to use this feature, and we can't wait to see what you come up with. Of course, there's even more fun and exciting content lined up for release, so keep following us on our channels and stay tuned. Happy gaming! See you next time!
Ada flank yang dilakukan oleh Luxy dan RRQ join the fight. Menembak bertukar Navigator kali ini 3 pemain bakal dihabisin.
對手跌咗啦，烏木飛，笨濕乸架啦，喂，你個超速跟唔開你。แล้วโดนอีกหนึ่งเป็นเมล่าครับเจ้าเวฟคนเดียวเจ้าเวฟตามร้อยดีอินฟินิตี้
Jatuhkan SMG akan dicari. Tembakan sedang dilepaskan. Satu jatuh untuk Trinity.
Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 Rivals, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Spam. Inilah dia juara anda.
And this is the last game for today. Of course, this is the PMPL MY SGPH Season 5 Qualifier Finals for the Philippines region. Thank you so much to Crafton, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for having this tournament for us. And we are here, your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra. We'll be bringing the final action for today here to you live on Facebook Gaming.
That's right. It's only one team that will make it to the PMPL MY SGPH, as this is currently happening. We see Key Esports definitely having a momentous round for the entire day, but can they finish the hurdle on a high note? We will have to wait and see, because there's so many other teams, including Hive, who's currently catching up. So not only for the fact that these teams are fighting to become the only team, the historic team to make it to the first ever PMPL for the Philippines, but they also do get a chance to represent Team Sibol to make it to the national team. And that also means that there's going to be so much more opportunities lying in wait for them. And of course, we thank Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for putting all of this together. Make sure you drop us a like or follow on our social media platform. This is for our Facebook page. It's SirCloud MY for SirCloud, and mine's ContraCast. My IG's just Contra, so you can search it up. So as we stop with the self-promotion, now it's back to the grind. One more game remaining. So whoever who did not secure themselves enough points in the past few rounds, this is their only chance before going into the final hurdle of tomorrow, as we start our run early in the morning. So you gotta, of course, get yourself prepared with snacks lying around your morning, or you could just basically get your cornflakes, whatever breakfast that you like, because we're in for the long haul. And speaking of long haul, here comes the flight to our final match of day one. This is match 8 of the PMPL Philippines Qualifier.
And the flight path is going to begin from Zarki all the way to Novo. So it's going to be it's kind of like it's kind of middle-ish flight path. It's just that it's going to start from one end to the other end. I wouldn't say vertically or horizontally. It's somewhere in between, but it's kind of okay flight path. Now, again, eyes onto school. Are we going to see school again being a hotspot? Doesn't seem to be the case. Zarki's interesting though. We don't see many teams dropping into Zarki that often, at least. So now we have one team dropping into Zarki, and that is MSI Lost Souls. Hopefully they can find their lost soul in Zarki. But what's going to be important, of course, is going to be the first circle. Depending if the circle is up north, but no, circle went all the other way. And as the final game, I am excited for this kind of
I
thing.
approve. I absolutely approve
Damn.
the PUBG Lords for, giving us this absolutely random circle. It could end up by the quarters of Novo. It can be in between both the mainland as well as the island. But judging for the current situation, most teams, their ideas will probably put them into the north side of the Sonoska military base island, just by the shore, so that they could be closer to the center of where they need to be. And then that's where you get an option to rotate. as for teams who are already on the mainland, I think Hive is in that perfect spot. They don't have to move too much, but to hold to that spot is going to be one of the most difficult things for any teams to do because there's barely enough cover. There's only few compound. You're going to have to worry about all the other teams that's coming from the hill. And look at how many teams are on that far northwestern end. You got Reborn, you have MSI, and, well, I believe that's UTG on North Georgia Pole as well. So we don't really have to worry too much about Blacklist International. Usually they will make their way to the circle. But whoever's coming in from the northwest side also have to worry about who's currently at the west. There's another 4 teams down below.
There's few compound. I wonder which one is it.
Few compound.
Yeah.
So does it belong to M42?
Yeah, you see, our observers understand us. So I'm trying to identify which few compound is the few compound. But anyway, yeah, that was just me trying to do a few jokes. Just saying.
Phew, what a relief that the jokes are over. Okay, enough of that. As we go to more of your favorite teams, let's take a look at UTG. So they did have a standout performance in that pass round inside of Miramar. But is that enough to secure them the slot? I think there's still a lot of work to be done here for UTG. Like, the expectation from fans and also for the players themselves is already set up high. It's nothing but number one. And every single competition, if you're not playing to become champions, then why are you playing in the first place? But nature of the competition, if you have 16 contestants and you only look for that number one spot, it's always going to be hard. And hey, we're going to see Kree on that glider. Do we have gas in the tank? Can he fly a plane? Is he Superman?
He's Kree. So I'm not too sure if Kree can fly. Well, if anyone's into that kind of lore. But yeah, but he managed to make himself this. Wait a second. So he came from Severny to Shelter on his glider?
I believe this is shooting range.
Oh, this is shooting range.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is shooting range.
It makes more sense to be shooting range.
Yeah.
It does look quite similar because they do have a few bunkers on the side. And take a look at this. Elevate Esports has got those ideas oozing out. Bridge cam is underway. But Kree knows that this is an absolute peaceful town. I think he's like the weather guy, like the guy on the front line driving the plane around. It's like, okay, weather's 37 degrees Celsius. Looks like there's a little bit of chance of rain. But hopefully no pain.
What?
Because there's going to be a lot of hurt for the teams that don't get past the first circle.
Okay. I'm not too sure if those are the kind of words that you want to use as a pilot when you make those kind of weather announcements on the plane.
I think I'll just get back to the airport. No thanks. I'm not boarding that flight.
Thank you. Yeah, someone needs more flight training though. But I would like to take a moment to shout out to the fans as well. So we have JP PUBG, Marshall Benito, James Mangsayo in the comment section. You guys are awesome. I wish we could shout out to everyone, but there's just so many of you, and I'm enjoying this as much as hopefully you guys are enjoying this as much as us as well, watching this action that's about to unfold, and that's Hive International. Just came out of chicken dinner. Now, let's see what's going to happen. Are they going to force themselves onto the other side?
Well, it's going to be hard for them to make that decision right now, especially when 4-4 is so far away. And as he slowly swims by the shore, I guess that newbie kind of lost sight on his whereabouts. So, this spot that Zap Esports is currently holding is going to be a spot which is going to be sought after with the teams moving in from farm eventually, as this possibly will still last for at least a good 3 circle. Okay, Jed tries to do the cheeky move to slide right down the bridge, but Yeah, took them a while. I don't really see cars looking to bump each other as much in real life. But when that happens, you wish you didn't do that. So I guess they're all safe. That's most important for Evil Squad Killer.
Yeah, my insurance wouldn't be happy if I just bring my car around and just go all bumper car everywhere. But here we have it. So elevate fear no one. Waiting for the right moment. So we have Hive not letting go of this location. Everyone's just like, okay, we have to circle. We can kind of chill. So we don't need to force ourselves with this fight that much. It's not going to be worthwhile. It is the first circle. It is still 16 teams. And if you kind of think about it, right, Contra, this is the first round that we have survived this long with all 64 players still remaining.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that this is where most of the players realize that they can't afford to lose that many points anymore. Or rather, they should gain those points. And in order to do so, you just got to survive for longer. That's the easiest way to go about without taking any sort of fights at all. But somebody's got to take the short end of the stick eventually. Though we see, names are positioning on the right portion of the statistics. Things remain unchanged. The battles haven't gone all out just about yet, but I like the ideas coming in from Elevate. They are just holding by the edges of the shore, just by the bridge, so that they can just stop anybody trying to move in. And I will feel for other teams that's gonna move using this bridge. And hey, we got a cute portal going on. This is from the arcade event.
Yeah, this is from the arcane event, man.
Yeah.
I wish I could pet them like in real life. Like if I could like try to reach out like, hey, Poro. Look at that Poro.
Well, I'm a big fan of League of Legends myself. Played that for 10 years. And fun fact, that's the first game I've ever casted. So,
Wow.
yeah, it's been some time. So, definitely seeing this merge between PUBG Mobile as well as, the Arcane promotion. That was a really fun game mode as well that we see a lot of all the streamers have enjoyed their time playing. It goes to the pro players as well, but Crazy Troll always up to crazy things as they are having a little bit of a bird's eye view. Well, I'm when we talk about all these sort of cool stuff that PUBG Mobile brings in, we see that Liverpool bag that he's wearing. I kind of wish they have more of the PL teams to be included. And I believe, although there's going to be a lot of all these fans out here who would definitely get themselves favorite jerseys or even cosmetics.
I would definitely get myself one of those if I get my favorite team
Which
on
team, though?
board. Well, that will be sadly I have to admit it's Arsenal.
Okay.
But, yeah, I know, right? Let's not continue the conversation because I don't want to get crazily trolled.
Aha.
Yeah, yep. He's already trolling someone by. He already got his first blood, and I'm not too sure how did he get that though.
Well, I guess it's from quite the elevation or a pickoff on Newbie that we are seeing here. Newbie is already out of the game. And this is a little bit of a slow burn. Oh, wait a minute.
Wait.
Oh, no way.
This second.
DG, you had all the time in the world to rotate.
Wait.
All the time on the boat to heal up. And they just lost a member drowning by phase 2.
Wait. What?
I
Are you
believe that
serious?
Yeah. That hurts.
What?
It hurts them. It hurts my soul. They can take a pit stop. There's no harm in that.
I mean,
But yeah.
What? I mean, if he says that, okay, guys, I don't have any more bandages, no more first aid, I can see that his other teammates, they have extra, they could pass it to
More
him,
bad
but-
news.
What?
Look at this.
Oh no.
Now on top. He's going to be able to get the crosshair on top. As OJ Nav is the first one to be taken down. And this is doom and gloom for the demons, and I guess you can't spell devil without evil. So evil, they are just waiting on the edge. And Stab Bro, does he have mats? What you doing, Stab Bro?
It doesn't matter. He's in water. He can't heal up. And it's painful to watch. Demon Gun Pro, what's going on with you guys? I demand an explanation letter from Demon Gun Pro on what's happening.
You know, I was really hopeful after that round inside Miramar, not gonna lie, but after seeing this, that is one of the most counterproductive ways for you to end any round. Like, I've been in those games before. It feels like you're just traveling, and all you get is nothing through the match. And I bet the players are feeling a little disappointed about that. But a lot of fights are happening by the blue zone as they try to cross that western end of the bridge, while M42, they're bringing the pain, and it's Reborn slowly bleeding out to the zone as well. So it's not only Demon Gun Pro that's suffering, and now it's going to be Reborn Chaos.
Oh, no.
They don't have the meds. Mikey will fall, and that's all that they needed. M42 goes with for the big wraparound, and that's 4 points, all secure. Sure, with some form of help, Kaler gets a double.
But they lose Dragon in a fight. But that's okay. That's going to be 4 points in the back. That's all right for them. Straw Hat still managed to survive. And he was the last member standing as well in Miramar. Now, again, he has this responsibility of being that last member. At least this time, he doesn't need to fight against you, at least for now. So focus on rotations. Try to get those spots where he can stay alive as long as possible. That's the best that he can do at this moment.
Right. And Chi going 1 versus 2. Too much to take as ESK. Could pick that one easily. And there's so many of all these altercations going on. Meow spotting out VJ on the other side. Rio are getting attacked as well. Quickly pours on his finger, but it's Meow that gets knocked down instead. I thought that flank was good enough. Apparently not the case.
Man, I feel that shot in my Meow. And now Wham starting to move in here. Will he be able to get revenge? Wham gets one. There's one more on the other side though, but it's probably not going to be any significant. So Wham can secure those elimination points. But Jet is not going to make this easy. But Jet looks like he may just disengage. Rotates down south. And just wait. He'll play the gatekeeping game.
But here comes Blacklist International. They finally make the cut into the island, but it's definitely not without complications, as you see. They've only had a little bit of time here to work around with, but that convoy from the Western Bridge rotating inside of the blue zone have paid off. But there's just a further journey for Cole. Does he make the cut, though? And like I said, I predicted it. Novo Rednoy is where this fight's gonna take place.
So the Prophet is back. Welcome back, Mr. Prophet. We're gonna call you that right now. I know. Sometimes we do miss the Prophet. But Blacklist International, they're definitely missing the zone again. I mean, if we kind of think about it, right? For the entire day, except for that one Sandhawk game, the zone hasn't been kind to them. It's always it has always moved away from Blacklist International.
That's right. But it's also the decisions that they make that kind of put themselves there. It's an easy pick on top of fire. Proxy giving no leeway. Well, there is another member of UTG now trying to move out of the way on that Dacia, but this is just going to open up a little bit more room for the spraying. Just a little bit of tagging going on as Zier has got back in the safety net of his own team. But Tyra is keeping his eyes directly onto UTG. So this is going to be a lot harder for them to approach this fight. But Blacklist International, they finally regrouped together. And the last I checked, Cole has bled out to the play zone.
I mean, I expect a lot of players to go out by the zone at this point, considering that how cruel the zone is. And now we have a few fishers currently swimming. Will they be able to make it to shore? I'm not too sure because we can see that Novo is still quite guarded.
That's right. And Yujiro still getting some damage from the grenade being tossed by Alice, as I do believe. Lost his helmet on that earlier fight, and Sakuragi is having so little to work with. And it seems like Kree is asking for help. Gotta go in for a quick resurrection. They still have a lot of resources. They don't really have to use all of it, though, with Mikasa also coming into the party. But I like this idea that they wrap even the back as well, where they ensure that they won't get flying from top of the hill, but that also draws the attention of the rest of MSI. So I'm not too sure if Lost Soul is going to capitalize on the situation because they're being left just by the door. So one good grenade could have caught Blacklist International out of the fray.
Blacklist International, man, surrounded at this moment. How are they going to get in? Elevate Esports, Mikasa, have them locked up. At the same time, if they do exit out of here, there's another team waiting for them at the high ground. There's Louis, hooking up the nade, tossing out to the other side, will not land. Blacklist International, the good news is that they're currently in the circle, but the fifth circle, unlikely to be theirs.
Now, that's just going to be a little bit of smoke to set up a little more decoy, but that's going to be another nade being skewered into the window. And I guess that they just have to play a little bit of a game of dodgeball where instead you just don't catch that grenade. So Luigi on that PP Bison, he's just going to try his best to seek out anybody who jumps off the window or takes a little bit of peek, as some of these guys are just exiting Novo Ripnoi, and EKT can play guards to this situation. Same goes to UTG as well. But the safest ones in the circle will have to be too easy. But I expected Zap Esports to give a little bit more challenge on those compounds.
Oh, I'm liking the position of Phil. He has the high ground at this moment. Unfortunately, he is the last member standing. Although M42, they have 7 elimination points, the most so far among the other teams. As long as he can stay alive, as long as he can get maximum placement points, it'll be all good for him. But now Blacklist International, again, just look at this. The circle moves away again from them. They need to find a way into the circle. They still have 3 team members left, but they have company around them.
Stay long.
It's okay. They're going to force their way into the circle right now. Let's go.
Well, they're on their buggies. It's time for them to make a move. But Luigi have already marked their locations quite some time ago. Luigi's going to get shot, though, all above the hill. And there you have it. They managed to take out Kree. Sakuragi goes in for the refrag, but he's now outside with no first aid kit. He just got to wing it, and now, alas, makes the cut. He's going to be the difference maker here. Blacklist International still won those points in. Sakuragi, they have to bypass MSI Lost Soul as well. And MK, yes, they lost another. Alas, making magic happen.
Oh, alas, starting to move in. This will be his moment. And this is it. Rest in peace, Duno, the legendary caster from Philippines as well. Will they be able to make it? They're still alive here. Sakuragi is still alive, but Alas goes down. Sakuragi tries to stop his opponent, and yes, he will be able to do it. That is one down, and Sakuragi will be able to move.
But alas, he's on the floor. This is pretty hard for him to decide. Does he go in for the resurrection? He does not have that much time. And the next zone is also clipping out. I don't think Blacklist International could pick up Alice. But Scatty, take a look at this. Spaz also not going to be revived at all. Half International this time around is going to get 13th placement. And that's a far cry of their result from the past round where they walked away with the chicken dinner. Now, moving into the likes of MSI. They're driving into a rock in the hard place. Sakuragi, he comes in for the flank. And that's all that they could do. And, well, they tumble and fall. Blacklist, end of the day here, not on a high note, but on a rough performance. Not the usual state that we expected from Blacklist International. The stakes are so high, and I guess they're starting to kick in, but they gotta prepare for day 2. Now, Circle will reveal itself down back onto the bottom side, and as you take a look at this mini-map, it looked like it's flat ground, but it's actually on top of that radio tower.
Oh, yes, and this is it. So M42 Phil is still in the circle. He just needs to hang on. Hopefully he's not spotted. he can climb up as high as possible when it comes to the placement points. But let's see how long is he going to stand. Eclestos Esports, they are still on the lower ground. They do have the circle, 20 more seconds on the clock. Denje will go out, and now 20 seconds, and it's counting now. The zone will close in soon. They must move at this moment.
Proxy still have a full team back in. Eclestos Esports now in trouble after having Proxy taken out. Pickles doing pretty well now. He spots out Few. That's the final member remaining of M42 Esports. That's top 9 ending for Few. I guess he's done just about enough. There's more resources for them to stock up. While UTG International has 80, he got on a mark, pinning one down. Proxy might just be picked off here. While UTG International, they might have actually have only 1 point, but they're about to secure more. That's a double take from Iggy.
Oh, Iggy, he probably paved his way into the circle, but so much open area. And now Mas is still alive, but he doesn't have the circle at this moment. Yes, he's on the teammate though, but his teammate is down. Mas tries to take advantage, once again. Whoa, the low pitch over the DP. Can he secure that elimination point? But then again, the circle is going to put pressure to see that Mas has been spawned out for the high ground. He'll be taken out. Too easy, 7th place for them.
What a beautiful shot, and that was just a slim glimpse of a pixel for him to land it. And there you go, grenade coked up. K Esports, they cannot afford to push. Demigod down on the ground, and Damacute has to clutch this one just by the corner wall. There it goes. K Esports on blue at 5th. Here are the top 4 teams: Demigods, Zap Esports, MSI Lost Souls, and UTG International.
Yeah, we're not done yet with all the action here, ladies and gentlemen. Demigod Incognito. They still need to make a move into the circle. They are on the other side of the road though, so that road element is not going to help them. It's very, very open. Hopefully they have packs of smokes ready to be tossed on the road. You can see that Wham is going to give cover fire. Wham managed to get the knockdown onto Iggy, and Iggy will be taken out by Wham. 5 elimination points already on the hands of Wham.
Wow. Oh well. Wham have always felt this one out, but where are the shots coming from? It's from the top of the hill. Zap Esports goes in for the punish. Shazam! Kabam! That's all that you need. And well, oh well, Zap Esports coming with surprises of their own. MSI Lost Souls make it to the top 3 with UTG crashing out. Demigods, they have members outside of the blue, but this is not a tankable zone for them. It's already phase 6, and there goes Demigods. Now it's only down to MSI versus Zap Esports.
Oh, we're not done yet. We're not done yet here. So it's going to be Zap Esports, MSI, who's going to get this chicken dinner. MSI, they do have the high ground, though. Zap Esports, they're on the lower ground, but we have seen the firepower in Zap Esports. They can overcome this. They have 3 team members, so it's going to be 3v2, but it's going to be high ground versus low ground, because, oh, that's really, really close. Pickles! Oh, he didn't shoot!
Well, he did toss the nade out, so they have to reposition. Newbie trying something out as he goes in for a flank. It's Pickles to stop him once again. 2 in a row. Pickles is on fire. Pickles is built entirely different, and now it's only down to Shazam. And they finally turn the tides around. Zap Esports with the circle on top of their hit. They thought they had it all, but this time they may roll down in the deep.
They may. They started off with a bang, especially when it comes to Pickles, but it's not over yet. Okay, it's finally confirmed. MSI Lost Souls. They have found their souls in to these PMPL qualifiers and finally ended the day with a chicken dinner. They were the team that started off this day with bang, especially with that superb play by Pickles, and now they end the day with a chicken dinner. This is what they wanted. Eddie on the high, start fresh again tomorrow, and hopefully be able to climb the ladder to clinch that top spot.
Just look at the young bloods of MSI Lost Souls giving promising results, and this itself just proves that the Philippines have what it takes to offer a lot of high momentous plays when it comes down to the PMPL that's going to be happening in a month's time or so. Now, going back to the highlights, this is a dreadful way to start off the highlights, Mr. Observer.
It's arguably the most painful play today to watch this. I mean, I really do hope that they are, I don't know whether they have a coach or a manager can pick them up, because I do feel that they are stressed out. They're not playing their gameplay, and hopefully they do come back again tomorrow.
That's right. But of course, that's definitely a lot of entertaining bouts that has happened throughout the course of the battle, especially with such a difficult circle that sent the majority of the teams outside of the play zone. And we may not have seen every one of these teams fully commit to a 4 versus 4 battle because of the scenario. And I think the most exciting thing to watch was actually Blacklist International on their approach. Sakuragi, being the final member is always not going to be easy, especially when they broke upon members of MSI Lost Souls who eventually won the game by their slow approach. And Too Easy, we didn't really see all the things that happened to them in majority of the time, but they had an optimal approach of how to navigate through the circle, but it was really Demigods that really stopped a lot of all these teams from moving forward.
Yeah, it was definitely a very, very good play there from Demigods. They were kind of like the traffic police. Like at some point, they were like stopping a lot of other teams, but that opened up the opportunity for MSI Lost Souls to take that prime position and have that top elevation and got that advantage over other teams. But MSI Lost Souls, obviously, because they got that chicken dinner, they also got the most elimination points with 10s, giving them 25 points in this final round for today. Zap Esports, fairly consistent though, 17 points, same with Demigod Incognito, 17 points as well. Key Esports, 12 points for them, still fairly consistent. UTG International, 11 points. Evo Squad Killer, 10 points. M42 Esports, 8 points. And Blacklist International with 5 points.
Well, you're not wrong when you just say some of them are traffic police. It feels like it's part of a Squid Game show where, red light, green light, you move, pop, you're gone. So, on the 9th place, Too Easy with 4 points, much better than their last performance. Elevate Mikasa got themselves 3 pointers in this round. Self-Plastos Esports looked like they could actually get more, but they only walked out with 2, while Elevate Fear No One comes up with 1 point of their own, along with Reborn Dios. So that's 1 point each, while the rest of the teams, unfortunately, get nothing out of the bag. So, High, after that chicken dinner, they dip back down, and this time, they've been overtaken by other teams. Key Esports will hold on to that number 1 spot with 122 points. Very well on their way to that 1 slot for the PMPL. But of course, anything can happen for tomorrow. And we have 114 points for Zap Esports here on 2nd place. Demigods Incognito have yet to break that triple-digit mark, but if there's anyone to do it, it has to be them for tomorrow. While M42 made it to the top 4, High on 5th as Levy last spoke. MSI after that chicken dinner, look how far they bounced, 67 points. And Elbit Mikasa along with Evil Squad Killer, they make it to top 7 and top 8 respectively.
And page number 2, we have 6 Anira with 51 points at 9th place, 10th place, the only team that gets the chicken dinner. So we have Elevate with 49 points. 49 points for Blacklist International, 11th place as well. UTG International, 12th place, 39 points. Ecclesiastes Esports, 37 points at number 13. Number 14, Too Easy, 31 points. Number 15, Reborn Dios, 25 points. Demon Gun Pro, not budging from the number 16 spot. Still at 10 points still. And I want to see Demon Gun Pro put up a proper performance tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe it's just a bad day. I guess it's not only Demon Gun Pro. UTG International, Blacklist International, they're struggling as well. These two teams that I just mentioned are invited to the PH qualifiers here. So I'm not too sure. Maybe they just really got to go back to the drawing board, rewatch some of these VODs, bear with all of our puns and jokes, and just really look into things. Okay, what should we really fix when it comes down to approaching a certain circle? Is there any drop spots that we want to change? And if that's the case, take a look at the patterns of the rest of the teams that have played out. So I guess that is all that we can make out of for the teams that are not performing well enough in day 1. But hey, there's always tomorrow, and tomorrow's the final day here for the PH qualifiers of the PMPL.
Yes, so make sure you stay tuned with us. Of course, none other than if you want to watch the English feed, which is us again, so it's going to be PUBG Mobile Philippines on the Facebook page. the same way you're watching this currently, of course. Do make sure to give a like and follow as well to the page, and don't forget our pages as well. I'm just saying. And tomorrow we will conclude and we will find out who will be the first team to qualify into the PMPL officially, whether it's from a direct invite, whether it's from the open qualifier. The Philippines will be the first country for us to know who will be in season 5. So can't wait for tomorrow to happen.
Indeed, and you know what? All of you guys just got to mark your calendars, set your alarm clock if you're basically, you know, a nocturnal being like myself. Like, we gamers understand, but you cannot afford to miss any action. Make sure you cheer on your favorite Philippine team. And of course, we'll catch you guys tomorrow, as well as Contra. We're both signing out.